What up, everybody? Hope y'all caught some profits today.
Take profits in November only.
I'm just curious if we will all see a pump on the Chinese markets as well, as we've seen on the New York markets. I'm really curious about that.
Well, I have a question. Maybe someone knows about Sui. I bought some Sui, but now I'm looking at my exchange and there's less Sui coins than what I see in order history. Is that like normal? And there's no sales, so I mean that's a bit odd, no? It's like, is there like a Sui tax? The French government actually taxing me directly by taking my crypto at the end of the year? How does this work? There's something odd on Binance. I'll figure it out, but this doesn't make any sense. The fee is not paid in Sui, it's paid in BNB. It's like 15% missing.
I'm not sure, but here in Romania we don't have that, so not really sure
No,
what's
I
happening
don't
there.
think it's the case in France too, but I see it in order history and it got filled. So it's not like a partial fill on the order. And I look at what I can sell and it's not the same amount.
Maybe it's something to do with taxes and stuff like that, but not sure.
Maybe the network is like burning coins and they take out coins from everybody, or I don't know how it works. I need Chart to ask her. But it's odd, yeah.
Yeah.
That would explain the natural tendency upward. Let's ask Trade GPT. Is Sui burning my coins?
Yeah, I'm just checking in real quick. I'm gonna go discharge with some of this dopamine and adrenaline at the gym. I'll be back within the hour.
Have a good workout.
Yeah, it's better than any pre-workout. You don't even need pre-workout on days like this.
Hell yeah, coach.
All right, I'll be back.
Wait, did I? I'm gonna check transfer history because that would explain it. If I moved some SWI and I forgot I moved it, then that would yeah, that can be the only explanation here. So I can see that normally in history. Oh yeah, I found it. Withdraw 3. Okay. Right. Why the hell did I do that? Withdraw 15%. I don't know about you guys, but personally, it's a mess. I have alts on the Web3 wallets, on this exchange, on that. I'm not completely losing track of it. But I guess it's staking stuff. Moved it on Web3 to do something with it. You're not supposed to forget about your crypto. But I was checking Binance, my Binance account, and it's odd because I have coins I cannot sell anymore because USDT got banned from French people. We can only trade USDC now because USDT is not like compliant with whatever new regulation they put in place. And personally, I trust more USDT than USDC, just because I've had proof on USDT and I've had proof that USDC does depeg. So history kind of tells us USDT is more reliable than USDC, but it's just one example. So we'll see what the next depeg does. But in the meantime, I trust more USDT, but I cannot hold USDT on Binance anymore. They forced me to convert it. And we cannot trade USDT pairs anymore. And coins like Jasmy are only on USDT because they're on the innovation zone still. Or not innovation zone, but it's tagged highly volatile. So, and there's no Jasmy USDT pair anymore. And when I bought my Jasmy, there was a USDT pair. So now I cannot, like, I don't plan on selling Jasmy here anyway, but still, it's a pain because I have to move the Jasmy to another exchange or another wallet, a Web3 wallet, and sell it there, and then move again. Like, they really don't make it easy, and that all takes time, right? So now I need to prepare for that, just to be able to have a sell button. Because right now I have coins on an exchange I cannot sell. I mean, I guess that's bullish for those coins. People can't easily sell them. Imagine you're someone who doesn't have a Web3 wallet or who doesn't know too much about all this. You haven't connected in 6 months. You connect, you look at your account, you see coins, you can't even sell them. There's just no way of selling it on Binance. I mean, maybe there is, but I don't know how. I can sell in. There's no euro pair either, so maybe I can sell it in another currency and then convert the currency, but that's a taxable event, so I don't want to do that. I want to sell into a stable coin because in France, when you transact with a stable coin, it's still crypto, so it's not an event. Well, if I sell, yeah, we're the most tax country in the world, so don't like. That's yeah. Like there's still you pay less taxes in America on crypto, on everything, but crypto too. But yeah, we get only tax when it's back to fiat, back to the bank, basically. Because it's the only thing they can control. It's easier to check also. And now these compliant exchanges report directly our taxable events to the government anyway, so they've automatized all this. Especially if you're on a French exchange, then they do your taxes for you. But when you move money around, it just disappears on the way. But that's normal. That's not me forgetting that I moved it. So where to buy back? I did sell a little bit of stuff here and there. Where to buy back? I guess I'll wait for Monday. Hopefully this ends up being a pretty bullish weekend for alts. With Bitcoin like sideways above 100K, I think that's all they need to steadily continue rising. We've seen crazy green candles a bit, 20-25% on some alts. Would be nice to have them just stabilize and then cool off and resume upward slower upward resume. Yeah, like they're lagging so much behind that it's normal they go big green quickly. But they're still lagging a lot behind, and it's gonna need some time. And with all that, trade safe, everybody. Good luck.
Peace. I'm starting to get some notifications of a big volume of BTC getting transferred into Binance wallets.
Anybody home? Anybody home?
Yeah, here, just okay, watching the markets.
Yeah, I'm on vacation right now, and man, I just sold 2 hours ago. I was hoping for a dip, but that dip never happened. What you thinking, man? We got another day of ripping?
Expecting a little bit of an upward trend, then down we go. On the 12th of May, we will see a big dip. But this is just my opinion.
I know. I don't know,
Dbloc's
man. Like,
opinion is different from mine, so.
because we've been bearish for like what, 6 months, right? So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we keep ripping for another two weeks or something like that, with the small little dips. I just haven't been
Come
paying
on,
attention.
I haven't been bearish for 6 months now. I haven't even been in this group for 6 months, so.
I just had almost 30% gain just today on Pepe, and I sold it, and I want to get back in it, but man, like I was 2 hours ago, I sold it, and I was gonna come back in the market, but man, there's no dip, and days like that when there's no dip, it just keeps ripping, and I
Good
got
for
a
you, mate.
fucking, I got a case of FOMO right now, so.
Good for you, mate. I have been bullish since 74k. I bought at 74k. I still have a long open from there. I took profits
wow.
along the way, and
Wow.
I took shorts along the way. I took shorts from
Yeah, I don't
97
short.
to 95. I took shorts from 95 to 93. I took shorts from 91 to 87. But I still had a
I
long
don't know if
going.
you
So
heard me yesterday. Because of my brokerage, I can't really be swinging it because I have to like pay. Anytime I buy in like $20,000, I got to pay like anywhere from $500 to $700 a fee. So I got to be careful. And I just sold, but I mean, man, I feel like next couple days we're gonna still keep going up. So I feel like missing out. I don't know.
yeah, that's too bad. What broker are you using? Or
Nah,
that's
the freaking
like
Weeble. It's crap. But it's okay. I
why
still make money. So Weeble.
why don't you use Binance or Bybit or something like that?
I don't know. I got full-time work, man. I don't really pay so much attention to like. Yeah, I should have. I know, but yeah, I'll get to that. But as of right now, it is what it is, you know. And I'm thinking the next couple days we gonna keep ripping, man. What do you think?
Hmm,
I mean, Bitcoin ain't stopping, but there's
I
plenty of times when I buy high and sold low. I don't know.
you're talking to the guy that actually hold the shorts from 87, and yeah, right now my entry point is
You're holding a
9.
short from 87?
Yeah. I keep adding to
Oh
the
boy,
position.
you're. Oh man, that's not good.
I don't care. Basically, I'm still in
No, I
profit
get it.
due
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the long from 74, so I kind of don't care.
Yeah,
I
but you
still
know what's
want
the crazy
to put
part?
money on the.
Last night, I bought into Pepe. Man, I made 30% gain. I sold it, but like I said, I'm on a vacation right now, and I went to the pool. I came back, and it's not dipping, man. Ain't dipping for shit. So I wonder if next 12 hours we just gonna keep ripping, because in that case, I'm ready to go in back in the market. But I was wondering if anybody else is here, just to maybe you can talk me out of it. But it doesn't look like it's gonna stop, huh?
Well, I don't watch meme coins. I only trade BTC, Ethereum,
Oh, okay.
Stewie,
Yeah,
stuff like
I'll
that.
buy anything that can make me 20%. I buy a bag of shit if I could sell the next guy for 20% more. That's how I look at it.
I went longs on Farcoin and shorts on Farcoin, and that made me some money. But I
Exactly.
wouldn't actually invest anything in them, so
I think so
just
because
longs and shorts.
yeah, my best trade was Pepe today. I think it was like 29 or 30%, and that's amazing, man. Ain't nobody can make 30% in a day. It's just a lucky day, you know. So I feel like I should probably calm the fuck down, you know. There's no
Yeah,
way. But then there's coins like Avalanche, and they only, let me look. Avalanche is only 9%.
One moment. Are you on spot or?
Yeah, I only do spot. I do not do leverage. Leverage is too scary for me.
Ah, okay, okay. On
Because of
leverage,
the money I gotta pay in to
on
get in the trade.
on non-leverage, I would say you are better off holding anything that you have.
Well, I
But
already sold
that's
everything,
in the
like I
long
said.
term.
Yeah, no, 2 hours ago I got rid of my bonk, I got rid of my Pepe, and I got rid of what was that? I had H bar.
Okay, so we're discussing a different topic because I was under the impression that you were doing leverage trading, and that
No,
basically
no.
changes, and that
Hell
basically
no.
changes everything I'm saying
No,
right
no,
now
I just do
because
spot, man. No. Just
yeah,
spot.
on spot, for my point of view, I bought at
For the next
74, I bought at 84, by DCA all over to 102, on Bitcoin, Ethereum, also on Sui. I also got into
just now?
Ripple
Did you just buy now? Like let's say last few hours ago, or
a few hours ago. Yeah, I'm just DCing over
so
the
you're
long
thinking
term.
that we're gonna probably keep ripping for the next 12? I know it's a silly question, but like generally speaking,
No. I think we're gonna rip for a year.
no way. Is that what you
This
think?
is yeah. This is my bias. Maybe
Wow, very
to
interesting.
December this year, and after
But
that
you're
a big
right. It
massive
makes sense.
fucking
It
dump.
makes sense because we've been down for what, almost 5 months, you know, and the end of the 4-year cycle is coming up. So it would only make sense if we keep ripping.
Yeah, I think to December, but keep in mind my spot bags are long term. They are not short term. Short term, I think in the next 24 to 48 hours, maybe we'll see another Bitcoin rally to test.
Okay, that's
Let's say
exactly what I wanted to
106,
figure out.
107 or something like that,
So we're not looking
then
for
a big
retracement right
retrace.
now. The next 24 hours, we're not looking for retracement, right? Just
From
you
my
know, I'm
point
not.
of view,
You're right.
this is just financial advice.
No. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just out of your point of view, because that's the same feeling I'm getting. I jumped out of too quick, and I have a feeling that we're gonna go probably for another 24 hours, maybe a little more, and then we're gonna have a little dip.
We need to see how tomorrow plays because we need to see how the weekend wrap is set up.
Yeah.
But
All
most
right, man.
probably, I think we're still going to go a little bit up.
And that's what I thought. And I know the Dbloc's got hell of a decent guys that know what's going on. Like I said, I'm on vacation and I'm about to go back on vacation. I just jumped in real quick too. I'm getting the same feeling, man. Like this is not the end. I think we're gonna go for
Hopefully,
another
but
day.
it's crypto. You can always see a retrace of 50% over the night. So
Man, don't tell me that right now. I feel you. All right, man.
okay, have
I
fun
think
and have a great vacation.
yeah, I think I'm gonna go back in the market for next 24 hours. Fuck it.
Take care, my friend.
Yeah.
Take care.
You as well.
Good evening, everybody.
I does, coach.
Damn, that's all it has? The top of the green box?
Does the 2025 being on the weekly versus 24 and 23 being on the daily make a difference? Appreciate that, boss.
What's going on, family?
What's up, man? Get you a nice little workout in, boss?
Yeah, I left all that shit at the gym.
I think you were blowing off steam at the gym. You got back and you were like, let's think about this blow off top. You know what I'm talking about.
And it's good to focus the thoughts sometimes. Appreciate the support, Tree Hugger. W Cypher supporter. What you guys been up to? How your alts doing?
You think that um with the alts, let me think. Sorry.
Good. Oh, we're almost at that spider line target. Nuts.
whole pump has been nuts. I traded some Dogecoin today, and it's been treating me pretty well. Can't say the same about Pepe. Pepe had a big rip. I longed it at the wrong time, so I'm not trying that again. But I figured if ETH is moving, like Pepe does bigger moves with ETH. If ETH does big moves, Pepe does bigger moves.
Interesting.
But I mean, I suppose I could just play that on spot. Like I could have just, but it didn't look like a good place to buy anyway. I just wanted a short term trade. But anyway, I only tried it once. All the other trades I made on Doge worked out pretty well.
Hey, all you gotta do is try it once, boss man.
Yeah, I was thinking about switching to like Stewie or XRP maybe or something like that, but something that has some decent volume. But I don't know. Doge isn't moving fast, but it's been moving like well. I guess it's still my favorite coin to trade after all these years.
I respect the commitment.
These are the new cycle spider lines, Kier. These are the spider lines from this season. From this all-time high. I think I have the old ones on the same chart. Might not though. Hold on. Nah, I don't have the old ones on here. Respecting the hell out of the new ones though. It all seems so simple when we go back and look at it, right? Like when we get off of that 5-minute, 15-minute daily TA chart and we just back up and look. You know, we're talking 1, 2, 3 major patterns with really one major target. Right? That big vector and CME that got left behind. Symmetrical brought us up, Fed pivoted, symmetrical brought us down. Came and hit the top of that flag. Kept it pushing. Hold on, this DCA out doesn't count for this. Was for back here. These are who spider lines? I can't really tell you who spider lines are attributed to. Oh, my bad. You lose me with actors. I don't know none of these dudes' names.
Yo.
What's going on?
Yeah, not much, man. Just watching everything's calm down, you know, after the big rip. And it's like, okay, does it hold ground and go again? Or does it lose momentum and fade like from here? I think it's just holding like it's establishing the next, you know, position to launch from, to be honest. That's what I feel. Because I think the hype and the excitement's still in the air, to be
That's all
honest.
it's gonna
But
come
we'll
down to,
see.
really, right?
Yeah, it's
People
like
still want to
is
buy or
there
not.
enough of a crowd? Exactly. It's like, is the demand still stepping up? Are people still excited to pick it up, you know? But yeah, I guess we can find out pretty quickly if it starts to collapse. If it starts to pull back, I don't mean like full on collapse. I just mean like, you know, if it starts to shift down, you know,
Yeah.
we're getting like a retest, like a recheck of some kind of support somewhere. Yeah. Like coming and checking 100K as support is not out of the question. That could totally happen.
Remember, Rick, we're supposed to be here. This is
Mm,
normal now. 100K is normal now.
that's right. We have to normalize 100K. That's right. Exactly. Make 100K boring.
But like, man, dang, it's been 100K for like a week now, like over 100K. You know, that's if
Yeah.
they can hold it up above 100K like this, and man,
Mm,
we cooking,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. Look how long we were staring at $69,000 as the big psychological level to go get, you know? Because that was the old all-time high. We were beneath it for how long? I'm gonna find that out. 1 second. Let's check. Where's my little time counter? Okay, there's the all-time high on the daily. It took us to eclipse the old all-time high. It took. Now, where's the level? 69,000. Here we go. It took. Zoom out. 845 days to go and see 69,000
Yeah,
again.
just a little bit over 2 years.
Yeah.
Just a little bit over 2 years.
So
One.
that's a long time, like thinking about a number, you know,
Yeah.
up above. Pretty sure that was the date. I get a line happening off the old all-time high to make it a certain color. There we go. Yeah. I remember we tagged it and then fell back down for like a few days, and then we finally came up and revisited it. The day that we tagged it was the 5th of March last year. And the day we actually got through it was officially the 8th of March of last year. And then it was just like a whole bunch of games, like, you know.
So Bitcoin dominance back tested that big wick we had back in February on dominance. It was at 64.30, 64.31.
Hmm.
Got a little bounce off of it, but first week of February, it looks like, yeah, when we had that big wick up.
Yeah.
Literally just back tested that wick today.
Biddy's playing games right now.
Mayday, mayday. Coinbase is down. Watch out.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Is it really?
I mean, yeah, I'm having some problems. Some other people are too. But...
I was thinking there was some games getting played out there.
So it's either going to pump real hard or dump real hard. Let me see if the app's still working. They said my funds are safe. Oh, that makes me feel good.
All right, so everybody, hurry up. Either long it or short it right now. Ready? Go.
Somebody trading from the inside of a Russian submarine, or
I know, bro.
look at that sonar pinging.
All right, my app's working. That's good. I ain't touching this.
Bitcoin?
I'm not touching nothing. You guys are crazy. You want me to touch something like this right now?
All right, I'm starting a timer.
You're gonna have to make the decision to buy and hold at some point here.
I know, man. It's killing me softly too, because I feel underexposed and naked right now with no position besides USDC. I do got a little Doge that I haven't touched for a long time, but that's it.
Like it might be sort of load up on the next dip and then leave it, and any money that comes in, you just like add to positions, sort of thing. You know what I mean? I just know you don't want to be
Dude,
playing this in and out game the whole way up.
Oh, definitely not, dude.
Yeah.
I want to sit cozy somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out the right place to sit cozy at, dude.
So you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have the
I got
Bears
a-
done, Drew?
I got a little thought experiment here. What time frame and what oscillator gives you a really clear indication that you should be like thinking of buys and then thinking of sells? Like the daily, I mean, yeah, the daily on a stochastic daily, that's got some truth to it, you know.
I like the 6
You
hour.
can see where it bottoms out. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, the 4 hours not too bad for the stochastic. Like for oversold, overbought, you know, you can sort of see the rhythm. It all lines up with the right dips and
If you
yeah,
want to
man.
keep it simple, in my
So,
opinion, the weekly 50 EMA.
oh yeah, yeah.
That's it.
Oh, dude,
Touch the weekly 50.
weekly stochastic.
That's
Yeah,
it. You don't even need an oscillator. 50 EMA
yeah.
and the weekly time frame. Every one
That,
of these buys have been epic. You would have got 25
Oh,
twice. You would have got 49. And you would have got
te-
78, 76, 74.
check out the
check.
weekly MACD on Bitcoin
Oh,
and tell
it's
me
the
that doesn't
most
look
beautiful.
exciting.
It's the most
Look at
beautiful
that.
thing I've seen in a long time, bro.
So
And just go back
restful.
and back
Yeah,
test every time that shit flips green. Oof.
that it looks like that. Yeah, yeah.
Every time it flips
Weekly
green, it's just
MACD.
magic. Somebody's got an open mic.
Yeah, Rick, I think.
No, it's not Rick. It's T. T, you got an open mic, brother. All right, he got it. Appreciate you, bro.
But yeah, there's some real simple things that you can do to sort of just be very clear about what's going on, you know?
Buy and hold is the easiest from the bottom to the top. But there are things that you can do to
Yeah,
keep your risk low and do a lot better than just buying and holding Bitcoin from the bottom.
sure.
Even if it just
Yeah,
means
yeah.
you take, 3 or 4 trades for the entire bull run.
Yeah.
But everybody wants to be snipey snipe. It's fun though. I mean, that's what we do all day. So I understand. Like it's like
Yeah.
everybody wants in on the action, but please believe that I have those long-term trades running in the background, and that's where the real bread and butter comes from. Like,
My whole thing now is like, all right, I got some nice weight I'm throwing around, but I still want to fall asleep in any positions, even with stop losses. So I'm just like, all right.
that's because
If I don't make it,
you've got to get that idea of a massive dump, like out of your. I think that's what's bugging you, bro. You think if you
yeah,
go
I've
to
been waiting
sleep
for
on it,
that.
you're gonna wake up and it's just gonna be some massive drop out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm praying. I wake up every morning, get back on my
You
knees,
gotta be
pray for
careful
that.
with that. Like, you know, we're starting to see that sideways is down. You know, we go sideways for a little bit, slight little, you know, retracement, and then we're off again. So, in other words, what I'm saying is you have to be careful because eventually you will get the retracement. But if you've been waiting for the retracement since 85, then even the retracement you get here isn't going to be as good as if, you know what I mean, you would have just bought.
Depends. Last time when we first broke 100, we got a retrace from 107 to 92.
Well, what are
So
the
pretty
negatives
bearish.
about waiting for that to happen, though?
I don't know. I'm just saying
I
there's
gotta,
hope.
I
Trust
gotta.
me, I'm not telling anybody to buy the top. Don't get me twisted. I'm just trying to explain that at some point you have to pull the trigger.
So anywhere between 107 and 125K is what I think we'll top out at before the end of the year. So I wouldn't shame anybody for you know what I'm saying, for selling anywhere up there.
Can I show something to you real quick with the MACD on the weekly for Bitcoin?
Yep.
Or anyone that's interested, I'll show you this. This is interesting. This is bullish. Because look at this.
You saw every time it flips green.
Yeah, like pretty much. I mean, look what happened the last time. Like, what did the candle say when we did it last time? It was right here, right? That's where the cross happened. So we're looking at a similar event, a cross happening, right? Where does that correspond to on the chart? Okay, it's this candle here. This little, and what did it look like? It looked like it was still like attempting to break up through that line there. And look what we got. We got a similar kind of situation. Like if you trace it along, it's here. So we're there. So this could happen. This kind of like that, something that looks like that, based off
Traditionally,
this setup.
that is what you want to see, and that is what you should see now that we're actually making proper
Look,
formations.
another one. Yeah,
So
another one
those
right here. Look.
Yep, it loves to do that dip first.
Yeah, you got like, look at the histogram switching color. Like you got reds, and then it switches to greens. Right at
yeah,
that
we're
point.
switch greens.
Yeah, and it's doing it right now. We're like, we're on the
So
precipice.
if you look from the bottom circle you made, and you go up to that first flag. All right, so
This
go to
one?
there you go. Yeah.
And then
You
this
go to that
flag.
first
Yeah.
flag. No, the first one that you drew. Big one. So that for second one
this.
with the circle.
That.
Yeah, so you look at that.
Yeah.
That came down and retested the breakout from prior, right?
Yes.
Then we broke
it was an
out.
SR flip. Yep.
Yeah, then
Because
we
it was
broke out
resistance
from
here,
top.
and then it's support over here. Yeah.
So we're in price discovery, and I think that's why it's moving this way. So then you move up from that second circle, you go up, and you do the same exact thing. You come down, and you test the breakout.
Yep. Because it was resistance here too, and then it became support over here. So what is resistance here? Like at
So if we
110,000
continue,
is gonna be like
Yep.
potential support over here somewhere.
Or
Maybe. But
that'll be
that's a
the top up
perfect
there.
world. That's assuming that we get a
right there,
perfect
that movement.
staircase.
But that's what's happening right now. We're gonna top
Kinda
off the
is,
market
yeah.
with a slightly higher high if we're lucky. It'll look something like that, and then we'll come down to test support somewhere between 80 and 100.
Kind of looks like a 3 drives, I think.
Because I mean,
we'll
it
see what
like
happens.
kind of collapsed there when it came back to the 70s.
Mm. But that's cool. Like, I mean, this is the index chart, so this goes back right in history, right? See all the points that it does that same thing. You get that switch in color, and I mean, this was a bit of a.
Have you
back in the
drawn a
days, it's
trend
2011.
line? Have you ever drawn a trend line on the top of the prior market tops? Just
Yes.
the 69, 59. 54.69.
Look, check this out. Before we get off of the MACD, I wanted to show you something before we get on to the next thing.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Look at my chart real quick. Well, we'll take this off. This isn't important for right now. But like we were saying, the MACD on the weekly, whenever it flips green, has given us not only a push, but
Really
more
nice.
importantly than the push, it's giving us the break of local highs.
Yeah. Break of structure. Exactly.
Right? Same thing we're waiting for right now. Now, what's interesting
Yeah,
about
man.
that is that the two alt seasons that we've had occurred in these ranges.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
If we take a look at others and we look at when others pumped,
Yeah, right in the pocket. Yeah.
right? Right as soon as you break those highs, others went. Alts went crazy until you broke again, and then others went crazy again. So it's not just bullish for Bitcoin, but it's super bullish for all risk assets, which means if we get above 110, that's when the alts really start to go nuts. We've seen a little bit of it now, 60%ers, 100%ers, and all that. But when we get above that range, I hope your alt positions are secured.
Yeah, mood
And
dang,
man,
2%.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude, your mood thing. When I saw that today, or the achievement that it made, I'm like, oh, Drew is gonna be so happy with Mudang.
Well, not because I took profit early, but I'm so happy for the person.
Oh,
Hold on. Good though.
okay.
Made some nice money on it.
Shit.
It kind of goes to
Yeah.
our
Well,
having to hold thing we were talking about.
Nah, man, I got
oh,
used
the
to it, man. I
other.
go in the trenches, dude, and I go chilling in the trenches and I set everyone up, and I make a little bit of money and make my nice 20, 30%, and then everybody else pushes it further. It's all gravy.
All right, here we go.
Man,
Yeah,
I'll
but
tell
you
you
got to get
what,
out
the
of that trench
writing.
mentality, bro, because we're not scrapping for we're not just grabbing for scraps no more. Like this shit is about to take off.
Well, I
Like
know that's
really,
why
like
I finally
really,
put
really
some.
take off.
Well, that's why yesterday I finally put some weight in. I was like, all right, let's see what's
Yeah.
up.
Hey. You know what? In hindsight, that M2 money, it didn't lie, did it? It
Nope.
was like, yep, that's what was around the corner.
No.
This
What's
M2
interesting is Benjamin
explosion.
Cowan put out an M2 video today. He hadn't spoken on it at all.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think he's way off on this one. I actually would love to sit and have a conversation with him. I would say go watch it. Anybody that's been interested, go watch it. His theory, and like I said, because I respect his opinion. I'd really like to have a real conversation with him about it. But his theory is that we're not lagging M2. We are ahead of M2.
Right.
Well, the reason was anybody here earlier when we looked at the M2 chart and we compared it to last bull market and we saw that we were at a negative offset? Remember what we said during the last bull market? We topped out before M2. Watch, I'll show you. We were just, this, mind you, I'm not saying that dude's watching the channel. I will say that we had this conversation yesterday extensively, and he made this video like 5 minutes ago or 5 hours ago or whatever. But all right, let's get rid of
I think
this.
we're just a little bit quicker.
Let's get rid of this, and then let's put this. All right, so our theory: 105-day offset to 80-day offset. M2 is leading because of the lag that it takes between the time that money exits centralized exchanges and lands in retail investors' pockets, right? So we went back to the last bull market and said, okay, if we had waited for that during the last bull market, we'd be late. But we were saying that this global M2 is a dynamic offset, right? Meaning we can't stick to the same offset the whole time. And it depends on global liquidity. It depends on monetary policy. So what I want to explain to him that he's not understanding, because what he did is he took this and he went to a negative 108-day offset.
$103.1.
Right? And said, okay, so this is how we have to look at it. Right? As it topped out, Bitcoin topped out. and then Bitcoin found the bottom, and then it took off. And he's saying that Bitcoin, that because of that, he believes that Bitcoin is leading global M2, which makes absolutely no sense to me. But what I would like to explain to him, if I could, is that during this time we were in heavy QE, which means America was leading the charge when it came to global M2, which is why we topped out, in my opinion, before. Whereas during this time, we're in tight QT, which means that we're lagging global M2, which is why our offset is a positive offset.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that makes perfect sense to me. Like, it really does. And it's just something I'm surprised he didn't, because I heard him struggling with it in the video, like, oh, you know, but it's like, oh, bro, I feel like it's the worst, bro. And you know somebody's got a question and you know you got the answer they need, but you can't get it to them. Like,
Wouldn't you say Bitcoin like represents true market sentiment, like even true market like legacy sentiment rather than even the legacy itself? Just the price action, I think, it just seems like it's more natural
it's
towards
hard because it moves off speculation and it also moves off of safety, you know? So with like gold, you can look at it and be like, well, that's a flight to safety. And you could tell if there's fear or uncertainty if gold is pumping. With Bitcoin, is like we have that aspect, but then we also have like the speculative aspect, right? Where
What
people are
happens if
like,
they turn around in 3 years and tell you that gold is a finite resource?
it is. They don't have to tell me that. I know it now.
We're gonna run out in about 23 years.
Oh no,
and
you
then there'll
said
be a gap.
finite? No, it's not. Not only is it not finite, it's not even scarce. It's just hard to
It's
get.
not scarce in the universe,
It's not scarce
and
on the
there'll be a
planet.
gap.
It's not scarce on the planet
Well,
either. You just said most
still,
creeks and
They know
shit.
exactly where the
So,
gold is. They just can't go get it. Only thing stopping the
still,
gold,
it'll
only thing stopping the gold supply from inflating is technological advancements.
exactly. So I
'Cause it-
think there'll be a gap in the technology because they're not going to start to develop that specific technology until we reach a level where it's profitable.
I think we'll get to the point that people are like, why are we spending all this energy digging in the earth for gold when we could just be running Bitcoin miners or buying Bitcoin?
Well, because you still need the gold to run the electricity and stuff.
5% of
But
not even 5% of the gold taken out of the ground is used for industrial. So that's like a topic that Peter Schiff likes to lay his hat on, but literally nearly none of the gold that's out of the ground is being used in electronics at all. Jewelry
Yeah,
far
silver,
outweighs the
silver,
electronics. Yeah, silver,
silver,
copper.
way more than
Yeah.
Yeah, technically you
So
don't need gold.
my understanding of the gold is that around 2050, like you said, it'll be so difficult to pull from certain locations, it'll be easier to pull out of the water. So we'll be looking at the bottoms of the oceans for it, which will be more profitable than digging it out.
I don't think we hit a technological gap like that. 50 years, bro. We'll get all the way through the core in 50 years, or as far down as they want to. If
Well, we're gonna
it's
see.
if it's feasible, right? That's what I'm talking about. As long as it
Yeah,
makes
but I
financial sense to go get it,
don't think you're
they'll go get
wrong,
it.
but I think they'll run the timeline that they'll try and develop it. They'll run into different issues, and they'll end up being like a 5 or 10 year gap where it's just insane.
Get Elon's
Um,
tunnels. It's not just for
so the
transportation. I think it's also ideology to go down and be able to dig right down to those areas where they know it's the most dense, where there's bands of gold sitting there. They just grind right through that thing and go scoop it right out from deeper areas. I
Lord,
think it's
the
just
so the last
a high
thing I'll
one
say,
second, let me try to answer this question on
yep.
YouTube real quick. I wouldn't look at a short until you put in a higher a lower high here. I mean, you want a real dead cat bounce that breaks structure before you want to take the risk of shorting, in my opinion. That's what I would be waiting for. Nobody's dad, but be careful.
So I was reading that we're in a peak on gold supply. We also seem to be in a peak on demand. So supply is at its highest and demand is still rising. So the price is still skyrocketing, and it shouldn't necessarily be that way if we have the kind of supply that they say we have. So they're saying that through 2028, the supply will start to lessen. There won't be as much gold available, unless of course we find more or start digging more.
Or
Hey,
if
D,
people sell on the open market though, because all you need to do is to make gold available with some of the people that are hoarding, like China, they just dump their gold and it becomes available on the open market again.
hey, Dbloc, I got a plan for you to get a hold of Cohen.
What's that?
You can make a clickbait video of him looking like he hasn't slept in 8 days. You lifting in the background, going, "Why Cohen's wrong."
I don't know. I don't care that much. Yeah.
I'll do it for you though. I'll set it up
Nah,
for you. If you ever need help, I'll.
I'm good, brother. I appreciate it.
Go bash anybody on YouTube you want him to.
But just you can imagine with the AI, you could just make Cohen look like he's his hair. He doesn't have hair, but like he's just like struggling with trying to explain them to.
Come on,
You
Dbloc.
gotta do.
I mean,
Send a
to
couple of hitters out. Send
to
a
be
couple of hitters out, man.
fair, him being wrong on this isn't going to cost him a single dollar. It's just a thought experiment.
You got to do whatever they did with JD Vance, where they memed his face though, little bit by little
God,
bit.
dude.
That he's literally everybody, and I don't remember what he looks like.
That one with him standing in front of the Pope, just like trolling the Pope, is so gross.
There's a new one. Jesus.
Well, he's like, it's a
Oh.
video, and he's like in this weird demonic like torture clothes, and he's like kind of chubby, and he's walking around the Pope as the Pope's sitting in his wheelchair.
I was talking more like the lollipop kid and stuff. I can't get those images out of my head. And like all the Warhols, where they slightly change his face in each Warhol, and then he got weirder and weirder.
Yeah, he's getting butthurt over it too, because he's trying to propose legislation on AI misrepresentation and stuff. I'm like, what a turd.
Oh,
Dude, they're the biggest snowflakes ever, bro.
He
What would
can ride that
misrepresentation
meme.
have to do with that though?
He can ride that meme straight into the.
I don't want you
White House.
making AIs that look like me, making me do embarrassing stuff. There ought to be a law. Snowflakes.
Yep.
You guys think that's how I don't think that's the scenario though.
Well, dude, he's on.
All
Dude,
of
just go
them,
look it
bro.
up.
You think Trump would ban that shit in a heartbeat if he could find a way to do it? These dudes are all super sensitive, bro.
Dude, I'm not talking shit about Vance. I mean, I like some of his policies. I'm just saying he was interviewed and he's saying we need to get it under control. And the only reason why I think he's saying it is either his constituents are giving him a hard time or he's taking it personal.
No, but misrepresentation, I think it's more of things of like when you have a news outlet, and things that are said, like AI basically making somebody say something they didn't say, and then the public believes that person says it, the public figure says it. I think it's more has to do with something like that.
I mean,
Yeah,
he can kill two
it
birds
might-
with one stone just by saying it's just misrepresentation. Though he'll solve the rest by those laws. No one's gonna want to do it.
Never, because there's
Yeah, but the solution
comics.
is
Look at
the
like,
solution is pretty
trolling is
simple.
older. Trolling is older than AI, though. If you think about it, I mean, it's
Yeah,
I don't. Politicians aren't worried about people trolling them. They know that's part of the territory.
Uncanny
they're just
Valley,
worried
though,
about
dude.
They're just worried about the AI being unidentified. So if there was like a watermark on AI made content, so the news couldn't run it or something like that, that would probably resolve most of it. Because you would look at the video and go, look, there's a watermark, it's fake.
It's easy enough to fix.
Yeah, it's easy enough to create your own AI to do it. That you don't have to watermark. You
Or
can't
just
stop
use
it.
AI to remove the watermark.
That would be where the legality comes in, right? If they pass a law stating that you have to label your stuff or watermark it.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but
you can force.
look at piracy. Look at movie piracy, right? They try all these different tricks to try to encode movies so you can't you can't steal the screeners and steal them super early, and none of that works. They still remove it out. I'm with Dbloc on this one.
I don't know. There might be a solution there in the mix and all that, but
I mean, they're not really trying.
I
They're not trying to
understand-
eliminate. They're not
Go on.
trying to eliminate it. They're just trying to slow it down. That's all. Make it harder for non-technical people to be able to copy it.
You remember
It's
the
not
thing on
that.
Russian TV we watched when they introduced Putin to his AI? And Putin was just sitting there, dead face, looking at it, and the AI was asking him questions. And then the reporter asked Putin what he thought about it. And he said, "It's a funny joke." He said, one of our old leaders used to make such jokes.
Yeah.
And then didn't say anything else. And I was like, well, I'd be deleting that shit ASAP. I know a threat when I hear a threat.
He's clever.
You gotta
Yeah,
understand,
but
it
that's
is an actual problem, right? These guys live off of their influence, right? They live off of the control that they have over the people. Having an AI be indistinguishable from the real and come out and say something and them not be able to control it, that's an issue for them.
That's huge. It's an issue for everything and everybody.
Yeah, there will be, in my opinion, a war that sparks off of a deep fake somewhere on the planet in the next 10 years, 20 years.
So I'm not saying that you can't stop it, because obviously you can generate it without watermark or whatever. But if they pass laws and stuff, that would enable them to discourage people from doing that, because then they would go after you.
Yeah, that's my same argument though. They've never stopped piracy of movies, right? Like if you can't stop piracy of movies, then how are you going to stop this? That's
They
what
just
that's the thing I'm thinking.
at best they discourage it by making laws that a lot of people follow because they follow laws.
Dude, they're super aggressive. If you're not on a VPN and you download those screeners, you will get caught.
Yeah. So the other thing is, like, we're getting to a way in technology where things are definitely shifting, and we might see an actual change in a lot of major stuff. But like right now, a stop sign, that's for you because you'll listen to it. Don't bring your gun into the bank sign, that's for you because you'll probably listen to it. It's not for a criminal. Criminals ignoring that from the beginning.
Right.
Always sort of looked at laws as suggestions more than anything, and like not really necessarily directed at me, but directed at people who need guidance on how to move through life. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Better. It gets even better when we plug it into the economy, and it's like, they stole how many millions of dollars and they were only fined what? That's the cost of doing business. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, it's just
like a
ridiculous.
bill.
But white collar crime. You know, you spend 5 or 10 years in jail for stealing millions and millions and millions of
No, you
dollars.
don't. You
but
don't. You don't.
Yes.
You pay.
You guys,
You pay millions of dollars to keep the rest.
you guys
Yeah, no,
remember Rumsfeld?
exactly.
You guys remember Rumsfeld? $3 trillion, man. He's just like, I don't know where it went.
No big
3
deal, you know.
trillion.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you rob a store with a gun, you're looking at 10 to 20 immediately.
Yeah. So we
For
need to balance that out a
$50.
little bit. I understand the danger aspect, but like, there's a level where that kind of money is just like, you might as well equate it to the pulling a gun.
Yeah, because you're
No.
actually destroying people's lives. I mean, a lot of those thefts, the big money thefts are not like you're stealing from corporations. You're stealing from people, and that's theft.
Well, if the corporation doesn't have insurance protocols to buffer and protect the people, then that's also on the corporation.
Even if they do, man, corporation takes the L, they're passing that on to the customer, 1000%. Nobody pays for their own mistakes anymore. You know what I mean?
It usually takes a quarter, like a half, quarter of a year to do that. But yeah, that's what happens usually.
Back in the day when something happened like that, CEOs' bonuses got cut for the year, and the money was used to fix things that, now it's different. Like now, nobody gets paid, and the CEO that suggested not paying anybody gets a bonus for the suggestion for saving everybody so much money.
Unless they run into my ass.
Unless they run into Drew with his AI lawyer.
Yo, can somebody tell me why they're not allowing me to withdraw USDC from Robinhood?
Because
they robbed you.
What's it saying? when you try to withdraw.
It doesn't say like the
We
whole
stopped talking
like
about Robinhood,
the
please.
the button that's supposed to be there for withdrawal. Like it's either send or receive. The button's not there.
And you're
Use
sure
your
there's
deposit.
USDC there?
Try on your app on your phone.
I
Did
have
you
buy
just
crypto.
I'm
You have
trying
to
it on
do it
my
on the app.
iPad.
No. He's right. He's right. It's not there.
I'm just saying, are you sure you have
You can sell it
USDC?
at the moment. You can
Yeah.
sell it. You can buy it. There's probably maintenance or something going
Okay,
on, I would
gotcha.
imagine.
Are you guys on desktop?
No, I'm using it
Desktop
on the
Robinhood
iPad.
is crazy work. Like if you're using Robinhood,
right.
convenience is the excuse, right? Like okay, it's on the phone. You're telling me you're on desktop on Robinhood. I'm just
I
kidding.
mean, that new Legends thing is pretty cool.
I'm just
I haven't
kidding. I'm
used
just
it,
kidding.
but
Yeah, their wallet's
Robinhood,
actually
as long
dope.
as
Their
you can
DeFi
do it.
wallet has a lot of options. A lot of
they have a
options.
DeFi wallet.
Yep,
What
and
the
it's got
Yeah,
almost
if
you
you're
can get
on
almost
Apple,
everything on there.
everything is made from Robinhood for Apple. They did not make anything for PC or Android until this year.
Why are you guys still using Robinhood though?
The wallet's called. Hold on, let me find it. What's the shit called?
I have a ton of stocks in there still.
You can
I guess
the
it's just
send
called
button.
Robinhood Wallet.
To crypto.
The send button for XLM's still there. If you're, I'm just saying.
Ooh, it's not for Fib.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
I'll
it's
just
an
start.
Ethereum.
Maybe I'll just buy XLM instead.
But if you
So
actually
much.
want to turn your
Maybe
Doge into real Doge, then you can use that Robinhood wallet to send it off. Get that IOU out of your pocket and get some real coin.
Yeah, Robinhood.
Yeah, I could just send some Doge, but it seems kind of counterproductive because I'm trading Doge.
Yeah.
I'm trying to send stable coins so that I can trade Doge on perpetuals and to send my actual Doge to do that and sell it when I'm trying to hold it is like I don't know.
Well, you send the actual Doge, you sell what is it, 90% of it, and then you do a 10x long.
You should be you should be in a regular Doge wallet anyways. You don't want to be in Robinhood's hot wallet.
That is regular Doge.
Oh, so now they got the Doge wallets, right?
You have but you have to send it to the wallet. If you leave it on exchange, it's still an IOU. It's not until you say I want to take this out and send it to any wallet. It doesn't matter. You know, the only reason they made their wallet is so they didn't lose all the damn.
Right. That
They
makes
didn't
sense.
want to lose all the business.
Oh yeah, dude. Remember Dbloc? You were talking like 4 or 5 years ago. You were like, what they really need to do is come out with Robinhood Pro.
Yeah.
And
They've slowly
they're
sort
probably
of done
easing
it.
into it with the Legends thing. Yeah.
Hot Wallet, Robinhood Pro, more choices. They still the better charts though. They really need like Trading View integration, bro.
Yeah.
Some things there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Just I get it. You guys have somebody over there that's getting paid to make charts. Fire that guy. Put in the Trading View plugin. Everybody will be much happier.
Same for Schwab.
All right, what does XLM look like right now?
A beautiful price for long-term hold.
Everything is hot as hell right now, man. Don't buy anything, not financial advice. Sell.
I just don't want to buy it and then have it dump 5% when I'm trying to send it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how much it costs you to send your USDC, but the amount you save in fees alone.
It's free when you send it on Solana.
Oh, okay. All right. Good to know.
From Robinhood. Other places it's gonna cost more to send it on Solana, but you can send it from Robinhood on Solana for free at certain points. It's not always free. Sometimes it costs like 1 cent, 5 cents, 10 cents during like huge network congestion, but right now it's free. Which is another reason why I do the whole Robinhood thing.
Well,
they just bought
you can also
253 Bitcoin at 102K.
Yeah. I was just about to say there's a big buy, but
What the hell?
Excellent. Can it do a move? Yeah, I think that's a lot.
Qui-Gon, have you ever sent XLM before?
Yeah, dude, I used to do it every single day.
Okay, the only thing is, with Robinhood's app, whenever you type in your memo, if it doesn't say continue, then you hit enter, and then you've got to hit back and then hit continue. Otherwise, your memo's not in there.
Jesus, that's not frustrating.
Damn.
Yeah, so
maybe I'll just send Solana.
I hate that
You gotta do
memo
the
shit,
hokey
bro. They need to
pokey,
get
turn
rid of that
yourself.
whole memo shit.
You gotta do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around too.
I mean, as long as you make sure whenever you review the transaction, as long as I just make sure that my memo is correct. I mean,
Yeah.
it's only 8 digits.
It's
So
it's
It
because
just
the
sucks because
memo
it's
is the
one
real
mo-
wallet address.
Yeah, it just sucks because it's one more thing. You know, it's like I've had people be like, "Oh, I'll sell XLM," and you're like, "Okay, just remember that you've got to get that memo right. If you don't get the memo, they're like, oh, just forget it. I'll send something else." Or something. You know what I mean? It's like that one more step that's liable to just push somebody away from it.
The address
Yeah.
is like just the exchange, but in order for the exchange to know who to give it to, that's what the memo's for.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're even sending it to your own personal wallet. You're sending it to the exchange wallet. So the exchange gets it, and then you're like, "Oh, well, what the hell? Where's my XLM?" And then you got to go through a wild goose chase to try to get it.
And then they pretend like they don't have it, or they can't just give it to you with a receipt.
I've never had
They
an
look it
issue,
up, and you're
honestly,
like,
sending
I sent
XLM. And I've sent
$60.
every dime I've ever sent is via XLM. I've never had an issue with it as long as otherwise it was basically user error. And probably the longest I've ever had to wait for it to hit an account is probably like, honestly, the longest it ever took was on Coinbase. With Robinhood, it's generally pretty quick, no more than 30 minutes, and generally within less than 5.
Ed Camp, I know, bro. I know. I try to get the family off all of these exchanges, but I mean, they don't listen. For the most part, it's because they want to trade leverage in the U.S., so they get stuck with these exchanges with crazy fees and shit like that. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Some of the fees are just dumb.
Solana's hot too. What the hell?
I'd much rather use a DEX and pay gas fees than give centralized exchange fees. At least I know my gas fees are going to secure blockchain or something.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of a Lambo for the CEO of Robinhood.
Well, I'm not taking advice from a guy who got banned from Coinbase.
You probably should, man. Fuck those people. Now I'm playing.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you're
not gonna
listening,
lie.
Coinbase, I was just playing, yo. Call me.
I'm not gonna lie, I was testing.
Stokes, cuz.
I was arming up some swaps and like just looking how differences. And right now, like even on Uniswap Ethereum, if you want to swap like 100K, you're still gonna pay some hefty gas fees. And Dexes, if you're doing like let's say about $100 around, like that's pretty fair. Because on swap it could get up to even 150 worth of ETH.
I don't mind using sexes to get like ETH memes or to scalp. You know what I mean? Like if I want to scalp something on ETH, so I don't have to pay those gas fees and shit like that. But if I can avoid it, bro, I definitely try to avoid it.
What's the dog doing? The dog been looking pretty good.
The who?
The dog.
The Doge?
The Doge.
I don't even look at Doge anymore.
Oh, come on. What happened to you, Drew?
I'll be real with you.
No, because I got a bag.
I
got
don't
a bag,
either.
I don't look at.
I got
a bag,
some.
don't
I
look
just pay no attention to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, this.
And you guys should thank me because I've been running the node for your punk asses. And you guys are lazy as hell. No, I'm saying if you guys running a node, what?
Nah, I ain't running no node. I'd be mad. I'm mad now, and I'm just a Doge holder. Let me be a node
Classic.
runner too. I'd be pissed.
Like me, I sold all my Doge and it kept running.
Damn it. You know, this thing's below my entry again. You suck, Doge.
See, I'm actually
Thought it was-
physically part of the blockchain while you guys are just fronting. I'm actually am the blockchain you guys are talking about.
Oh, we front running the
Be the
trades.
blockchain.
I don't understand the blockchain. You must become the blockchain.
Exactly. You must run a node. You must run a node to become the blockchain.
You guys merely adopted the blockchain. I was born
Yes.
in it.
Come on, Doge. Do something.
Man, Doja's looking at Bitcoin and it's like, whew, the Bitcoin's looking hot right now. Let's start selling.
Doge's looking at Bitcoin. It's like, you're not gonna dump, are you? Because I'm like trying to pump right now. So can you not do that? Can you not do the mean thing, Bitcoin?
I think we've had all the fun for today. We talking about when Asia comes in and is like, look at this mess that they made, and has to sort of try to clean shit up.
Yeah, I always like, oh my God, I need to be awake for the New York session because that's when everything goes wild. And then I wake up and I trade during the New York session and I bitch about it being too volatile.
That's what I'm waiting for, dang. I mean, nothing crazy. We got 1,000 Bitcoin sitting right at 100.8 K that isn't going to be easy to break. But even if that does break, you know, you're talking vectors down to 93. Told you guys that any time Bitcoin can move 10,000, $1,000. 10,000 bucks is something you can't even bat an eye at. $1,000 you can get a drop in like 1 minute candle. So if we're at 103, you know, then I don't want anybody freaking out if Bitcoin comes down to 99.4. That's only what, 3,000, 4,000 bucks. 10,000 buck drop would be all the way back to where we came from.
There's some people sitting on the sideline. They're sitting there with 100K right now. Like, I got to make sure I got at least one Bitcoin. Come on, Biddy, get back down there.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question. So if we do drop to like 99, like let's say, would that be considered a higher low, or what would be considered the higher low for the actual break of the downtrend?
I mean, we still haven't put one in.
Anything above 73K.
You know, for the most part, no, I mean, I get what he's saying. What he means is like, hold on.
Or 74.5, wherever the fuck,
So
man.
it's this V shape here, right? Like, where's our higher low? If we got to drop to 99, that wouldn't do it either, right? We just haven't. We just literally V shaped out of here. Remember when I was saying that we're getting to the sort of time where sideways is down? You know, where things get so bullish that a sideways consolidation, you almost have to look at it as a dip, as a retracement. We still haven't got it. You know, who knows? Maybe we get it at all-time highs. You know, maybe price comes all the way down, comes all the way up to all-time highs, comes back, holds at that range, and then takes, and that's, you know. But that's the problem that we've had, right? Because people who didn't catch the double bottom at 74, they've been waiting for that lower high to swing at.
77,
And
baby.
they just haven't got it, right? We went sideways there instead of dropping. We went sideways there instead of dropping.
Exactly.
So it leaves people Like, okay, I'm trying to do the responsible thing here and not chase, but she's not coming back.
Making it hard for me.
Yeah, it's just like, don't want to break my rules, but I also don't want to get left behind. So, like, what, you know? That's why I was saying when we were down there, even though you don't think it's time to buy, sometimes putting a little something in your portfolio, one, takes a lot of the stress off, and two, it makes it harder to get left behind, right? Because having that little bit in the portfolio and day after day coming in and seeing it get bigger and bigger, eventually you would have been like, okay, I got it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to have to
Yeah,
throw
but,
some money in here. I'm getting left behind.
but there's also that feeling. It's like, man, why didn't I just go all in that day?
Yeah. No, it's easy to have
That's
big
fair.
balls a couple months later and be like, I should have just gone all in. But when you're in the moment, you're like, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm such an idiot for buying this right now. Let me be less of an idiot and not buy as much as I think I should here.
Dude, I was in there saying I was going all in. I skipped dinner for like 2 nights.
Yeah, you leverage traders are crazy.
The right thing to do,
I bought on spot. I wasn't even trading off
On
leverage. I was just
spot.
like,
the right thing to do never sounds or looks like the right thing to do or feels like the right thing to do when it's the right time to do it. It never does, yo.
but that's how you know it's the right time.
That's the only
It feels
sign.
like it,
The only sign you have is that everything in your
you just
body is screaming no, no, no. You know.
don't do this. I'm scared. That's when you buy. Like when you feel like you're about to like fall off of a cliff, you just buy it.
Times that we drop like that and you hear me sort of like go quiet, that's me fighting my demons, bro. I'm getting everything in order. I'm going through all of that checklist. Fighting all of that sort of that inner monologue. You know, in those moments, you want to think of every stupid thing that you've ever done. Your brain will show you every dumb decision that you've ever made in like a reel, like a highlight reel.
Well, remember that day that dude Neo was like, I'm getting stressed out because everyone's all the hopium.
Yo, has anybody heard from
that
Neo?
was no,
Oh
but
my
yeah,
God.
that was like the dead bottom, bro. Like I
Yeah,
mean,
that's why I'm saying. Like he was literally upset that people were bullish and that they wouldn't listen to him.
Well, Bitcoin didn't listen to him either.
I just hope he's all right.
but yeah, so check this out for a V bottom strategy type of thing. I'll draw an anchor view up and then look for that as a higher low retest with a wick on the 4 hour, and that anchor view up comes in at like 87.5. So, and if we still go sideways for a little while, I'm sure it could reach up to 88K.
The concern with it, and like I said, I know you have to sort of break your don't chase rule. But for me, like my don't chase rule sort of is done after I see accumulations. I see an accumulation like this and you break the high, okay, something is different here. Right? But when you miss this bottom, you know, you're waiting at this accumulation, you're waiting for that retest because you don't want to buy 84 and it goes back to 76 or 78, right? But then you miss that and now you're like, well, I don't want to buy 95. But chances are, even if it retraces, you're not even going to get that 84 you were going to get here. And then it goes again. So, I mean, you do that enough times and it's like, you get what I mean? Like, there has to be a point where you pivot and you can't wait to pivot too long or the opportunity loss starts to smack you.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta FOMO if it seems too good to be true. You're just like, it came up and broke the downtrend, it's going sideways. Like, should I just you know, when it kind of sort of comes down a bit and consolidates,
If
sometimes
the
that's the
chart is
time to
in a
FOMO.
45-degree angle, you just throw your money at it and pray.
Well, that's FOMO. I was going to say, I don't think that a conviction based buy can be FOMO.
Yeah,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
talking about responsible FOMO.
Yeah.
Like not really waiting for the proper retest because you might never get it and you're like, yeah, well, I'll just jump in here just in case it doesn't
Well,
like do the
there's
retest.
No, there's certain charts where you do that because they're on a solid 45-degree angle, and that is the, you know what I'm saying? There is no retest. It's just
Well,
it's the fact
what
that
I'm
it
trying to
hits the
say
bottom
is
side of the channel.
what I'm trying to say is that it well, yeah, I guess.
No matter
It-
where it's at, though, as long as like you guys were talking earlier, like the weekly RSI, things like that, like a larger time frame RSI, maybe like a 3-day RSI, those are down. Usually, that's not a FOMO, even if you're up high. As long as your RSI is a little bit lower.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I would have when I saw it break this downtrend, and I was like, I'm not convinced we're out of the downtrend until we break this line, like for sure, close the daily above it. And then we did that. We stayed above it for a couple days. I'm like, oh well, there's been times where we stayed above it for 3 days and then fell through it. But then it was like a week that we were above it, and I was like, man, maybe I should just buy more. Like, and I didn't, but I don't know. I mean, I would have been happy to buy 80K. Like if it came back to retest 80K, I would have been happy to buy there for the retest, but it didn't really retest. It just broke the trend line, consolidated sideways for like a week, and then took off.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, because you waited for the retest of 80. But if you would have eventually just bought 80 on the way up and took the risk of being underwater, like that's the part I think. Like you have to say, okay, the luxury of not being underwater once I buy this trade is gone. Right? That's a luxury that you get from sniping the bottom and getting the bottom. Once it starts to push, chances are at some point, if you buy in here, you have to be comfortable with being underwater.
Well, you have to be able to buy something other than a falling knife. Sometimes you want it to turn around before you buy it.
All right, so my Robinhood app just updated itself, and now my send button for USDC is back. So I can send stablecoin now. It's back. That was weird.
Let's see if we can get Bitcoin to roll over here.
No, I'm in a long.
I mean, we went sideways long enough. We're not building the sort of sell side liquidity that we need to have to get another pop. So they might
That's
have to
probably gonna
drop
do
it a little bit more to get that looking like
Yeah.
juicy up there.
I
I
don't
was
mean to
thinking
insult
maybe
you, Fly.
what about a swing fail? You could do all that swing fail and then do a devil horns and come down.
Why you went along here?
I
I am
don't,
too.
I'm just
Don't get me
scalping.
wrong.
I've been scalping all day, and I was shorting yesterday. It wasn't working out.
We ain't scared, cuz.
Okay, because the speed at which we went up from 97 to here.
No, I know. I feel you. It sounds crazy, but like
It
I'm
could be
not.
less than an hour or two before you find the top.
No, Doge looks different, but yeah, I see what you're saying. It does look ridiculous. It seems ridiculous to be longing here. Normally, I wouldn't. It's just a scalp. Scalps the tight stops.
But you said it yourself, you were revenge trading from yesterday because your shorts didn't go well yesterday, so now you're trying to long. I don't know if that's the best approach.
No, it's not. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea, all right.
Don't
At
do it
least
for
he's
that help,
with a
Coach.
friend.
Just going with a momentum strategy. If the momentum doesn't play out, I'll get stopped, and then I just won't trade it.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, do not do this at home.
What am I supposed to do?
Anyone going to the Bitcoin convention this month?
I'm gonna go there to
Is it
troll.
in Florida? Isn't it in some random state this month?
Vegas, I think.
It's in Vegas.
Vegas
People
Bitcoin
have
convention would probably be lit. Those conventions are all about the after parties. The conventions are boring as shit. It's the after parties that are that are any fun.
You think we'll dump after it or during it?
There's usually a dip in the convention.
Yeah,
It
convention
almost
always
seems
dumps.
like you sell off, then you go have a good time with Bitcoin with your profits at the convention, and then come back
And
and
they're in Vegas with all of the Bitcoin money that we're giving them. So you might want to sell before that event. They're going to get wrecked doing the dumb man's gamble in Vegas.
freaking maxis won't trade alts, but they're gonna go get wrecked in Vegas. Go figure.
You know they all trade alts on the down low.
You can't
Do
prove
you
it,
think
and
from
they'll never
here?
admit it.
All right, if
Do
Doge
you?
doesn't break this angular right here in the 1 minute, I'm not gonna. I'll just get out of that position.
Keep your eye on Bitcoin too. If Bitcoin doesn't hold this 102,500 support.
Dude, yeah, Bitcoin's being a nasty bitch. But look at dominance. So dominance is taking a shit.
Which dominance is taking a shit. Everything go up again?
Do you think from
Dominance has
here
been
we can
taking a shit.
actually close the vector gap?
Which one? 1019?
No, the upper one.
Oh, the upper one?
The
Yeah,
upper one.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. I think we're trying to build enough sell side liquidity so that market maker can get up there without retail, because we don't have the FOMO to do it. But if he can just get us to dip into those liquidations and they're thick enough, it'll clear the whole thing. I think that's the only reason we're still here, is attempting
Yeah,
to
because
build that.
I think it's not quite a big gap to fill.
No.
So it's about $2,000 or something like that. So
Yep.
it's not that big to fill.
Not at all. I mean,
Realm.
let's be completely clear though. This vector gap is only this big now, right? Because it's
Yeah,
already
because we had
filled it
that
with the
week
wick.
there. Yeah.
But there's still plenty of liquidity there. I don't necessarily think they would want to leave this behind.
Dude, imagine how much dollars are getting put, on lock. And the higher we go and the more profits people take into stable coins, I think, someone's just rubbing their hands right now and they just can't wait to push out that USDC digital, whatever the CBDC, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna pop soon. I think it's gonna be within the next 6 months.
How? If the president
busy
already said
talking
they're
about
not gonna, you have to wait for another president.
Yeah.
What that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
A
said
lot of the people
no
that are in the cabinet are
CBDCs.
against it.
They ran against it hard. Yeah, not just him too. It was like everybody around him as well. The reason that they don't want it, I'll let you in on why they don't want it. Because first of all, it'd be controlled by the Fed. It wouldn't be controlled by the government. And second, it gives them powers that they like to keep in Congress's hands. So that's why Congress is like, oh, we got to say no to these CBDCs. But it's really because they don't want to lose control of the purse. And having a CBDC that's basically programmable money is like the tightest control. Like the Fed would have all the control in the world over what got spent where.
So maybe not the central bank, but just the digital currency part of it. So like a digital dollar, but that would, wouldn't be controlled by the Fed somehow.
Well, I mean, it's what we have now, right? It's how we transact online.
Right, but it's not technically the only tokenization of that dollar right now is the stable coins.
So I don't know. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a minute.
I think that's what's going to save the U.S. dollar is stable coins. And I think one of these stable coins might just get the seal of approval. And I think Dbloc has a really good point. Nobody wants the Feds involved. But you could still have a dollar without the Feds involved or a unit of currency. Of course, you're going to have to get Fed approval probably, right? Dump it. 77K and pray. I'll be right back.
Anyone playing on Ethereum at the moment?
On the what?
On Ethereum?
Oh. Yeah, I have a trade going on Ethereum. I haven't looked at it in like 5 weeks. The chart, I mean. What about ETH?
I'm just seeing if anyone's playing it.
Yes, sir.
It got low enough that I started playing it.
He said ETH, not ETH Classic.
I'm playing both ETH and ETH Classic.
I love ETH Classic.
Yeah, man. ETH Classic is great.
What's up, Strings?
What up?
I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
It's been a minute, yeah.
Hey, boys.
What up, Rick?
Yeah, just, you know. I'm going to go
What's
get
up?
some
What-
wings. That's what I'm doing. Driving.
What happened with that rehearsal? How did that go?
Which one? I just got back from one.
I don't know, the one that you said you were practicing for like a couple weeks ago.
for today. Yeah, it went well.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Playing in the second stand, first violin, so I'm up in the front.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Were the biddies in the front row blushing over you?
Their backs are turned to me, so I can't tell.
I was talking about the audience.
Oh, this was a rehearsal, so there was no audience.
Oh.
The thing today. But I played a concert last week.
Oh yeah, that I meant concerts. Whatever concert you were.
I gotcha. Concert went really well. That was a really fun gig. Yeah, they brought in this this like star pianist. Like she's like kind of a really big deal in Poland. And yeah, she came over. She's Ukrainian. Ukrainian, lives in Poland, and is just a badass on piano. And so we played
nice.
Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto No. 2 with a full orchestra and solo piano. She was just absolutely slayed.
That sounds badass.
Yeah, it was cool.
Get it, girl.
We also played William Tell Overture, which a lot of people know from The Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get any videos?
No, it's a ticketed event, so they don't, unless it's like they have their own kind of production company and like post on social media. Most of the time, you can't get a recording of an orchestra concert like that.
Yeah.
It was great though. Now I'm getting ready for the next one.
There you go.
Yeah, man, never stops.
Another one.
No.
And another one.
Another one bites the dust.
I'm gonna do 10 push-ups and I'm gonna do another one.
There you go.
And another one.
And then after
Best
that,
way to do push-ups.
another one.
Bitcoin just made it past 100K. And another one.
Yeah, man. And then another one.
Another one bites the dust.
The next 100K level, 200K.
I don't know about 200K this cycle.
Yeah, no one knows about it.
The target too, though, of like the bull flag that we broke up from, target one was 104, and we hit 104 exactly.
Yeah.
So target one has been hit for that bull flag, which is the distance of the width of the channel moved up from the breakout point. That was the 104.
Yeah.
But Target
man, I'll tell you
Target
what.
2 is so much higher. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I think it should be.
in the past. Sorry, just quickly. In the past with crypto and Bitcoin, it's like, okay, how do you target the next bull market top? Like, you had to have, you have to think big. Like that's what it took to be able to, somewhat target. However, in
No.
saying that, like, yes, each new bull market high has been getting smaller and smaller because of the nature of, logarithmic growth, right? Like every new bull market high is
Mhm.
going to be like, while on in a linear sense, like impressive, but from a performance perspective, it's
Diminishing returns.
diminished. Exactly. So there is like a plateauing effect the bigger it gets, like, so I guess the tool that overcomes that is leverage, of course. But you know, if you can afford to not need leverage, that's the beauty of, having a lot of money. Money makes money. But yeah, if you don't have a lot of money, you kind of need leverage to make Bitcoin viable as a trade if you want to get somewhere, you know. But look, Bitcoin still has good performance, like, month to month. Like there's still a lot of movement there to make money on.
I don't trust
But the
Bitcoin
beauty
anymore.
is, if Bitcoin doesn't cut it for you, we've got thousands of altcoins to pick. There's so many.
I mean, you can make money off of Bitcoin just like anything else.
Yeah,
But even if
can.
if you're trading with $1,000, Bitcoin moves 20%. $200. It's not bad.
Yeah. Or
Speaking of
$10,000,
which,
$2,000. Yeah.
Doge is about to break out right now. It's gonna be a moment.
Yeah, let's see some
Right.
rotation of that money that
Ugh.
pushed Bitcoin up to this level into the alts, man. Let's see a bit of a rotation there.
It keeps
It might be
rejecting
too
from the
early to
same level,
expect
but
that. Yeah.
the same angular, but it's squeezing. It's gonna pop. I really feel like it is. If it doesn't, like my stop is pretty close, so
I think we got
So
it.
there's that.
We go up. 125.
come on,
Yeah, I think
Doge.
this weekend is going to be kind of cool, man. Like because the stock market is closed, Bitcoin's left to its own devices, you know what I mean? And especially altcoins, like everything's sort of, it's like, okay, what you got? We'll deal with the reality on Monday morning, Sunday afternoon, you know what I mean? Like that's when we have to correct back to reality. But interesting things can happen on the weekend. They can. If the hype is there, man, like this will be the first weekend of like, reignited frenzy, bullishness, I think. Last weekend was
Could
good,
be. I
but
was
this
saying, I
one
was
should
actually
be
thinking.
interesting.
Most of the times you say that, I disagree with you, but I was actually thinking the same thing earlier. I was like, maybe this weekend will be pretty bullish.
Yeah. Because I mean, we do
Like for
know a lot of
altcoins.
weekends go flat. Yeah. As we know, things like to go comatose Saturday.
Comatose.
At least for
Saturday.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin goes into a coma.
Well, you remember last cycle, like Bitcoin would do this, it would go up and then it would go sideways for like a week, and the altcoins would rip, and then they would retrace, and then and then Bitcoin would make another move up, and then go sideways for like a week, and then altcoins would rip again. Like altcoins have that fun. Like if Bitcoin is starting to lose dominance, but it's still making those moves up and then consolidating sideways, like that consolidation sideways, like there's a big rotation that's happening during that whole thing. And then people rotate into altcoins, they take profit, the altcoins retrace, they put it back into Bitcoin. Bitcoin makes another big move up, and then it starts over again.
Yeah.
Dude, Dogecoin's pissing me off right now. Come on, just break out. You don't need Bitcoin. You don't need Bitcoin's help to do this. You can do it on your own, Doge. This is hopium. This is the sound of hopium.
I agree.
Doge always moves when people least expect. It takes a while. It takes a good
I
while
know, but
sideways, and everyone starts talking shit about it, and then before you know it, bam, next level.
dude, the thing is, it's like pretty elevated already. I knew it was gonna break out last night, and I was telling people like, look at Doge on the 1 hour, and then like it did. I went to sleep. It did break out. It did like a pretty good percentage today.
Yeah, it's
But
definitely one of like relatively one of the ones that moved more hot today.
yeah,
Yeah, same with Ethereum. Ethereum moved like crazy.
now it's fairly elevated. So it could retrace a bit, so that's I am kind of scared of that. But the breakout was like it didn't retest at all. It was just clean breakup. Went up like 15%.
Yup, it's crazy. Nice move on Doge.
Yeah, this isn't realistically my ideal entry for Doge, but the way that it squeezes sideways like this, usually right before it rips. Squeezing very tight like a tiger. I know this little doggy. I'm gonna do something. I can feel it in my jellies. There's this sort of pennant looking thing on the 1 minute doesn't look bad either. The more you zoom out, the scarier it looks, but when you're on the little small time frame, it definitely looked like it could go up.
It's still looking decent, man. Like even on like a 15-minute. Like that's not a significant enough rejection to be worried yet, and you're still above the 50 MA.
Yeah, I agree.
Doge is looking decent for
I
now.
like it. It shrinks like it shrinks as it looks decent. I'm all in. There's anyone that has a better eye for Doge than me, it's Strings.
Hell yeah, man. Started out with Doge.
Yeah, you've been trading Doge longer than I have.
Yeah.
You say you first bought it in 2017 or something?
2018.
Yeah.
Started with the Doge, now you here?
Yeah, you got it.
Started with the Doge, now he's Ethereum Classic.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And Ethereum. Yeah, man. ETH is just looking good this cycle. You know, it was so suppressed. It always has had its run in Bitcoin's cycles. So, and there's reason to believe that more dominance is going to go into altcoins with the closing of QT coming up. So it's just looking like a smart time to be playing ETH. Honestly.
Yeah. We were taking a look at it last night, like pretty close look at it. It looks pretty good. Like I was saying, it still looks pretty undervalued. It did have a nice pump today. Got back above the 50 daily EMA. In decent shape. Is it still above 2K at the moment?
I'm sure it is. Let me look. Yep, it's 2,200.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's a lot better than 18. It was 18 like last night. Like less than 24 hours ago.
Can you believe they gave us 1,400? Whew. What a discount on that, man.
Yeah, I bought some, but unfortunately all the profits I'll make on health paying gas fees. But I need it to swap for my shit tokens. I just don't need it right now. Oh, Soul, it's falling out of this rising wedge. Is it though? Maybe not. Maybe I just have this strong weird. No, it's testing the bottom. Yeah, Soul is in a rising wedge on the 1 minute. And it's testing the bottom right now. Maybe I can scoop up to the top. Oh, yeah, but I don't need to buy it anymore because we have USDC again. I totally forgot about that. I need to send that. Yeah, Strings, they weren't letting us send USDC from Robinhood like an hour ago.
Why do you have USDC on Robinhood?
Because you can send it on Solana for free.
Oh.
I'm sending it to my futures, my exchange or trade perps.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's just easier than trading something that moves in price, you know, or it's sending something that like, you know, fluctuates in price. It makes me feel better knowing it's a stable coin. Because I can send it for free and it's just as quick as Solana, then why the hell not?
Gotcha. And so what, trading wasn't working or something?
No, you could buy it, but you couldn't send it. There was no send and receive button on Robinhood.
Is that resolved now?
Yeah, like my app updated itself, and then all of a sudden the button reappeared. And you could send other, like you could send Doge and XLM and whatever else, but for some reason you couldn't send USDC.
Weird.
But now it's back up, so they must have had to do some sort of update.
Is everything okay with Coinbase?
I don't know. Drew was talking about how he was having problems with Coinbase earlier. I haven't tried to log in today. But I should check on that.
Kind of spooky.
Yeah, it's rather spooky. Finish sign up. No, I don't want to trade your stupid bullshit futures. Coinbase. I trade perpetuals. Buddy. Not taking my whole account. Alright, so my parsec is still in my account. That's good. Might be down a few $100, but it's in there.
Did you say parsec? Like the distance
Parsec.
measure?
Yeah.
Don't they talk about parsecs in Star Wars?
Yeah, man.
The
The
Kessel
cow
Run.
running in under 12 parsecs.
Yeah, the Kessel. Not is it Kessel or
Yeah,
Kettle? I think it's the Kessel.
yeah, it's Kessel.
The Kessel Run. Yeah, the Kessel Run was a race.
Yeah, and he was like boasting about what the Millennium Falcon could do. He's like, "Yeah, man, it can do the Kessel Run in this many parsecs or whatever." That's some good shit. What is that now? Let's see. Episode 1, or is it in Return of the Jedi? They do. They do pick up the Millennium Falcon in A New Hope, don't they?
Yeah, the very first one.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah,
A New Hope.
A New Hope. Bitcoin, A New Hope.
Ethereum, A New Hope.
Return of the Jedi.
The thing has been so brutalized this cycle.
Well, if Ethereum comes back, it'll be Return of the Jedi for sure.
Absolutely.
The dip was the Empire Strikes Back, because damn, that was Darth Vader and Palpatine coming in. The Emperor.
It's BlackRock.
BlackRock, yeah. Tariff concerns and fears. BlackRock.
BlackRock is like the
Dooku. Or
they're
whatever.
like the empire, but
Stormtroopers.
Trump is the
Yeah, man.
Trump is the emperor.
Their name even like sounds like the dark side.
Yeah.
BlackRock. Yeah. Like it's a big Death Star or something.
Y'all know what the BlackRock is?
What is it?
It's like
Isn't
North Pole. It's like the North Pole.
I thought it was obsidian.
Well, I mean, it can be obsidian at the North Pole. I'm just saying that wouldn't be incorrect. I mean, maybe I don't know the like genealogy or whatever as far as the year. Maybe BlackRock, the company, came out before like they called this conspiracy, I guess, BlackRock. Anyway, I just like saw that the other day. I was like, I've never heard that before. That's kind of interesting.
So it is interesting. I never really sort of dove into why they named themselves BlackRock. Yeah.
Well, I always thought it was because of oil, but
wait, why are they called BlackRock then?
No, I'm not saying that it's why they're called BlackRock.
That's why.
It was the conversation was about they didn't know where they got the name BlackRock from.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just saying that
Maybe coal?
Do what?
Coal?
No.
It's like a black rock in a way.
It's clean coal. It's clean coal. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. The best coal.
Oh, it's coal?
Yeah. No. It's like apparently allegedly there's a rock that is a black rock at the North Pole, and it is like the center of the Earth. I don't know if that's considered on a flat Earth map or if it's round Earth. I don't know. I just saw it the other day. It's the only correlation to BlackRock where I was like, oh, there's actually something else called BlackRock.
The North Pole, okay, because you know how like magnetic north changes all the time. If you want the actual like north, it's the celestial north. It's the rotation of Earth around a point. That's called a celestial north.
I didn't know that the magnetic north changed.
Yeah, that moves. It moves, man. It moves around the place because it's
if you
it's the magnetosphere or whatever the hell. The magnetic. The Van Allen belts and all that shit.
If I take a compass and I stick it in like one area, point it north, and then put a camera on it
and watch it for like 20 years, it's gonna shift.
Okay.
Yep. And it's very slight depending how close you are to true north, like the magnetic north. You'll get like more wild results, but if you're far away from it, you wouldn't notice it. You wouldn't notice the differences because it's still generally in the direction of where that pull is. But yeah, man, it's not fixed, that's for sure. I think the misconception is that it's always pointing to true celestial north, which is what the Earth rotates around perfectly, right? Like the point on the globe. Like that's celestial north, the rotation around the axis, the
I
celestial
would think,
axis.
personally,
Yeah.
I would think of it
But-
more as the North Star. Now, I'm not the kind of I'm not arguing anything or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
I'm saying
But
I
that's
don't
looking
know.
away. You're talking about Polaris. Yeah, that's up in the sky. Like I mean, if you're
Yeah,
looking
but
at a
it
sky map,
doesn't
yeah.
move, right?
Yeah. It's very
They
close
spin.
to like the center of rotation of the sky, the night sky. It's close,
Yeah,
but it's not perfect. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. But you're right. There is a slight wobble to it. Yeah.
that's what they say. I'm not
Mhm.
convinced one way or the other. I'm not, again, not arguing.
Yeah, I mean, me either.
The
I'm no
math,
expert.
like I did the math one time and I was just like, I don't know. To me, it seems like the whole wobble thing might be actually made up. I'm
Yeah,
not trying
who
to get.
knows,
I'm not
man?
trying to
I
get
mean,
into like. I don't have anything to defend that, so I'm not trying
yeah,
to like.
it's like, yeah, it's like, who are we to refute
All I'm
like
saying
actual
is that a
scientists that are
wobble
experts
to
in the field?
me, like to me, if we're wobbling, dog, you ever seen anything wobble? Like I feel like I
Yeah,
feel
I
that
have,
shit.
yeah, I
I'm
have,
just
yeah.
saying. But
Something
like
I
it,
seen
like okay,
Dogecoin breaking out on the 1 minute.
yeah, that's a wobble.
Yeah.
Dogecoin.
Yeah, Ethereum's looking nice too. But definition of a wobble,
Yeah.
it's like the axis. Think about it. It doesn't
Mm.
like it has a symmetry to it. Like when you spin a quarter, in the
Yeah,
quarter
it
stops
finds a new
spinning.
center.
Exactly. Earth
Yeah.
supposedly does have a little wobble because if you guys heard
Mm.
Ophiuchus, that's supposed to be the new sign because there's 12 zodiacs, but if there's a wobble, that means this wobble is
Oh,
getting bigger and bigger. So with that wobble,
incorporates a
there's
new
going to
one.
be yep.
I mean,
Hey.
isn't 13 times 20? Wait, is it 13 times 28 is 360? I'm
Wow.
checking.
Maybe.
13 times 28. Okay, yeah, 13. Yeah, so yeah, excuse me. There were the circle. But I don't know. If there were like 13 months and 28 days in each month, then it'd be 364. Anyway.
Man, we rabbit holed so far from that. We're talking
Yeah, what the
about BlackRock.
hell are you guys
Now
even
we're talking
talking
about
about?
the magnetic poles and then like the extra month.
Well, to be fair, yeah, that's true. But to be fair, somebody did mention that they didn't know where the name BlackRock came from, and I didn't know either. And then I heard that like the other day on something, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I've never heard that before." I just was sharing that with y'all.
Oh man, that's cool. I always go on tangents. I enjoy
I'm gonna
just
be
the ramble,
interested to
like
see
the
what
interesting
dominance
stuff.
does here. Because price is going down, dominance is I mean, price is going up and dominance is going down. Not a lot. Don't get me wrong, obviously, but
Look at others, man. 257 going on.
All right, so this just says BlackRock was initially part of Blackstone, a firm founded by Steve Schwartzman in 1985. Larry Fink, one of BlackRock's founders, suggested the name Black Pebble or Black Rock when he decided to branch out on his own, and Schwartzman agreed to the name BlackRock. The name was chosen to maintain a family resemblance to Blackstone while giving the new firm its own identity. So, but I mean, I really feel like the whole black stone is supposed to be like symbolic for like obsidian, which is like really rare and expensive.
yeah, obsidian's cool.
Rockets.
It's like made from, it's like some sort of volcanic rock or something. Volcanic glass. It's generally priced around 5 to 10 per kilogram when denominated in US dollars for raw material. However, the value can be very significantly it can vary significantly depending on the type, quality, and rarity of the obsidian. Rarer types of obsidian, such as rainbow obsidian or fire obsidian, can fetch much higher prices, sometimes reaching up to $1,000 per ounce for investment-grade finished carvings.
All right, if Ethereum can't make a higher high here, party's over.
Oh, don't be a bear, Drew.
Oh, Drew.
Oh, Drew.
Down beat. Look at my chart.
Look at my shirt.
Look at my chart.
That's a throwback.
Dude, he used to stay saying that like every 20 minutes. It's like, dude, why does he want everyone looking at his chart?
Expect it.
Yeah, is he trying to like dump on it?
No, look at my chart. Hey, Biscuit, look at my chart.
He'll be up in the RV.
Yeah, dude, apparently he moved to freaking, what's it called?
What?
Seattle. He moved to Seattle. Apparently. He used to live in San Francisco. Now I guess he's in Seattle.
Tell him to come through. We can see his chart.
Yeah. I don't know where Expectus is. He like got kicked out of Turbos, and then I haven't heard from him. Or he left. I don't know.
Probably got the boot.
I think he left. He's still in here. I'm pretty sure. I've heard him in here before.
Oh, yes, that's what's up. Oh, that's right. He did pop up in here. Uh-oh, a little bit of buy here, huh? Am I going to do a breakout trade and buy the top for you guys here?
do it, yeah, but do it on Doge.
On Doge? Let's see, where's Doge at?
It's like higher than where I was talking about it for the past hour and a half.
I'm about to throw 6 on this bitch.
It's up 1% from where I had all kind of hopium about it. No, I'm just kidding. This is dangerous, but yeah, do what you will.
You scared about dominance at all? Bitcoin dominance here at all? With that
Dude, it's
Doge trade?
falling. No, it's falling. You don't see the dominance falling right now?
I do. I'm just
And
thinking.
Bitcoin's in a bull flag.
So I don't know. I mean, to me, I'm just gonna wait that one out based off that.
Yeah, I'm
Not
taking a
financial
gamble.
advice. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because you know how it goes. Sometimes.
Yo.
Man, that's crazy. Price goes up, dominance goes down.
I just think it's a time for a scalp. Doge has been doing pretty good for me lately, so I don't mind it.
No, that's good.
Any of you guys playing Trump?
Hell no.
Looking at it now.
That mofo owes me like $1,000.
True.
What is
Yeah,
Litecoin doing?
I was going to jump in something, but nah, I can't. Got to see some more momentum on Bitcoin. I think it's losing its gas.
I always think that, and then more people short it, and then they get wrecked.
Yeah, but at some point, it's a spot market. I think outweighs the perpetuals, the futures market. And some people, they got to take profit, right?
Yeah. Sometimes people put their stop losses right below the price. They just move it up with the price, and then if they get stopped out, they use that as a take profit. It's like, all right, I'm willing to accept this much if it doesn't keep going up. And they just keep hitting and hitting until the price collapses. But I need to keep a closer eye on Litecoin because I haven't been paying enough attention to it.
Oh, I know. I got a little watcher on it, man, and just keeps steady climbing. It's gonna be over $1 soon.
Litecoin?
I mean, this is $100, right? Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
95
I'm sorry,
right
my
now.
bad. Decimal.
It was down at 62. God damn. Yeah, I bought some down in the 60s, but 60s and 70s, but I think 68 might have been the last time I bought it. Yeah, dude, 50% run, that's not bad. It's kind of like a bear market.
Yeah, I wanted to get some Litecoin again, but I just had to take it easy. I got Sui instead.
Sui? Yeah, Sui's not a bad bet, man. Sui's pretty good.
Yeah, I was DCAing a little bit around the $2, $2.20 mark, and then I forgot.
I went to sleep on Litecoin though. Litecoin is the only crypto I've. Litecoin is the one and only crypto I have never lost money on. Knock on wood. I've never lost money on Litecoin.
I got
Not
PTSD.
once.
I got PTSD from Litecoin when they did that tweet with Walmart.
Oh, the Walmart, yeah.
Oh man, I got wrecked on that one.
Man, I sold all my shit because I had bought. Okay, so Drew, you remember how back in the day, like there was like every so often, like randomly, Robinhood would have those glitches, and it'd be glitching for like, 15 minutes to an hour at a time, and like the prices would be like you could buy, like you could do like a market buy, and it'd give you for way less money,
Yeah, I
and
never
then you
used
could do a
Robinhood.
sell. I don't remember people was talking about it though.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Robinhood's glitching again. It's doing that
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
Well, during all those, dude, right? Because it was like I wasn't gonna just leave it in cash because then they might try to reverse the transaction or whatever. So I put it into Litecoin, and when that wallet, so I got like 10 free Litecoin, and like for free, like just from using that glitch. And then when the Walmart, when that tweet came out about Walmart, I sold it all.
Oh, nice, man. I bought your Litecoin probably. I bought that top.
Oh damn! I'm sorry.
I was late a little bit, and then as soon as the news came out that it was a fake tweet, I was like doing my thing, rolling up. Boy, wasn't even looking at the chart, and then I look back at the chart, and it's like whoa, whoa, whoa.
When I sold it, I didn't even know it was fake. I still thought it was real, but I was like, "Oh, I'm selling this," and then I found out it was fake after, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, because I woke up a little bit late that morning. The news came out in the morning. It was like 9:30 or 10 or something like that. And I think the tweet came out like earlier than that, but I was about half hour, 45 minutes late. And I was just like, dude, this is gonna keep going. Walmart, Litecoin, nah, this isn't finished. And I'd say about 15 minutes after I bought, like 10 minutes after I bought the tweet, people figured out that it was a fake tweet. And I was just like, fudge.
Yeah,
that was
rough days.
about 17 G's on that player, something like 16, 17 G's.
Damn. I didn't even like know what was going on. I just clicked sell, and then I heard like people were like, "Oh, what?" I was like, "Why is Litecoin ripping?" And then Walmart just tweeted that they're accepting Litecoin. I was like, "Oh no!" I'm like, I shouldn't have sold it. And then it started dumping like 5 minutes later, and I'm like, "Oh, good thing I sold." And then I found out it was fake afterwards. But I kept making this joke. I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I got back through that glitch and that transaction that I made. I got back every single cent that Robinhood stole from me and their fees, not fees, but like you know what I mean, like the slippage and the market buys with the spread and all that. And you would put in big bags, and it would like you'd be down like automatically when you entered. You try to market buy on something, you try to market buy with like 10 grand, and it would be like, oh, you're automatically down $100. It's like, yo, what the hell? Like you would be down 1% when you first started into the trade. So it's like, all right, so now it needs to go up 1% for me to even make money. like I don't know. It wasn't that big of a problem. Stuff was ripping back then, but
Yeah.
it was still a pain in the ass. It's like I would have made way more if I didn't have to start in the negative. All right, Doge, let's go. Come on, show us what you got. I have this target for measure move 20 cents. Yeah, I mean, realistic enough, I suppose. Maybe I should be a little bit more. It'll be like 20.279, but maybe I should set it a little closer.
Well, if Doge does pop 20, I think you might be good for. Let me see. I'd say if you look at that previous, let me see, 20.244, or no, 0.243, and that's the resistance you had on, where was that? March.
That's 24 cents.
March. Yeah, 24 cents.
Oh, you rich, bro.
March 3rd resistance. If you play that, I think take profit before you hit March 3rd. Just pretty safe on the breakout at over 20 cents.
I probably won't hold it that long.
But if it doesn't break out here, you might as well, in my opinion, step out because you got a lot of resistance. There's a big whole bush of resistance between 20 cents and 21.3 or 0.213. If you look back at February, starting from February 24th to like March 7th, that whole area is resistance above you right now.
Yeah, for sure. Everywhere between 20 and like 20.5 cents. I don't think it'll get above it today, but yeah, it's to come back and retest the 50 daily EMA would be pretty good. That's it right now. You're all the way down 17.9.
I mean, yeah, it looks like it should retest the point, 18.5 cents at least. That's previous resistance. If Bitcoin doesn't hold up these levels, it's got to retouch 18.5 cents. I mean, it doesn't have to do anything, but that's what the chart's looking like.
Someone fall asleep.
Sounded like a frog or something.
I wish I could get comfy enough while I'm doing this to like fall asleep in my chair,
Dude, it's not that. It's just that people stay up for 48 hours straight watching their screen and then they just pass out.
No,
you guys sit down? You guys
That's
have
what I
chairs?
do, dog. I just hadn't done the whole fall asleep snore thing.
You guys got to try standing up the whole day.
She's like, I'd be running on a treadmill while I'm trading.
Not for real. I don't think, dude. all day, man. Like I don't sit for like I got
Jason Casper style.
I just walk around. Like I mean, when I blaze, I'll light up and take a break and sit down when I blaze. I'll do that, and I'll go in the back and like look at the birds and look at the trees and stuff, and then come back and it's not good to sit too long. You'll see, man. Your back will start feeling better, man. When you're like
Yeah,
standing,
you're right.
stand up desk, and like every now and then you just like stand on your toes. You stretch more. You move back and forth more. You just pace more, which is good for you. It's when you're sitting, you're just like it's no bueno.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of my top recommendations for any trader is a stand-up desk and a vertical mouse.
Vertical mouse.
Yeah, so your wrist is pronated properly because like your wrist isn't when it stays flat on a mouse, it's not its natural position. You're gonna have metacarpal problems and all types of wrist problems and arthritis in the future. But if you have something, if you keep your wrist at an angle, basically like its natural pronation, it's almost like at a 45-degree, 60, 70-degree angle. That's natural. So you don't want it to be hovering over a mouse. You want it more like a joystick, like holding something vertical. So there's these things are called vertical mouses, and they're pretty good. I got one. It takes a while to get used to. It's weird. Like the first week, Dbloc said he tried it. He couldn't get used to it. He's like, nah, man, I can't get used to it. But after you get used to it, it's so comfortable, man.
It's like a joystick like from Atari.
No. It's just a vertical. It's a mouse, but instead of it's on
a
its
mouse
side.
on an angle.
Yeah, it's on an angle. It's on its side, basically.
My mouse has 3 angles.
Just look it up. Vertical mouse.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to like Google this.
Yeah,
Personally, I'd look up trackball mouse. It has angles too, by the way. It's vertical-ish. You can actually make the trackball vertical or flat. It has a magnet at the bottom so you can choose which one. It also comes with a little lift stand. It's kind of a big deal.
trackball. I used trackball when I was editing music and editing video. I used trackball.
Yeah, I mainly bought it for 3D.
I tried it for trading, but I like a regular vertical mouse for trading better.
My arm got tired moving my arm with the mouse, but my thumb don't never get tired, cuh. My thumb don't never get tired.
Yeah, with the mouse, all you got to do is change the sensitivity and put the sensitivity on max, and then you don't have to move your arm anymore.
I don't have to move my arm at all, dude. I just move my thumb, dude.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you don't have anybody doesn't have a trackball, and they don't want to move their arm when they're moving their mouse, just you turn up the sensitivity to the max, and then you don't have to do that.
All right. Well, maybe. Okay. I like my trackball. Also, the other thing is I don't have a stand-up desk, but my monitors are like on hydraulics or whatever, so like I can lift them up. But like I can't lift my mouse and my keyboard up. Didn't think that far ahead. Damn it.
Which one do you think is harder to get used to, the trackball or the vertical mouse? I think they're both hard to get used to.
Yeah, they are.
It wasn't nothing for me. I mean,
that trackball pissed me off.
Really?
It's weird.
Yeah, man. Like anything that's like a little ball spinny thing, man. Like the little like bowling ball spinning. Nah.
What color was the ball? And that might sound like a joke. It's a serious question. It's a serious question because then it kind of tells me which one you had.
It was old school. It was the red one.
It was the blue ball.
It was what color?
It was a blue ball.
Okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I used to have that one back in the day. It was the OG.
No, it was a red one.
I remember that one too. That was the OOG.
Yeah, with 2 buttons, one on each side.
Yeah, and it was in the center. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that trackball mouse. Don't get me wrong. I like the one where it's of course, I don't know, maybe if I tried it today, I might feel different about it. I love the trackball because I can lay down and just put like the mouse on my chest, and then I can just like move my thumb or like put it on my leg or something, or like put it on the top of the couch, or like I can put my trackball mouse anywhere and still get the use out of it. That's actually why I'm a big fan of it personally. Outside of that, yeah, I mean a regular mouse is cool too.
I'll try it again.
Hey man, whatever works for you.
I want to try one of them. That's what I'm saying. I gotta get one of them.
2 vertical mouse.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that like the vertical mouses. But to be fair, the newest one by Logitech is a vertical, and it does have 3 different angles, so you can put it flat or angle it 2 different degrees. But the vertical mouse, I really like to switch between all of them. I'm going to stop talking about this. I'm kind of a nerd whenever it comes to this kind of stuff because it's cool. It's so cool.
Still cool, dude.
This Bitcoin at 77K is going to be pretty cool when I go in with 200K.
Hell yeah.
Whoa. You said 87?
77K and pray, baby.
I think you meant 87.
The heavenly number, 77. All we got to do is fail this little flag right here, break that previous resistance as support, break the support at 101,500. Once we break 101,500, everyone's gonna be like, oh, we might not hold 100 no more. Should I take profit? Oh man, maybe we're not going to be here for another 2 years. Maybe not another 3 years. Oh, I better take profit. And this guy's over here, he's sitting on like 300 million, and he's making those decisions in real time because he did not plan out his trade, but he's sitting on $300 million. He's going to market sell the hell out of that. And then guess what? That's going to trigger the cascade toss stop losses on the spot sales. And it's going to be ding, 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 down, 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 down. And you're going to hit 82, 83K, and everyone's going to be like, oh, yes, let's go. Let's jump and bang. Nice, nice retracement, 83, 84K. Pops up maybe back to 85, reject shown, back down to 77. Everyone gets wiped. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's over. We're going back down towards 47, 40. Nope, that's where I get in. 77, we're going to moon right back from 77. Bang, bang, woogie, woogie.
Damn, dude, you got it all planned out.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
What about Ethereum now?
I got my own Ethereum. I'm just watching Bitcoin for Ethereum, so I'm probably gonna split my trade half, and maybe even more weight on Ethereum, 60-40 or something like that on Ethereum. But I think Ethereum's still gonna follow suit.
Oh man, come on, Doge just took that whole move back. Come on, Doge, you need to hold some freaking ground here.
Look at the dominance. Look at the dominance.
Dog. Lazy ass dog.
Doge dominance, y'all. The dog.
What, Doge dominance?
No, Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
dominance. It's been falling, right? Dominance?
It's dropping.
It's dropping.
It's dropping, mate.
Mate, are you full quid? It's dropping.
Oh no, it is the 1 minute. Have a bit of a recovery.
The 1 minute.
Oh yeah, dominate yourself. It is taking a bit of a shit though. It's come down quite a bit.
Oh, blimey.
Bloody Bitcoin.
Dude, it is completely dying on the 15 minute. It just made a lower low.
What, dominance?
Bitcoin
No,
dominance.
Yeah.
No, not Doge. Doge is fine. No, stop being weak,
Sorry, I thought
Doge.
we
Come
were
on, do a breakout, Doge. Just like do a real one, not like this fake bullshit.
But if I do see
Come on.
Bitcoin, if I see Bitcoin break this support right here, like just around 100, 2,400 ish, and Ethereum pop 2,240, I'm gonna go in a breakout Ethereum trade. You never know, man. You never know.
You never know.
That was Trump's famous words to the Canadian Prime Minister when the Prime Minister was like, "Canada's never going to be for sale." Trump's like, "Never say never."
Never say never. It's all he said.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
Trump got his eye on Canada. I'm telling you, man, he's going to do it. I saw the gleam in his eye. Like he's plotting. He grilled that guy like just grilling a horse, basically. Like he just straight up grilled him. And when he's like, never say never, he had a little chuckle in between. But before that, it was just like such a hard stare. And like he was staring him down. Trump's going to get Canada. Watch. He's going to do it. It's crazy. And he's going to do it in a friendly way.
Offer them a price they can't refuse.
Tao did pretty good. Hey,
probably gonna black.
What's more valuable than money?
More valuable than money.
Time is.
Time. Yeah, because
Obsidian.
no amount of money, no amount of money can turn back time, and no amount of money can buy you more time. You can delay the inevitable, but you can't just buy lots of time, man.
Well, it depends though. If
you
you're
can you can spend your time doing other things if you have a lot of money though.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are maybe money wealthy but time poor. You know what I mean? Like they're busy working, but they got no time to do anything because they're too busy. It's like you time poor. I'd prefer to be time rich in a way.
Hell
Money
yeah.
and time rich is the goal.
That's
Have
copium.
all the
Well,
yeah,
the
all
key
the
is to be
time.
money rich so you can be time rich. That's like the whole
That's
key. Is
right.
like to know to when to
That
stop
is.
and not. When you're like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm satisfied now. I can chill.
That's right. But then you do get people that love spending their time grinding for money. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, yeah,
okay,
it's a hobby. It becomes a hobby.
yeah,
It's
it's like becomes
it's
an
pleasure.
obsession.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it can be hobby, it can be pleasure, it could be obsession, it could be addiction. Like there's so many ways to look at what you can get caught up doing, spending your time on. Yeah.
What do they call that? Like the hustle culture?
Yeah. Yeah, falling in love with grinding. Like I mean, if you love what you do, that's passion, right? That's the goal. That would be the ultimate, to just be so passionate. I would say I'm very passionate about crypto, which is cool. So that's why I like spending time on it. Like I'm happy to spend the time to learn it and trade and watch charts and all that shit.
I'm very passionate of not being broke.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hear that.
So
What's up,
crypto's
Drew?
a means to an end. What's up? Yeah, crypto's a means to
Yeah,
an
dude.
end.
My goal is just to retire as soon as possible because that means that I have the most time to spend.
Yeah, doing what you want to do rather than have to do. Yeah.
I do what I want.
I do what I want. I spend my
I
time
do what
how
I
I
want,
want.
cuz.
I think Bitcoin's
You
about
say
to
you
retire.
can't do that. I said I do what I want. Shit.
If you want to be able to make ends meet, you have to go to work. You have to. You have to do that.
Yeah.
Like you got no choice.
Got to put food on the table.
Bitcoin doesn't hold the support. Party's over. Get ready. Lights are coming on. Last call for alcohol.
Come on, Biddy. You got it.
Speaking
You
of
got
passion,
it.
I'm passionate about cold beer.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I just bought 20 wings. I love chicken wings, man.
Drop it, drop it, drop it.
Oh yeah, I like chicken wings.
Yeah, they're like honey. What do they call them? They called these ones bee sting because they got honey and they got sesame seeds like sprinkled over the top. That's so funny. So good, man. And I
Are
got
they
me
not
some
spicy?
buffalo wings.
Are they
They
spicy
what?
too? If they're called
Oh, I
sting,
got
I would hope they got some spice to them, right?
yeah. No, I bought the spicy ones. I got buffalo, and blue cheese dip because I love blue cheese with buffalo wings. It's the best. And then this one called American barbecue. It's like bourbon barbecue sauce wings. It's the best. I know I'm making you guys hungry.
Remember
Bring,
that
bring
time
the
you
sauce.
Bring
remember
the
that time
sauce.
you bit into that spicy pepper on stream and
Yeah, I did. I remember that.
that was intense.
Yeah, that was intense. Yep. Got some habaneros.
Bulls are broke, man. They got no more money. They're taking profit.
Oh boy.
Gosh.
Bulls are becoming bears slowly. They're changing their outfits. Locker room's filling up, ladies and gentlemen.
This is day 30 of the hated rally of 2025.
So does that mean altcoins get a turn at running? If Bitcoin will pull back a bit?
Depends on dominance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah,
there's
I mean,
some money shift,
that's
like
what
that
you want to
rotation.
watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's reason to believe that there will be a shift in dominance with the end of QT coming. So, it's more risk on. So, crypto,
Yeah.
as a whole is kind of risk on, but Bitcoin is the least risk on of everything. So, that's why like dominance, it's high in QT.
When Dbloc was showing that M2 money supply, offset thing, that looked so exciting because there was just all this distance yet to go up that we're still on track for, which is really cool. So we could just be getting started,
Oh yeah, man.
The MACD weekly on Bitcoin is real spicy right now. Like it's so suggestive. It's getting real suggestive, man.
And that bull flag, I swear, like we hit target 1, but target 2 is like 170K.
Whoa!
Like the
That's
length
cool.
of the flag pull, like that's your target 2, and it points right to 170K. So we could definitely see a retracement from the first target and be chilling for a little bit as things get just right in the economy. But I think we're on the break of something real nice.
Yeah. The cool thing about that
real
is
nice.
with that targeting of hitting like 170 with the right fuel, like the right mix in the conditions, you can push high like through that, get higher, like wick up through and see numbers like 180, 190, 200 even.
Could be, yeah. One
Could
thing
be
that
just
kind of like makes sense with that
like an
target, because it
overcome.
seems like ridiculous when you first look at it, like 170K, like get out of here.
Oh
But
yeah.
it does actually fit within a channel that we've been following since the bear market, and so that channel has represented like the bull cycle, and we've stuck to it. We bounced from it when we went to 74K, and I think that was like the third significant bounce from that channel. But it's held, and it that 170K would actually fit near the end of the year, like the fourth quarter, to be right off of the resistance of that channel, and then maybe we come down and break the channel, and that's like the bear cycle.
Yeah, definitely. Man, 100K is such a big deal. Like, okay, in in 2020, 2021, when we were coming up, we made our all-time high of 69,000 eventually. 100K was thought about, like it was thrown around, right? That idea of $100,000. So that, and then of course, you know, the current cycle, the current thing we're in, we're still dealing with 100K. Like we're still playing around. You know, we're above it. We've been above it. We've been back below it. Now we're back above it again. It's like, we're still dealing with it psychologically, I think. But like the other guy said, like not long ago, like let's normalize 100K. Like let's get over it, because it seems to be still having like a big impact, psychological number. You know, it is a big deal.
The dollar is much weaker now too, though. So even though
True.
it seems, you know, because we're at 100K, but it could still be close to the same buying power value, even though we're at 100K.
You're right. Yep. Because I mean, yeah, like our currencies are being debased over time, and they will continue to do so. That's the way the economy works. Like you can't bring value back to the dollar. Like it just doesn't work like that. Whereas Bitcoin, it's like the opposite. it gains value over time. Gets more valuable as time goes on.
Difference between a finite supply and an infinite supply.
That's it.
Generally.
Yeah.
Generally. I mean, not everything, obviously.
Yeah. And because like the part of the monetary system is debt, like you're always chasing your tail. Like we're always living on tomorrow's money. You know what I mean? Like the money that we're using today does not exist. It's tomorrow's money, and we promise to pay it back with tomorrow's money. Money that we don't have yet.
Right.
Is like needed. So how do they get that money? They print it. And that's what keeps the ball rolling. That's what keeps the game going. And that's why it's
Hell
a
yeah.
broken system. That's why money's broken, man.
And then 105 days later, that shit go into Bitcoin, cuz.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not sound money. Bitcoin is sound money. Gold is sound money. Hard assets are sound in that sense because they're, you know, limited edition, yo.
I gotta take a shower before I start falling asleep. I hope I don't get stopped out of this frickin' trade. I hope I come back and just all my take profits get hit. This is gay.
Yeah, someone just dumped a lot of Ethereum.
That's my
Dumping
bad.
everything.
Had to
Dominance.
take some profits.
Party's over. What would you rather have, 50 Ethereum or 1 Bitcoin?
Weird spot waiting on a man for.
That's actually a pretty good question.
Well, hurry up. I'm trying to make a choice. I'm trying to make buy. 50 ETH or 1 Bitcoin. What do I do? What do I do?
Half a Bitcoin, 25 ETH. Boom. Oh, yeah.
One or the other. One or the other right now.
I'm going to flip a coin. Oh, Bitcoin.
Is it short term or long term?
Short term.
Ooh, Ethereum.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Short term and
Hey,
maybe
look at,
Ethereum. Yeah.
look at Bitcoin dominance on the 4 hour with a minute left.
I can't do it. Can't do it. I need to see more from Bitcoin.
You can't. Oh, man. Okay.
I'm my finger on the trigger here, man. I'm waiting to see if Bitcoin, what it does here. I'm like on the 1 second right now. We got the new hourly candle, 12 a.m. New York. Let's see. This is the make it or break it moment. Yeah, these bulls don't want to push it.
Be patient, my friend.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's why I didn't buy it.
Are you watching Dbloc's dominance or do you actually have it up?
I just glance at his every now and then.
Yeah, that's generally what I do. except in times like these. On the 5 minute, I know it's the 5 minute, but we're sitting right on top of the 50.
A little bit of buy coming in, a little bit. Is it enough? Oh no, someone keeps on selling here. Who is that? Is that you?
It's not me.
You guys don't want me to jump in here, do you? That's why.
I want you to long the shit out of this right now.
Well, I only do spot trading.
Does anybody remember that NFL Madden game on like Game Boy DS or whatever it was called? And there was this song that always played. It was like the only song that played. It would always go, right here, right now, right here, right now. I've never met anybody that knows that. But anyway, if anybody does,
Yeah, it's a Chemical Brothers song.
Do you know the song from that game, or did you just know that song?
I just knew that song.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. You just made like 20 years of waiting worth it. Thank you, Drew.
I know that song too.
Hell yes. I'm in the right place.
It's by Fatboy Slim.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is Fatboy Slim. It's not Chemical Brothers. I was wrong.
Oh, wait, who is it? Fatboy Slim?
Fatboy Slim. That's right. Yeah, it's Fatboy Slim.
Anyway, that
Chemical
song
Brothers
goes,
had a remix of it, but I think the original one's Fatboy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out! Big Sal's coming in. Big Sal's coming in. Watch out! Okay, maybe it wasn't that big.
Chemical Brothers was don't hold back the world. The time has come to push the button. Remember that song?
Yeah, that was with Tribe Called Quest.
Oh, really? That's cool. I like that.
That was the MC. That was Q-Tip on that song.
I can't believe the whole time I've thought this over the years. Y'all have no idea how much I played that game and how much I thought about it because I wasn't allowed to like have video games. And come to find out, I could have just typed in right here, right now, song. Wow.
Well, now you can even hum songs if you have a song in your head and you have kind of like the melodic line. You can just hum it on Google, on the Google app, and it'll tell you what song it is.
I was gonna
Bro,
say on Copilot you can kind of hum it or sing it, and it'll try and get it.
oh my God, it literally repeats itself right here, right? Because that was what drove me insane. I'm like, no way there's a song that just repeats itself for 5,000 lines,
That
one
song's
after
not
another.
about
No.
that song's not about the lyrics. The beat. It gets
Oh
you.
my gosh.
It's awesome.
Okay.
It's an awesome song. That whole
Yeah,
album.
the line itself becomes an instrument. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Yeah,
I
that song
feel like,
with
okay,
climaxes.
this feels like one of those, what were the mind games like the CIA would play back in the day? What was that whole project called?
MK Ultra.
Yeah, MK Ultra. It feels like an MK Ultra thing. That's how I've always felt about it. Because it was on the game. If it wasn't on the game, I wouldn't think anything about it.
I think they had another song called Blur Blur, and then song 2.
Is that a song?
Or is that a different band?
Does that
No.
song make you want to do bad things?
Oh no, it's song 2 by Blur.
Oh my god. I don't even want to click play. Man, dude, this is like figuring out like who your like mother or father is, like if you were adopted or something. I've been waiting on this my whole life, was my point. Sorry. You know, I've waited on this moment my whole life, but it's literally right here, right now.
Oh, sorry.
Another good Fatboy Slim song is Weapon of Choice. As Christopher Walken in the music video for it.
What's up, doing? Bird of prey, flying high.
That's Jim Morrison.
Yeah, but
You talking about that Fatboy Slim track with the Bird of Prey?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, Jim Morrison. That's it. That's his voice when he's coming. That they use that as a sample.
Bitcoin's coming back up around here. He's in a bull flag.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it is. That's why I was thinking of the song, by the way, because it's like right here, right now.
Dude, yeah, what the hell is going on?
If I jump back into position here, that would be technically triple dipping. Should I triple?
Bro,
I jumped back in. I jumped back in. It was a 618 level for one of my coins.
Looks like they just cleared a bunch of licks, and then like the RSI got real oversold.
Well, look at the multi-time frame stochastics. That'll help too. So the 15 usually resets. Then you can get another move off the 618 on the 5-minute time frame.
Oh, are you talking about Bitcoin? I was looking at Doge, but yeah, I bet most charts look the same.
Yeah, like most of them all bounced off their pivot points. If you just used your trader main indicator. I haven't looked at Doge in a very long time. Oh yeah, no. Doge bounced before its pivot point. Just down to 18.9. I was getting a good bounce here. It's bouncing up the volume profile. Some good action here.
Yeah, I stopped out and repositioned my trade.
You got stopped out and repositioned?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Because I don't know if that was just a liquidity sweep or what, but my stop was really close. So, like, I just stopped out of it, and when it dropped like that, I entered again, but I don't know if it's gonna actually go into an uptrend now. Because, like, it kind of failed that breakout from earlier. It had, like, some pathetic little breakout, and then it just dumped again.
I think all this money is about to flow
swept
into
the whole
Bitcoin.
Bottom of that range.
That's what I think is about to happen.
Why? Bitcoin just, like, had a big run, like, the last 3 days.
Yeah, but it's been happening. That's why I think that. Obviously, I don't know, and you know way more than I do because I know that I've listened to you plenty. It's just that's where my head's at. It's just like, you know, I don't know.
I don't know. It kind of looks like momentum on dominance shifted, but Bitcoin still looks all right. Like it looks like it still could make another move up.
Correct.
clear those liquidations, but I don't think necessarily that like alts are gonna die. I think
don't either.
dominance could come down. Bitcoin could still go up, and then dominance can come down, and alts can get a sympathy run.
Correct.
Until the 4-hour drops below the 5 MA, I wouldn't even entertain the idea that it's changing direction.
Yeah, we haven't lost any structure yet, or any significant structure.
I'm just I'm just waiting to see what happens with dominance here before I get into alts.
What percentage do you want it at?
What dominance at?
Yeah.
I don't want it at any percentage. It's just the fact that last candle on the 4-hour ended up basically doing what I thought it was going to do. And it actually did all that on the 4-hour. 625. Yeah, and it did all that within 30 minutes. The body retraced or whatever on the last candle in like 30 minutes. I mean, obviously I have no clue, but that's the one thing I'm looking at. That's what I'm making my decisions off at the moment, quite frankly. Basically. Big picture. Because every alt's been ripping, right?
A little bit of big buy right there in Bitcoin. I got to increase my coin count on that dip, but we'll see if it just recovers.
It's all about that coin count. Don't nobody care about nothing but a coin count. I love that. Everybody wants to talk dollars. I'm trying to talk coin. What up, though?
Yeah, like Sui and Deep, they corrected about 6%, 5.5%.
Oh, dang, really?
So I bought down there. They both bounced on their.
Dang it. I kept thinking, I'm like, all right, Bright, whenever you're ready, pay attention to Sui so you can short the crap out of it. Dang it.
I wouldn't recommend shorting Sui.
I would have ridden it from 405 to, I mean, theoretically, 405 to that, whatever the bottom was, 381. I wouldn't have caught the 405 and I wouldn't have caught the 381, but I would have, I wouldn't have lost money.
I have a trading bot going from like $1.50 to $4. That's what's been mainly adding to my Sui count.
I'm wondering if we'll just build out bear flags here then. Like, will it just V up? I have a feeling it'll V recovery, but it depends on Bitcoin. But these could turn out to be bear flags as well on the 5 minute.
But depending on the Asians now. It was like halfway through Asian session. There's a huge, dude, like this time last night, there was huge pumps.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing tonight. They're slacking,
Well,
but
it might be
I don't know.
coming.
I feel like UK is gonna dump the shit out of it though when they come on at like 3 a.m. So I was really hoping something was gonna happen before then.
What are you guys' thoughts for the weekend trap this weekend? Are we gonna hold it? Are we actually gonna trap longs and shorts?
Depends on how high we go here. Oh yeah.
If we're trapping lines, we're probably working on trapping them right now.
Yeah, I was thinking there's a couple weekends we've trapped them. We've been trapping a bit early.
Trap shorts already got wrecked. If there was any shorts that were trapped, there's no the shorts already got totally obliterated. So I would think that they would probably trap them later.
Let's look at some new shorts that have just come in because you're a lot of 100 times here stacking up on Bitcoin.
100x shorts.
Yep.
Hmm.
Let's see here. Let their prices load here.
Dogecoin, why do you suck so bad? Come on, you were doing good earlier. Ay, ay, ay.
There's a $4 million 100 times short right at 103,057, and again at 50 times around 104,260. Of course, there's more longs beneath us, but there's some shorts building up here. The 5 minute. Look at the 1 minute.
Hey, this is garlic, but
Of course, there's more longs beneath us, but there's some shorts. I heard this is garlic, but
I was about to say garlic. Say what? I gotta turn down my computer. Hold on.
you gotta drink
Hey,
some water.
hey, remember about the F-bomb there, garlic.
Yeah,
think you
yeah,
got
yeah.
an open
But
mic.
yes,
Gotta-
yes, yes.
Hell yeah.
All right, I want to get better every day.
That's what we do, cuz.
So yeah, I'm chilling. Today was a good day,
I heard that.
but so I'm checking what y'all talking about, and so like I'm long. Well, I took profits. I took I took $50 and I turned it into $200.
Gee.
So I was like, bet. And then I took that, and then I just waited for the pullback, and then entered again, and then so I'm still in the pullback range. But then I got my stop loss tight. Like so, if I lose, then I lose like $20, or
But if you
like probably
win,
less, like 15. Huh?
but if you win,
If I win,
yeah.
well, I got a long on Soul.
Gee.
Yeah, Soul was looking juicy to me because like one thing with me is like I don't know, man. Like I be looking at these. I have to tell myself just switch the page like a book, you know, because they'll want to grab you back to the same shit that you're used to making money on, but then that shit, I don't know. It's a long story, but whatever. And so that's it. And every day is just a battle. Not a battle, but it's a learning lesson.
Hell yeah.
So other than that, everything's all good. Life is good. Everything's good. I hope everything's good for everybody else. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna kill this mic, man. That's it, man. I'm just watching this shit, man. And trying to learn myself. I see this. If you look at the MACD, the RSIs, they're pinned down low right now. But it's printing a fucking bull flag right now. Like a beautiful
try to watch the language, man. Like
well, but it's printing a pendant. It could dump it. And then Bitcoin dominance is like tumbling hard. If you look at it on the chart. So I know I'm not used to being like, because there's a lot of people that hear my voice, so it's kind of weird for me.
Yeah, we're on YouTube Live, so like Dbloc tries to keep just specifically the F bombs, and you know everything else is probably mostly fine if it's not in excess. But you're all
Yeah,
good, man.
So yeah, man, everything's looking good. I don't know. I'm glad to see the reversal on the market. And I hope everybody's portfolios that, because a lot of us were long-term holders. So I don't know. It was kind of brutal. But anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. Y'all have a good night.
What's up, bro? Let's catch some dubs.
Shit, I'm trying to too. But yeah, man, I'm out, fool. I'm cutting this mic. Good over here. Peace.
So the news was related to the United Kingdom? Is that right? The Trump news where he was talking about
the overhyped news.
Well, I mean, dude, is you know, hey man, hey, expectations, you know. We all, hey man, if you didn't know Trump gonna hype that up, dog, come on, man, shit.
Yeah, but they went over the top on that, man. It was
The only thing
intense.
we knew was that it wasn't gonna be a third world country. That was the only thing we knew.
Yeah, but he was hyping it up to be something bigger, like I don't know, bro.
Like
But
the
it was
wall,
good.
dude. Like
It
all,
was
like a
good. It
bunch of
was good.
stuff.
But they gonna go. Hold on. They gonna pump it, fool. They gonna pump it. They
I'm
gonna
ready.
pump it.
I'm ready, dog. I am long with you, dog.
I know. So everybody has to be ready. You know. So
I'm ready.
yes, it's like everything statistically wise, everything that Donald Trump said he was gonna do, he did on his last term. 100%. So what he said he's gonna do on this term, what? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it like that. And then fingers crossed, dog. And that's like fuck the bullshit. Oh, what's the
Easy,
words?
easy,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
easy.
whoa, whoa! I got it. Oh, I caught that one. But yeah, nah. But yeah, and then the next deal is gonna be a better deal. So
Boy, does anyone know the indicator Dbloc uses for the sessions, market sessions?
I know it's something like very simple. It might just be like sessions. I know it's like very like pragmatic, might be the word. It's like it's I remember it being the name of like one of the terms that describes it.
It's included in the PR main, I think.
That's not in mine. You're talking
PR
about a
main
different one.
Yeah, the TR
what
main's got
market
the
sessions?
sessions, but the one, you know how Dbloc's got the one with the white bars and the green overlap?
Maybe he changed the settings.
I'm gonna play with it.
Helix, it might be market session times by trade travel. Yeah. You there, Helix? I think that was who asked the question.
Yeah, that was me. I'm here. Who was that by?
Market sessions by trade. Shoot. Hold on. If you type in market sessions, I'm not saying it's the same one. You know how it goes with some of the settings, but it looks like the same one. Market sessions. Where'd it go? This isn't. Market. Sorry, I've never tried to do this. Oh, okay. Market session times by trade travel chill.
Found it. Thank you.
So good. Just talking about it makes.
Anytime, brother. Hell yeah. I just remember whenever I saw him pull it up, I'm like, okay, I can remember that. And then I couldn't, but I just knew if I remembered that I could remember it, that would have meant that it was like something simple. And then when you said market sessions, I'm like, that sounds about right. Teamwork makes the dream work. Did anybody see the inverse head and shoulders on Bitcoin there? If that is one. Oh, cool.
No, I saw like a little cup and handle thing on the small time frames, but I see that inverse head and shoulders. Yep.
Yeah. I was sitting here just waiting.
It's like you get that level change on the small time frames, and then you start to see the little domino.
Oh, I was ready before it even started to form, to be fair. But yeah, totally saw that one coming.
I was trying to look for a short, but I guess not yet.
They're still going. Make it stop. They're still... Are you guys printing? Are we printing yet? I need to sign back on.
No, not the spooky box.
It's the vector candles. He spotted the reversal. We can set up some alerts for it. Vector candles. Traders. Vector candle.
Hey, I think your mic is I'm not sure who that came from.
Yeah, my bad. I was watching the TV while on the phone. I'm out of there.
I kind of figured. I heard it echoing. I think somebody was asking about printing. Oh. Little inverse head and shoulder right there, topping off the bull flag. Made us a little vector. I was ready, man. I was ready. Dominance is turning green for the first time in a while. See how long this lasts. They just threw up a sell wall. They just removed it. It was 1,000. They just put it and pulled it. On the 1 minute. Now they just put it under us. Not all of it. Not all of it. Just a piece.
What's going on, family?
Hold on, man. How you doing?
Good, man. Good.
Hey, does your when it comes to YouTube, do the comments like drive the algorithm the most?
What do you mean?
I really don't know. I don't really know much. Like, if there was something that you wanted the most of, would it be obviously subscribers? I would assume, but would it be comments?
It would be $1,000 super chats. If I could pick it exactly. No. I get your question.
I love, dude, that was good, bro.
No, I get your question. Your question. I think it's a mix between likes is good because it shows engagement. But view hours helps a lot too. The way that chat watches the YouTube is perfect, right? You get a good amount of view hours. Hopefully everybody likes it at least once. You only have to like it once a day. So YouTube pays attention to, do people click on it when they see it? How long do they watch? And do they like it? If you kind of do all of those things, they're like, okay, well, people like this. We'll show this to more people.
I got you. I just was thinking about having the chat up and just like utilizing the chat on YouTube versus like the Discord for a lot of situations.
Well, honestly,
I'm
like
at
if you're
work.
trying to talk to me, or if you want me to see the message, I'm more likely to see it on YouTube chat.
No, I realized that the first time I put one in Discord.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, I only did it
because if you're
once.
in here, you can talk to me, And if you don't feel like talking, which is cool, then you could just have like YouTube chat open on your phone or something. I want to mix them though. There's a way to mix the chats, but I think that would be chaotic, huh? There's a way where you can mix YouTube and Discord, and they can see each other's chats and they can talk to each other all on the same chat box. But then I think it's got to be up on your screen.
Yeah, I looked into it, but I didn't dig too much. But I saw where there's some type of software, some type of program or whatever that works for that. I figured Speaking of super chats,
Gunner, appreciate the sub, bro. W name, by the way. Hilarious.
for sure.
What do you think we're gonna get all new all-time high?
Well, this is kind of what it comes down to for me. Let me
Seems kind of obvious that they're gonna go for it.
put on the VPVR. Let me turn on the point of control. Let me make that white. All right, so for me, it basically comes down to this. There's bullish, base case, and bearish, right? Our bull case is that we just go hit it now. Break all-time high, maybe reject off of it, whatever. We'll take that one off. That one's the obvious one.
Tonight?
What happened?
Is that tonight?
No. There's no time on this. It's whenever the liquidity comes in, you know. That's the bullish case.
Yeah.
That's the bullish case. I would not expect with the volume we have right now in the sun for this just to keep going right now, or I wouldn't have taken profits personally. The bear case, or I should say the base case, is so we take our support, right? That's our big support from this range where we fell from and where we sort of went explosive after we popped. That should be what we retest, right? We broke it, retested it bearishly, deviated underneath, got back above. For the most part, we haven't really solidified that. And you could tell because when you look at the VPVR, there's no real high volume nodes here. The high volume node is right here. So the base case is that we come down to the point of control. Right? If that holds, then we can push away and do our thing. Now, if that doesn't hold, there's two scenarios. A bear case light is that we come back down to that support at 92.4. Solidify it and then move away. I don't like that because of this big volume gap that we have here. Bear case is these vectors. That 50 EMA doesn't hold. We go down to the 200 and clear those vectors. That would be 86. I personally don't see anything happening beyond that. These are what you can call my realm of possibilities, right?
Yep.
This is where I live. Anything underneath 84 at this point, something drastic has to happen. And if we turn on our liquidations and go down to like lower time frames. Oh. Yeah. Doesn't even take us all the way down through, but it takes us down to our, yeah, well, there we go. Those liquidations take us all the way down to where I was talking about would be my lowest possible case. So that's them deciding to rip all the liquidity. That's a low probability for me. I'm just bringing it up because I don't want anything to surprise y'all. When you see it, I want you to be like, oh, okay, that's, you know, that's this. What we're talking about right now on the daily is coming back.
Well, with that being said, is it cheaper to go up?
No, FOMO would have to take us up. The free ride is down. On the way up, retail would have to get involved. That's why I said that for the most part, we're probably going to have to go. Even if the plan is to continue to go up, I think we come down and see that 50. 97-ish, 98-ish. Maybe it's a little higher by the time, you know, we get down there. But the reason I say that is because we need to start building some sell-side liquidity here, which means the bears that just got wrecked and have no more money to play the game right now and are licking their wounds, but they'll be back tomorrow. Like, they need to start attacking this again. And then that'll give us gas to go sort of against the grain, right? If not, it's way too easy to roll over.
Okay, thanks.
You know what I mean?
This is what I need now. That's exactly what I need to hear.
Now, we saw what happened today. US could wake up in the morning, or UK session could go absolutely batty. You know, just put it that I'm glad I'm in positions, you know, rather than not being in positions.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the spot the whole day of time. I never sold nothing, but
yeah,
I was wrong in my short. I didn't think that they were gonna break 102.
Yeah, I think they could get that gap, Grave. That's another thing. That gap that's sitting right around this level, right around this support, 91.2, 91.9. You know, we would come down, and that's the 50 EMA on a daily. That's why I say that this is like the base case.
That's
But
also the bottom of your blow off top or whatever, the that chart, the bottom of the current up that we're in. I think the bottom is 92.
yeah, there's enough money to go to. No, well, be careful with that, right, Derek? Because you don't want to. We can't use the top of M2 to find out what the price of Bitcoin would be because the scales are screwed up. Even if you have them both on auto, I wouldn't rely on that too much. But yeah, there's plenty of money underneath. There's plenty of like undercurrent of money to push us. That doesn't mean that we're not gonna get mean reversions though. Mean reversions are just part of nature, guys. Sometimes you gotta pay the piper.
A commotion in the ocean.
Right.
About to close this long. Yeah.
Javier, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. Welcome to the Cypher. What I was talking about earlier with this, we were looking at this chart. We were looking at the MACD, right? About to turn. But check this out for a minute. Let me do some voodoo shit here for a second. Grab this. Put you up here.
I'm about to get out of here.
So here's the MACD on top of Bitcoin. Let me take off. What don't we need? We don't need that. So every time we've gone from red to green, right, is kind of what we're looking for here. We had our last collapse after this. But once we got going, every time we've crossed, let me put it on the monthly, it's not the weekly. It is the weekly. So every time we've crossed, right, it's had us break double tops. Right? Double top, go down, cross, break that double top. What's important about that is that every time we break these macro double tops on Bitcoin, the alts go crazy. Right? This was first little alt season we had. Obviously, it gave it all back, but that's what triggered it. And then over here, the same. Right? Had another double top consolidation, went down to 49. MACD flipped, popped, and then we had our little alt run and Bitcoin went up. And we're just waiting, right? 2 days for the next print. For all we know, the next, you know, in 2 days, that could be our green print. So as we break, actually, I'm just going to put it on the chart so we don't, I'm going to call this alt. Season trigger.
You the man.
Once we pop 110 and hold support and go into price discovery, alts are gonna go absolutely apeshit. Not all of them. Not all of them, and not all at once, but that'll be what we look for. Let me go put this MACD back where it lives at. Get rid of you.
Control Z will get rid of it too.
Nah, I got rid of it. I got rid of it. I forgot about this. My tops and bottoms. Man, these bears had me pulling out all the tools to try to prove them wrong when they were calling this damn cycle over, bro. I'm like, look at this indicator. This shit has 27 different indicators that light up when we're at the top of cycles, and not one of these things is fired off. Because people would be on Twitter talking about, oh, it's bear market indicators going off left and right. I'm like, which ones? Which ones? Because it's not any of the ones that anybody that knows anything pays attention to. Oh, every time the 347-day EMA and the 7.138 EMA tap don't cross, but almost tap, and it happens to be on a Wednesday. Like, bro, damn.
Yeah.
Stop.
I feel like it's people want to be the next Michael Burry, or they want to be the one that called it and warned everyone, like the Nostradamus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like, are these people rich? Because I understand wanting to do that, but I mean, unless you're just lying and you have a trade going and you're just saying, you know what I mean? But to cost yourself money just for the possibility of being right on an out, like I always say, like we invest in the most probable and we hedge against the possible. We don't all in on the least possible in the hope of making a home run, you know,
I know, right?
impressive call that'll, you know, put us in the, like, there's no trophies for this shit, bro. I hate to tell you, nobody's coming to your house with a Bitcoin trophy for the amazing call that you made. Like, so it's not worth losing $1 over it, is what I mean, right? Like, if I'm looking at something, I think something's gonna happen, and I see it's not happening, bro, I will pivot so quick. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm out. I'd rather be rich than right.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
See, like this, our little idea of this mini bull flag on the 15th second fell apart, and you know, I'm not gonna go pull my hair out.
So what's going on? Asia wasn't on board tonight.
Everything's just chill, bro. I think people are numb. Dopamine's worn off. Everybody's excited enough not to sell, but sober enough not to buy $102,000 Bitcoin. You know?
Yeah.
Except for me, coach.
Shit.
So I guess so far, yeah, supply has met demand. It hasn't outweighed it, but it's like this is like a comfortable spot.
Yeah.
For now, until we
then what about
decide. Yeah, the next wave.
It's a very
What about the
polite order
dominance
book.
there?
You know, it's like, after you. No, after you, sir. No,
Oh,
you
no,
go
no, I
first. It's
insist, you
fine.
first.
No, it's absolutely fine. You can go ahead and take those orders if you want them.
Oh, please be my guest. So with the dominance dropping the way that it is,
So beautiful.
you would think that the alts would be getting some love.
Well, they did.
I mean, I know they have been getting,
Yeah,
but
dude.
Look, we have to. Okay, so first let's cover that this isn't going to be the type of alt season where every alt goes. It's not. It's absolutely not. So like putting that out of the way.
I just want Dogecoin to go.
I was just about to say, putting that out of the way. If you're finding that on these days where alts are running, yours isn't, then you're gonna have to have like a, come to Jesus, come to Allah, come to, whatever moment, whatever works for you, and like have a real talk and be like, does this emotion, does this make sense still? And I'm not talking about Doge specifically.
Yeah, I just made a couple good trades earlier, and then I guess I sort of fell out of the groove a little bit.
Bro, I'm
around
probably
9 o'clock.
not buying my Gala back, and that's hard for me, bro. Because I'm like a big Gala guy, but I can't find a reason to not put that Gala money into guns, knowing that even if guns fails, it probably gets a better ROI than the Gala would if it pulls what I think it. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah.
I know that feeling, and I still want
It's just
Gala to
shinier and
succeed,
newer.
and I hope it. Well, it's not only that. Like in the beginning, yeah, shiny new, but like at this point, you've either proven you could do something or you can't. You know what I mean? But for me, it's mind share. Like more people are just playing guns, talking about guns, excited about guns than they are about Gala. And the market cap difference is crazy. So it doesn't even have to do as good as most people are expecting guns to do to outperform Gala. Like I was saying with Sui, I've been looking at my portfolio and I'm looking at them and I'm like, because it's time to buy back, so I'm looking at the list. And I find the last question is always, will this outperform Sui? And a lot of them are like failing that. A lot of them are kind of failing that test, which sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Sui is great. Like I hold a bunch of Sui on spot. It's probably like 10% of my portfolio, but I don't trade it on perps as often.
Yeah.
But it's like it makes these huge moves. I miss it. I'm like, oh, I could have gotten a trade on that, but I missed it. So I guess I'll have to wait for the next one. Then the next one never comes.
Yeah. Gunzilla, Brick.
It did make this nice little flag after that move up, though. I probably should have been keeping an eye on it.
I mean, honestly, it might still just fizzle out. They removed that 1,000 Bitcoin buy wall on that we had on Bitcoin earlier. That was stacked up. As soon as it popped up, they were like, "Yeah, we're out, bro. Let's get out." Probably trying to defend long positions, if I had to guess. Heavy 100x longs underneath. Buy grid to protect. Price went. Never had to dip into that buy grid. Wonder how that feels to have the money to be able to buy 1,000 Bitcoin.
Bro.
And then not only to buy 1,000, but to have enough money to be able to put up the money it takes to defend the position with 1,000 Bitcoin, and then have price go without the Bitcoin being in. Like you should have just bought and sent it. Problem is, if he puts this amount of money into the chart and sends it, everybody takes profit. He makes nothing.
Yep. Yeah, people sell his pump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's the same way. And that's the same way I want you guys to think about market maker. They're not gonna pay for the whole ride because they know exactly what's gonna happen. Right? They'll motivate the party, but they're not just gonna send it. They'll stop, and if you don't continue, they're not gonna keep going. They will, come back on you.
And it's like, okay, if they've got X amount of dollars, they don't want to cause slippage because they'll wipe the book either side, right, with
Yeah.
what they do. So what do? How do they get by? They have to buy themselves time. They have to do it under the radar by like just nibble, like just a little bit, so that it doesn't spook the market.
Yeah.
So that you don't cause these giant you know, slides in the price.
Yeah,
Like the big,
you know, buy $20 million worth, sell 10,
yeah,
drop the price, buy another 20, sell 10, drop the price, buy another 20.
yeah. Just play the market for its emotions and take advantage of it. It's like if we get good at this, like 15 years down the track, we're gonna have to do the same thing. We're gonna have to be like strategic about. I mean, it's possible. You never know. You could get big money and be like, okay, I can't just dump it all here. I'll
Well,
slip the price and I'll get, you know.
that's why when people start getting upset at whales and they're like, "Oh, these whales," something, it's like, bro, that you know that's just you in the future. A whale is just you in a couple bull markets. So
Yeah.
let's have a real conversation and say if you've got $20 million on the line and you have hit your target, it's at the line and that says target on your chart, and it's time for you to get out of there. Are you gonna care what that does to the chart?
Nope.
Like, let's
Yeah.
two different scenarios. Let's say there's enough liquidity for you to take profit without creating any slippage, but you'll just dump the price because, you know, whatever. Are you gonna be like, oh no, these poor people. Oh man, it's 3 and I shouldn't dump because it's 3 in the morning in the US. And that's unfair. If I do that, then I'm gonna look like a total dick. So let me not do that and just take a little, spook the market, and then only get 30% of what I would. You're not doing all that, but you're gonna hit that button and you're gonna go to sleep like a baby. You're gonna hit sell, put it in stables, put your head on the pillow, and be like, GG's. Great day of trading. And it doesn't make you an asshole. It's just, you know, it's the way the market works.
Catch me on the order book. How about that?
Right?
It makes you wonder, like, you can see why Bitcoin stalled for so long last year. Like, we spent all that time in that massive flag. It's like someone was buying it, I reckon. I feel like they didn't want to cause the slippage by buying it all at once. They sort of took their time. And same with the stock market, I guess, like, and just markets in general. Like,
It was the
some of these
run.
because
It was the run to 100K. Yeah, it was the load up consolidation, get in before Bitcoin hits triple digits.
yeah, they caused a nice discount though for their homies.
Yep. And then the next consolidation we had above was redistribution, right? We know that now.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
So you
the
sell off, but
2024
you don't let it drop too much because you still have Bitcoin you
Yeah.
need to sell. So you need to stay up there for a couple months to make sure that you can get your whole bag off. And then when you're done, you remove the buy walls.
Yeah, because you risk killing the sentiment. You risk killing, like, actually causing a tsunami or whatever, an avalanche.
Yeah.
If they break it too far. Yeah.
Good problem to have, though.
Yeah.
As long
Yeah, I
as you're
guess.
not the dev, right? Because that's like the devs have same problem, but the dev can never sell without being a dick. It doesn't matter, bro. You could have worked on this project for 10 years. And you could be at
It is
all-time high, and you sell, you're gonna look like the biggest dick because you're the dev. You know what I mean? Why are you? You're rug pulling us. Like, no, I'm taking profits on 10 years of labor and hard work. What are you talking about?
It's funny, like
Lose.
every level of account has their own stresses and challenges and problems, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure if you had a multi-million-dollar trading account, you'd be like, yeah, you'd have issues, you'd have stress, you'd have all sorts of things going on.
If you handle
Just
it
as much
properly, it gets.
Dbloc's like, yeah, I got stress.
If you handle it properly, you shouldn't. But the problem is that you have to cut down the risk. You've got to cut down the risk. You can't, as you go from one level to the next, you can't keep trading the same way you were in the last level, or you're gonna make your way back to that level.
Yeah, that's the beauty of lots of money, is like you don't need leverage. You've got the size. You know?
And honestly, it's not as much as people think. Getting to that point where you can literally just buy spot bags, and if you can just stretch out your time horizon 4 years, you can really change your life with. And I'm talking like 10, 20K. I'm not saying it's a small amount of money, But I mean, it's a decent goal to maybe use leverage to trade yourself up to after you have some experience, if you haven't already gotten up to that point, and then sort of go more long term. Because 4 years, I mean, just rewind it to 15. We go to 150, 10K would have turned to 100K. And then you sit and you do absolutely nothing for a year. And you wait till you get to the bottom of the next bull market. And all you have to do is that same thing one more time and you're at a mil from 10K.
It's pretty cool.
8 years. The problem is that everybody wants it now. Like no, I want it I want it now because that Lambo's calling like, bro. Listen, just imagine crypto didn't exist. How many years would you have to work at your job to get to $1 million?
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it'd take like a hell of a long time. Because you got living expenses to meet too. So it's like, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? So that whole cycling from 10 to $1 million is assuming that you don't have a life that needs to be paid for, right? Like obviously people have, so it's not really that easy. But if you do have a job and you got a career, you got money saved up, and you don't have to go all into this shit to make it work.
I'm pretty grateful in a way. Like, yeah, maybe I would like my life to be a little different in some areas, but I am grateful that I'm quite financially unobligated. I don't have a lot of obligations in my life, Like some people don't have that freedom to be so flexible with their money and like, go, risk it on crypto or whatever.
Bro, one of the best
house to feed.
one of the best parties I ever threw for myself was a I'm broke party. Like when I went from being underwater, like 6 figures underwater, to being broke. I mean, the day that I didn't owe a single person on the planet a penny.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Hitting zero was like,
that's good.
Dude, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, hitting zero is amazing. And it sounds crazy, but yeah.
I'm gonna have one, bro. I'm gonna invite all y'all. Y'all my friends, man. Shit.
Yeah, man. But isn't it amazing how you can accelerate at one point? Because it, like, the exponential possibilities there. Like the grind at the start is very hard. It's like a big curve. The grind is long and laborious, but once you hit that threshold, it really, really speeds up if you play it right.
It's nuts, and it's the same for the same effort, right? Because it's the same 4 years. So yeah, that 10K to 100K, that feels great. Never had 100K in my pocket before. This is amazing. That 100K to $1 million, but I mean, after that, you're talking what, 1 million to 10, and then 10 to 100 in 8 years. For doing no extra work, just you're doing the same thing that you've done for the last, given Bitcoin doesn't explode, and obviously we'll have diminishing returns. This could possibly be the last 10x year for Bitcoin. I don't know. But there's always other things, right? There's safer you don't have to just be in Bitcoin.
Yeah. And if Bitcoin underperforms by a factor of half, then okay, you can double the leverage. You can just, instead of just going spot, maybe go 2x. And obviously you would play it safe, like you would, try to get in tune with the market flow and whatever. Like you wouldn't just go here at 2x with everything. You'd wait for a bear market. You would DCA. You would keep it out of danger. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be risking. And you just chip away and take your time. And you find the turning point. It's possible. It's just patience. Patience is difficult sometimes. It's been a long time since FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, although it only feels like a few months ago, but it was, that's like what? That's like a good 3 years ago?
3 years maybe now?
Yeah, 2.5 maybe? I don't know, something like that.
Bro.
Yeah. That only feels like it was, I don't know, 6-7 months ago. It doesn't feel like that long ago.
Yeah. I sold my Satoshis that were meant to buy altcoins, but I didn't sell any of my Bitcoin back. It was just that swing from 74.
True.
I mean, 74 to 104. You kind of got to take that, right? Like,
Man, I really am looking forward
Yeah.
to the next, like, planting the seeds for, because we're approaching harvest, right? You know, we're in the growth phase. All of our crops are maturing and getting fruit now. Like, that seems to be like the seasonality to it. But yeah, harvest will come, and then we get the bear market, and then I'm looking forward to planting the seeds, man. The next one's gonna be killer.
yeah, then all the shit and the ashes that are left over
Yep.
from the death and destruction in the bear market fertilize the soils, and we're
Yep,
good to
it's
go.
gonna be fascinating. It's gonna be fascinating to see what fails that we think is legit right now. Like, what things are gonna really crash out and break
I mean, look
under
at the
them. So,
last. Let's rewind and do that. Like,
yeah, like, I mean,
Matic.
Terra Luna, like, yeah, Matic.
Bro, I thought
Doing a lot
Matic
of
would
big
be
awesome
4th
things.
place right now, 5th
Yeah,
place, top
remember,
10 if you would have asked us like 4 years ago.
yeah, remember
But
the
they've got Disney.
ICO. Yeah, the ICO bull run of 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Like, you had EOS, Omisego, OMG, Neo, NEO, and NEM, which is now XEM. I don't even know if they're still around, but these were like the dominant altcoins at the time. Like,
Out
these
of
were
there.
really promising, like Chinese altcoins,
EOS, man. I remember EOS. EOS was going to change the world.
Yeah, and people were like raving about VeChain, like, oh my god, it's the future. Like, and yeah, like, you don't really hear much about it these days. So much change.
VeChain's future is kind of insured by China. China uses them
Yeah,
for
I mean,
logistics. But other than that, yeah, they lost. They were supposed to change the world, right?
yeah, exactly. There was all this promise and hype about it. And what else was there? There was, like, just trying to think back. There was something called Fuel or T-Fuel at one point
Let me see. We can
in
go back.
2019, and yeah, there was heaps.
Does
But
y'all
yeah.
follow Tron anymore?
Oh, Tron is cool. Dude, Tron was fantastic this year.
Yeah.
Like, it came up.
Oh, did it?
What got
Yeah, man.
artificially injected though?
You just
Did
made
it?
me think about it.
I mean, it's fine for hoarders, but Justin's son sacrificed some of his own money to pump that.
Yeah, true. Well, yeah, it's an interesting one.
Top of the last bull market was November 2020, right?
November 2021, like when Dogecoin did the SNL thing,
Yeah.
and you had Elon Musk.
21st, 28th. All right, I'm gonna look at a snap. I'm trying to pull up a snapshot of what was.
Oh,
put
what
it
the
on my
market looked
chart.
like?
Yeah, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance in third, Tether, Solana, Cardano, XRP, DOT.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
DOT was 9th. Doge
The
was
DeFi.
10th. Terra was 13th. Crypto.com, I don't know where that shit is on the list now. Litecoin, Polygon, Chainlink, Algo,
Yeah, man.
Elron, you don't hear about no more.
Yeah,
Terra
that had a lot of promise.
USD.
Sand.
There it is.
Elron.
Litecoin.
And bot.
Yeah,
Dude,
EGLD
remember-
was from Romania and they dumped on their own heads.
What about January 2018? January, like,
Let me see.
something or other.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah. Because there was a moment where XRP flipped Ethereum, like when XRP hit its all-time high. It was only, mind you, for like a day or two, but it did it, technically.
You're gonna wake up Nick talking like that. What date in January?
Yeah. Oh, probably like 14th or 7th or something. Yeah, one of those. Yeah. XRP's
All right,
market cap
so
was pretty high.
XRP is at 72 billion,
it did
and
do a
ETH
spike.
is at 132 here.
Yeah, that's the 14th. Try the 7th. Try that week before, because there was a moment where XRP.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Look, boom.
Yeah,
Yep,
130,
130.
111.
Yep. Bitcoin Cash.
And then the
look
big
at
bad SEC came in.
Oh,
And this is why XRP guys hate Ethereum, bro, because it was within their grasp. And then they got robbed. But hey, let's just to make a point. NEM in 6th place. You guys buy any NEM for this run?
I don't even. No one knows about it these days, man.
XCM, IOTA, Dash, EOS, Neo, Quantum, Lisk, Icon, Nano, Sia Coin. Oh, who was it they used to buy Sia Coin all the time? That was Stefan, yo. I'm like, he's like, I got some Sia Coin, Bytecoin, Verge. Yeah, and this is, guys, this isn't 2018. You're talking 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and everything is gone. So that coin that you're holding that you think is going to be here in 20 years that you're going to buy, you're not going to touch the wallet. It's going to be for your kids, and they're going to be, just be very careful, because all of these were supposed to be the future. And the only ones on this list that are still here for the most part, Ethereum, XRP, Litecoin, Tron, Stellar. I mean, some of them are still here, but, you know, they're nowhere near the top 10 anymore. And probably never will be. And some are completely gone altogether.
Yep.
That was fun.
But what is important is that at the bottom of the next bear market, you can't get married. The cycle, the coins that are going to prove themselves to really be here for the future, it'll be proven when we get down at the bottom of the bear market. But you can't go into the next bull market in love with the memory of what a coin did for you during this bull market if they don't have anything new happening. Because the majority of old cycle coins don't see their highs again. Like there's this misconception out there that every coin makes new all-time highs every bull market. And it's up and to the right, like Bitcoin. And it's not like that at all. Most of them make that one big run, make a lower high the next time, and then fade off into nothing. You know, the death spiral of a coin.
Boom. That was great. Like XLM, but XLM did make it back. It was a lower high.
The good ones will prove it, bro. The good ones will prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was to your point. That's awesome. I learned that lesson the hard way. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us probably did out there, but yeah,
Man, look at Mu Deng right now, man. It's ripping again.
Oh no, is it really? Hold on.
Mu Deng, it's so
Is
funny.
it at my spot yet?
No.
Oh, this is the wrong. Hold on. I need to go to.
I'm telling you, I don't sleep on that Mu Deng.
Sleep on it. I bought some because you were shilling it, and then you got out, and I'm stuck with this shit. Well, not stuck, but yeah, I'm looking for. So if you look at this white circle, 800 on the 4-hour, 50% retracement from the top, fib wise. $200 on the 1 hour. I'm thinking at least 11, right underneath 12.
And Chill Guy's on the move as well. And Peanut, Chill Guy, and Mu Deng, these three meme coins that came off like.
I'm scared to tell you guys how much Mu Deng I had.
You should tell.
You can tell me how much you have. I don't want to know where you got it though.
No, I don't have any more Mu Deng.
Oh, how much you had, you said.
I had, yeah, it's embarrassing.
Oh, no, don't even. What Mu Deng, bro? Mu Deng? What's that? How you gotta be for your homies, bro. It's like, you just, look, it shit don't even exist no more.
I appreciate that.
I don't know what you're talking about. That shit was a fever dream.
I wrote it from 2 cents to 3 cents. I was like, that's good. You know, sayonara. See you later. Next.
Yeah, I'll take a look at XRP. Let me probably give XRP a fresh chart. Unless it's already here.
Man, I can tell you're on a big monitor. Is that like a 4K display or something, or?
No, I think this one, it might be a 4K display, but I have it set to 1080 because I'm broadcast. Or maybe no, maybe it's 1440. Maybe it's 1440.
Okay. Yeah.
Why? Because the things are small. The words are small.
Yeah, just it looks different to my screen, size-wise. Yeah.
XRP.
Must be high res.
So, get rid of all of this shit. XRP had one job to stay above $2. Right, put in this head and shoulders, faked out, came back above. Ever since it came back above that support, the only thing I've wanted from this is just hold $2. Hold $2. I don't care if you go sideways, just don't go back underneath that. Our bull flag here takes us through our vector gap to about 248. But you're getting some resistance. Give me a second. Yeah, so we broke out, retested, failed to get the measured move, came back down, followed the retest where it would be, but still going sideways. Again, only thing that matters is you stay above $2. That's it. You do have vector gaps all the way down to 213 though. Like, this party was fun, but if it doesn't continue, then somebody's got to clean up, right? If the party's over, somebody's got to clean up, which means we need mean reversion. We're too far away from our MAs. Right? So it's either shit or get off the pot. Break that high, get our, get our measured move, or market maker's going to pay himself.
I'll tell you what, man. Bitcoin looks like it's starting to turn a little bit of a corner here. Might be getting like a bit of a, like that previous hour was a nice little pickup. That's good. Yeah, that line there that you got, that's good. It's like getting
Yeah, I've
back
been
up
watching
over
it just to see.
Hey, Dbloc, right there, is that possibly a head and shoulder? I know, like, there's the head is like the W.
You mean right here?
So, okay, to the left right there, just a little bit. Nope. Right above the 23, but just a hair to the left of the 23 hour on your clock.
Oh. Yeah, so you're talking about.
You see that angle?
You're talking
right?
about. Why is that black? Why do I have a black line? How could that possibly be useful to me? my line tool colored. Oh, you know what it was? Smokey had me putting sunglasses on a damn bear the other day. That's what it was. You're talking about this?
So that the head and then the right shoulder, I'm calling that the head, and then the next is a shoulder based off that angle right there.
So you're trying to go like this?
Yeah. Okay. The fact that it doesn't make that kind of answers my question. I didn't know if that invalidated it.
It doesn't. I mean, so okay. People do sort of draw slanted head and shoulders. I don't necessarily hate it. I just feel like you're trying to make something happen that's unnecessary. The reason I say it is because, okay, let's just take the first example, right? So, and let's use the head and shoulder tool, because that's usually when it happens, when people are using the tool and they're like, well, if it doesn't say it is on the tool, then it's not. So like you'd go like this, and then you'd come down and you'd be like, well, okay, so the head will be slanted, and then we'll go like this. Right. So they'll like kill themselves trying to make this a thing. And I say it respectfully because I understand when you're new, but when it doesn't matter, because okay, let's say you're right. Right? Then that would be your measured move. Well, guess what? It's also the measured move of the proper pattern, which is the higher low fractal, or the W that's sitting there.
Right. To me, that's confluence.
Right?
I mean,
so it's like, you know, so I think that the explosive nature of head and shoulders come from the fact that the same exact price point has been visited 5 times or 4 times and hasn't broken, and it breaks on the last. You lose that on angles, because when you have an angle, you've got different price points all the way across. So it's not one spot on the order book that keeps getting hit. Right? Angulars are made by sentiment. Okay, we feel like it's going down, and we're going to make sure that we sell every time we get to this thing, because this is the line everybody's following, and it hits a couple times, and then everybody respects it. But it's not a resistance because of a spot on the order book that price can't get past. Right? Those are your horizontal support and resistances.
For sure.
So horizontal support and resistances, those are order book support and resistances. Angular support and resistances, or sentimental support and resistances, or momentum tracking, which is the same thing, right? You're tracking the change in emotion, the change in sentiment, which gives you the change of momentum, which gives you your entries.
I feel like the biggest point about a head and shoulders is just identifying the pivot point being your head. You know, it's like, oh, I've got evidence now that shows me that I'm getting higher lows now instead of lower lows. You know, that's the change in weather. Like, it's a change in direction.
Yeah. And if you miss it, it gives you it could give you the confidence to wait for that retrace. Right? To wait for the shoulder instead of just, jumping in.
So that was kind of my thought, because of how it was trending on that like downtrend line. I was just thinking that when I was looking at the order book didn't have any horizontal resistance, at least based off that, whatever. But and it looked like the head and shoulder, if it goes and it does make its move, then it would go against that downtrend and we would break out of a bull flag. And then so I sold up there once it looked like it hits a little bit more resistance, and then I felt like it would retrace, and then I bought back. And then I just there was just a lot going on right there in that moment, and plus it's like we're at 102, so to long it feels crazy. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that again, the head and shoulder thing was confluence to the W. I've had multiple W's drawn, just for the record.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, dog.
What's good though?
I got the
What's good
W's.
though is that you don't have to, like, on the charts that I'm not showing. I love that I don't have to draw them all. Like, it's just being aware that it's there, right? You see where the breakout is. You see where eventually you'll get to the point where you're not drawing every single one of them.
Right. Well, I still draw like all the harmonic patterns, but they show me the different like fibs and stuff like that. So I feel like it's like kind of like a multi-use tool. since I'm drawing it anyway. If that kind of makes sense. So
Yeah.
Those, then whenever I'm able to like look at the fibs along with the W's, because before I was always looking at, just for the record, I was always looking at the harmonics. But then once like I see your W's and I see how they work, right? So let's say that it breaks. So the other day you gave me the example. You're like, well, I asked, I'm like, what if it breaks like the 866? And you're like, oh, well, that turns into either a double top or a bull flag or blah, blah, blah. And so then right here, what it does is if it falls through the 866, maybe it makes a double bottom. And that's why your invalidation's there. So it's like all these things freaking, and that's why I'm asking about the head and shoulders. It seems like a whatever type of question, but it's like you read all this stuff online and it's like you get all these different messages on invalidation. So I don't want to read it online. I just need somebody's experience. So seeing that, whenever it falls through that bull flag and goes through the invalidation, we're probably going to sweep those licks and stuff.
Hey,
Anyway,
just
dude,
a real quick,
I'm pumped.
just a really crazy quick call out. Pengu just had the craziest 1 minute candle just before.
Ooh, I'm
Like
in
it did a
Pengu. Hold
mega
on.
pump, dude.
Hold on.
Yeah, Pengu.
Where you at? You little pudgy penguin, you.
Yeah. Pengu. There it is.
Some of that Mudang went into
looks like we hit.
Like, yeah, man, like just down on the 1 minute
Damn,
chart.
I'm so mad I wasn't watching that.
Yeah, check just like if you just jump down on the 1 minute, you'll be like, what the hell? It just came out of nowhere.
All right, guys, head up. We hit 5618. We've rolled this entire fib extension up from its creation. Hit our target. Got to be responsible here. If at the 3618 your plan was to take profits at the 5618, it should still be your plan. Don't have to take everything, but you have to pay yourselves because, well, that's kind of what we're here to do.
That literally, I'm down on the 1 second chart. That happened in 2 seconds. It pumped like 20%.
No, that's dumb. I see it.
Yeah, literally in a matter of seconds, it pumped 24%. That's wild.
Yeah, I think on Coinbase there's a lot of seesaw action going on, and you could see. I think that there's some profit taken on Mudang that went into Pengu.
Yeah, these things have kind of been like bouncing back and forth. Whatever the hot 2 or 3, large cap memes are, they start to feed into each other. Wow, this has been such a crazy run, y'all.
I might need an intervention. Should I group vote? Should I just drop the trade I'm in on Doge?
What else are you holding?
Huh?
I got a couple questions for you. What do you expect from Doge? And I don't even need you to be rational. Just give me your number of what you'd be happy to take profit on Doge. X wise, how many X's?
I got a few TPs. I'm talking about futures trade. Like a perp.
Okay, yeah. Either way.
19,782, 20 cents basically, and then 20.3 cents.
So
And
that is a
21 cent target.
And what are we at right now?
And 23 cents. But I doubt those last two are gonna hit.
Wait, this is just a little short-term trade?
Yeah.
But you came in here like you were like we needed to talk you out of selling your like your forever moon bag or something.
Nah.
Bro, you sound stressed. Get the hell out of that position, bro. Just to cut the stress is enough. Is worth enough.
Like, I mean, no, I'm wondering if it's just like if it's gonna have a nice little pump because every time I drop it, it does something. It actually does something cool.
Well, then drop a quarter. Test it. Prove it. Every time
Yeah,
you
I guess
sell,
that's what's
it
up to
pumps, right? Prove it.
Yeah, I'll sell 25% right now.
And if it doesn't pump, sell it all.
Doesn't pump, sneak out another little. Let me see. Okay, they're asleep. They might actually let me get out of something without pumping this time. Let me see.
Close
And
25%.
then you got to sneak right back in there and go in like triple down after.
Damn, this thing gave back so much of that.
Oh, Pangu, yeah.
I see what you mean. I've got to go down to the 5 second
It
just to
really.
see the double top. It's nuts, bro.
Yo, Dbloc, you know those 2 coins that you pulled up earlier that just blasted down with the bloody candles? What
Yes.
happened to them?
Spec. One of them was spec, right? Hold on. One of them was spec, and the other one was yeah. So it was this one. Just dropped 70%. But I mean, to be fair, if you had some conviction about the bottom on that thing, now you're up 1.5x. And then what was the other one? The other one was VRA. VRA did not have as good luck sort of coming back.
Just move my stop loss up in that top. If it doesn't continue, then I'm just not going to trade it anymore. But stick with the little round trips and the little, the, little mediocre profits. To having a settled, at least smaller profits. It's like if I don't round trip it, then I freaking end up taking small profit.
Yeah.
It's just not doing it for me right now. Maybe later. I'll have to wait for it to come down more. So there's no juice. It's got to be something that's my style though that is moving.
I'll be right back.
Be nice to see this candle. Push up here.
Chill guy is spreading its wings right now. No chill.
Mic check.
Bro, you guys, it did pump. It pumped more when I sold 25%. Oh boy. Not a lot more, but it did.
I was watching dominance right as it happened, and I was just thinking, man, dominance is coming down. I was thinking that was just gonna pump a little bit, but you know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I was just, you know, I don't. Anyway,
It's probably not gonna do shit else. It's in like a descending channel right now. It's just like this might be the top of the scalp. This might be the top of this particular trade because it did get a lower high before. This is another lower high, then that's pretty much the end of the trade anyway. I might just take it.
I was pulling for you. That was kind of my point there.
It's sort of low volume. It's not like it was last night. It's been earlier today. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I said that all like messed up.
I might just bring stop to right up underneath the price right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Screw it. I'm taking profit. I don't even like this trade. Oh, went up. Never mind that. All right, if it comes back down, fuck it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, screw it. Comes back down, screw it. It stops right there. If it breaks out, it does something special, please. I doubt it's going to, though. I don't think it has enough volume right now. Oh, yeah, I guess sometimes you just gotta talk shit about it, and then it goes. Yeah. I'm still keeping the stop loss up there, though. Not taking anything less than that for profit. I'm probably not going to short it either.
I think Bitcoin might break out here in a second. If it can.
Oh my god, it's almost 2:30.
Yep.
All right, I just took profit and fell back down. All right, sorry, Doge. I need something better. Maybe if you do a proper retracement, then I'll come back in.
Come on, Biddy. You know you want to.
This feels like a weekend trap type range. You know, I bet it will go and swing fail that previous high, and then it will just completely dump.
Bitcoin or Doge?
Yeah, Bitcoin.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by anything, to be honest with you. I just kind of felt like I think that that's very high probability, but I'll be ready for either scenario kind of thing.
Yeah, I think like Dbloc said, this is like the dopamine depletion stage, the hangover phase, or whatever.
I'm not ready to short yet. Nah. I'm ready. Nah. I was born for this. Dude, nah. The more it does this, the more fired up I am. Cause this is what happened the last time. The last time it wanted to beat me, it did this, but it ain't gonna beat me this time, and it ain't beating me this time. I ain't letting
Look,
it happen.
it's really hard to short stuff that looks like this because it looks like it's just.
I'm not sure. I'm not shorting anything, dog. I just longed the bottom, dog. I longed this shit so hard right there.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. I'm just telling. I've been beat, dog. I've seen this, but no, yeah. The whole swing fail thing. Wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I'm just ready. That's the reason I'm awake. That's why
Well, I
I
mean,
kept thinking.
if it does dump, then it's like we just look for a change in trend. You know, like a break of structure to the low and then a lower high, and we
That's
can
why I
short
was.
that.
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking that I was concerned to do anything with alts in because I felt like it was gonna pump here a little bit. Which I mean, it's only at 103, but based off where I got in at.
I was wondering what coin you were talking about. You talking about Bitcoin?
I am. He's talking about Doge.
Yeah, but I think I'm done with Doge for right now. I think it's not really gonna. I need something that better volume.
Yeah, I'm about to take some profits here.
Bro, I feel you on that, man. I got so tired
man.
of trying to day trade. Like I just got in from the lows, and I just forgot about it.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, sheesh.
Now Doge is freaking trying to break out. Like
312.
actually.
Yeah, Bitcoin just did a little bit there. Right where, yeah. I
I'm
like
not
that.
gonna look at. I'm not gonna look at it anymore. I'm sick of it trying to trick me.
Yeah.
I gotta look at a different coin. What is Sui doing?
Oh,
Sui,
man. You're so. That's.
freaking red hot.
Whew. That's the kind of stuff that like scares me, man. But I respect it.
What scared you?
Trading all that, trading basically anything other than Bitcoin at the moment on leverage.
Well, I'm only using 10x. I only trade altcoins on 10x.
No, I mean, I just in like kind of like in principle. It's not like it's not a judgment type thing. It's just
Dude,
like
I'll tell you what, man.
I respect it, dog.
Bitcoin
I
is
respect
scary.
it.
Bitcoin is the one that's scary. It's like altcoins are not like if Bitcoin goes up and then goes sideways, like altcoins kind of can do their own thing and can pump on their own merit or like. But I mean, if Bitcoin dumps and you see this thing that's gone up like a shit ton, and you're like, oh, this coin sucks anyway. I'm gonna short it, and you short it, and then it gets rugged. A bunch of people, other people had the same idea. It's like it can work out a lot of times. Just sometimes you get caught up, and that's why stop losses are good.
Well, no, yeah, for sure. I'm not looking for any type of short opportunity. I'm just looking for the right time to long it.
Yeah,
Because
that you
otherwise
gotta
I
be
get
patient
wrecked.
for those.
Yeah. Otherwise I get wrecked. That's what I'm saying. Like all that stuff, anything other than basically what I'm doing, like that's so it's just like scary to me. I ain't scared, but like I said, I respect it. It's just like, dang, dude, that's just like I've just gotten so wrecked. I've gotten so wrecked over the years.
Dude, do you think I haven't?
No, like anybody who says they haven't, they're either a liar or an insider. You know what
Dude,
I mean?
you don't get good at trading unless you get wrecked. It's part of the game.
Yeah. I've been waiting for this moment. I knew this, dude. Dude, whenever like it plays these games, and dude, occasionally it plays my game and it's playing my game. I like it when it plays my game. Yes, thank you. You get it. Hell yeah.
What targets do you guys have? Like some people were saying that they have some targets like going up to like 200K, but from what I understand, like immediate target, people saying like 130. That's what I was looking at.
I'm just looking at
I
finishing
don't
a
think
candle above the previous high candle. That's all I'm
I don't think
concerned about
it's
right now.
I don't think it's gonna go to a new all-time high before seeing the high 80s again. But I mean, I could be absolutely wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's pretty unlikely it's gonna put in a new all-time high immediately. But cycle, like as far as the cycle wise, like I still think Bitcoin's going to 237K. But I mean, that's a moon boy target. That's like my highest target for the whole cycle. But it's not like we're gonna wake up tomorrow and Bitcoin will be at 200K. That's not how it's gonna happen. We might have to go like we might end up finding out that we're sideways in a range for another few months, and that this pump up was just sort of might result in like a slightly lower high, and then we have to go down again for a while, like another couple weeks, and then we get another pump, like we're going to higher low, get another pump, give it another try. We'll have to challenge the previous all-time high at some point, see if we can break it. It's getting pretty close, but I mean, touching it is one thing, but breaking it with conviction, holding it above it, and moving into price discovery.
Here, Bitcoin. Come on, Biddy. Come on, man. Break that. Sorry, I really was. Sorry.
Oh, you good?
price discovery for Bitcoin is the key. But it
Yeah, that was
every
really
time
interesting whenever that was mentioned earlier, and now that you're mentioning it, I'm glad you are mentioning it again because something I never really thought of till I heard it earlier. That's good stuff.
well, what's
I don't see
like
how
interesting about price discovery is that there is no people that bought that high beforehand that are holding bags. So there's really no resistance overhead. Like the price has never reached that level, so there is no resistance on the left side of the chart to reference. So once you go into price discovery, I mean, nobody really knows when it's going to stop. You can use stuff like fib extensions to give you some sort of idea, and you can look at oscillators to see when things are overbought or whatever, overextended. But the thing is that even those oscillators lie. Like, you know, you're getting overbought signals. It just means that there's more buyers than sellers. So shit can stay really hot and overbought for a long time and just keep going higher. That's why I like divergences so much, because it tells you that something different is going on. If you get like an RSI divergence and you're getting higher highs in price but lower high in the RSI, the relative strength is decreasing while the price is rising. So there's less demand showing up at higher prices, and that's a key signature that like it's going to start to lose momentum pretty soon in most cases, especially on like the higher time frames. When you see them on the higher time frames, if you go something up as high as like the weekly, then it takes a long, like if you get a bearish divergence on the weekly, it takes a long time for it to play out, but usually it plays out in a pretty devastating way. And that's the thing, it's like at 110K or whatever, I saw a bearish divergence on the weekly, and that's why like I came back in here, like that's when I started coming into this group a lot. I came back in and wanted to mention it, and then that, like, lo and behold, that ended up being the top for since January. Right, so it's been the top for 4 months. It was like a 30% correction over like 4 months, you know. So those can be powerful, but it's like that's the stuff that you end up, you see it on the weekly. It's, oh, it's the bearish divergence on the weekly. We're going to go down for 3 months. Like it's really hard to say that, or for people to not like comprehend, but like for people to like I don't know, like it's hard to say to people like, hey, I think it's gonna be in a downtrend for 3 months. We're not gonna go straight down in a straight line. There's gonna be bounces on the way down, but we'll probably put in lower highs and lower lows for a couple months until we can build out a base. And then once we start to build out a base and we find some demand and make sure that like we test the structure and the structure is good and there's demand there and buyers show up, and then like we see what the news is like and yada yada, at that point monetary policy and like the catalyst, if there's some sort of catalyst or something that's happening with crypto at that time, you know, you see what it's like at that point. So like there's really no telling the future, but it's like, you know, you kind of get a clue as far as like, you know, things that you can see emerging on the higher time frame charts. That's why it's great to zoom out sometimes. Like they say, when in doubt, zoom out. But I mean, that can go like a lot of people, like they think that it's like, oh, well, yeah, just look at the big picture and look at the macro trend, and the macro trend is up. But it's like you can zoom out to see like something that like could potentially be pretty bearish for like an extended period of time. I mean, there's also bearish divergence on the S&P 500. That ended up resulting in the whole, like when Trump started just like talking about the tariffs, and there was a huge drop, and that consolidated for a little bit, and then he came out with the tariffs on Liberation Day, and it dropped another 20% or something. It dropped like 20 something percent from the high, and you know that kind of stuff. It was like you could see it on the chart even when all the news was great. And
the stock market has not dropped 20% since Trump has been in office. From one point to another.
Clive, the S&P dropped over 20%
Since
from its
Trump's
all-time
been
high.
from its all-time high, but that was not when Trump was in office. You're measuring
He
a
had,
time frame
he
before
had been,
he was in office.
he had been
God,
elected.
you just go on and on with this back and forth, and you don't say anything. You're just making truisms. And it
I don't
did
know.
not drop 20% when he was in office.
Dude, it dropped. It's so what? He was elected. It does. I didn't even say it dropped. It dropped 20%
You said
when he was in
during
office.
when Trump announced the tariffs, the S&P has been down 20% from its all-time high. Okay, but there's no relevance to Trump. It has dropped some, but now it's back up again.
That was the bearish catalyst, though. The statement was that it dropped 20%
well.
from its all-time high.
You just go on and on with truisms, and it's like you don't. You called every direction. You called it's going to go up, and then we're going to see up, and then we're going to see some down, and we're going to see some up, and we're going to see some down. Probably going to go this way, but then if it doesn't go that way, it'll go this way. I mean, make a point.
What's got your panties in a bunch, dude?
I think it's like you've gone on about an hour about this, and it's like you haven't said anything yet. Pick a direction.
I think the point was where price whenever it meets an all-time high, it has to. That's where the S&P got brought into it, is because it's what was it called? Price what?
I was talking about a bearish divergence.
No, I know, but before that,
you assigned it to Trump moving it down 20%. He didn't.
No, but before that, it was in relation to Bitcoin finding an all-time high. It's a price, like a price. Got the first point. That was the point. That's what it all stemmed off of.
Price discovery.
Yeah, price discovery. Yeah. So the S&P had price discovery at the all-time high. So like it fell 20%. Anyway,
you can make it. It's a 10-year price discovery. You can do a 1-day price discovery. There's price discoveries all the time.
Well, my only point was that I think that his point about the 20% was the original point about the price discovery. It wasn't like a negative thing; it was more of a positive. But anyway, that was my only point. I was just
assigning it to Trump that Trump caused this. He didn't. Okay, it's just factors going into it, but that originates back. And when was our all-time high? I not in front of a computer right now.
I didn't say that he caused it.
No, you said since Trump did this, we're down 20%.
Using that as a reference point. I said when he came out and started talking about the tariffs, that's when the market started to drop. But I said before that happened, when all the news was great, and he wasn't talking about that stuff, there was still a bearish divergence on the chart. There's a bearish RSI divergence on the weekly. That's a technical. That's a technical bearish signal that suggested that the price was going to drop and go down before there was any.
What period of time was this bearish divergence you're referring to? What year? What month? Etc.
It was at the beginning of the year.
January 1.
It might have even been last year.
Okay, make up your mind of what it is. I mean, are you saying in January? Are you saying during the Biden administration, or after he won the election?
I'll tell you the exact dates. I'll have to go back and look at it on the chart. But it's not just one date. It's two or more.
Well, yeah. I mean, they round it down to a month. Okay, let's get it within 30 days. January, November, June of last year. I'm not asking for an exact date or time or otherwise.
Okay, so relative strength index on the weekly. So there was a bearish divergence. All right, so on Monday, the 2nd of December 2024, the high of the S&P was $6,099, right? And the high of the RSI was 69. Now, mind you, these are already lower highs.
Goes to 99. RSI can go as high as 99, and it can go as low as 0. There is no high and low. You don't measure RSI in that regard. You know, it's a scale from 0 to 99.
Yeah, but a bearish divergence is when you have a higher high in price and a lower high in RSI. That's what a bearish divergence is. And the bearish RSI divergence is a lower high in RSI after the price has gone higher.
There haven't been many bear markets that lasted more than 3 months, period. So it can't, I mean, and bull markets are always 3 times long, almost always 3 times longer.
I never said it was
Okay.
gonna be
Okay.
I never even said it was a bear market. I just said it went down 20%. But this was after a bearish divergence that occurred on the chart. So it didn't even, my statement wasn't even really about Trump causing anything or the news. I was saying when he did that, that was the point in time when the market started to fall. But before that even happened, before anyone even knew anything about it, there was already a bearish signal on the chart for the S&P showing that it was getting exhausted and ready to come down.
Yeah, at the end of the year, you see a lot of off selling. Okay, that's typical around between October, the end of the third quarter, and the beginning of the end of the year, for tax purposes. That almost always happens the end of the year. It's not a bearish thing. People sell off for tax reasons, etc.
It's not fundamentally bearish. It's a bearish technical signal.
But that's a fundamental. That's not a technical. That's a fundamental.
Yeah,
Period.
what you're talking about is fundamental. What I'm talking about is a technical signal.
Okay. Well, fundamentals run technical.
So there was on February. So in February, the price made a higher high on the S&P. The RSI made a lower high.
Bitcoin or S&P?
The S&P.
Okay. And remember that the S&P moves stocks in and out. They throw away the good ones, the bad ones, and they put in the good ones. So that is constantly changing every quarter. So if something's not doing well, they'll drop 6 stocks and put new stocks in. So you're not measuring the same thing at all. Every quarter this happens. People are like, why is the S&P going up so much? Because they threw out the losers and they put in winners. That's the one thing about the S&P that is kind of sketchy in some ways. You're not betting on the same team all year.
I never do. You know what I mean?
I mean, as far as the index itself, you can see if there's how much strength it holds. But yeah, every quarter, you're essentially trading a different asset every quarter. But the index itself,
correct. So you really you can say this is doing well. Now, if you're buying and selling the index, that's great. But you're not evaluating the same condition of fundamental stocks in that asset class. They are regulated, and they do take time to change back and forth. Many have been in there forever. GE has been in there since 1919. But many stocks get kicked out every quarter, and other ones replace them. And they use other weighted ratios for those stocks. They're not equally rated. So I throw in a good one and give it more of a weighted average. It's not straight across the board. It's not, let's say 500 stocks, that would be, 0.2%? No, that isn't the way it works. Everyone has a different weighted average.
Well,
that makes it even more complex. It's really hard to make any statements about the S&P other than it's moving up or it's moving down, and what they chose was good or was bad, etc.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I follow it, or why I think it's powerful to follow, is because at a glance you get a good idea of what the health of the overall market is, because you're seeing the performance of the stocks that these people picked.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, to make statements about it, it's like, you got to dig deeper. You got to dig.
It's very difficult to be accurate, but if you want an answer as far as if I think it's going to go up or down, I'd say it's at a key resistance and there's gaps below. I think it's
Okay.
more likely that it's going to go down.
Okay, I would disagree on that. I think it's going to go up. So we can agree to disagree. Now, what time frame? I think September.
One of us is going
Maybe
to be
we'll
right.
maybe we'll get a rate cut. We sure didn't get one there, but we did get an American Pope. Thank God. Now that's the most powerful man on the planet.
If we do go down, I don't think we're going to make a lower low. I think we'd make an equal low or a higher low.
Okay. Are you trading it?
Yes.
Are you buying the SPY or the index? Are you buying or
Yeah.
selling the index?
Yeah,
Okay,
SPXL.
cool.
I keep an eye on it every day. I mean, I bought that bottom, and I've just been selling it at as it fills gaps, hits resistance points, whatever. I'm really just following SPX, but I'm trading SPXL.
Okay.
I'm also trading DRN, which is a 3x housing market index.
Ooh, that's getting crushed right now.
Yeah, I mean, I
Housing
got a
market
good
is
price.
one of the worst shapes ever.
I got a good
Except
price, but I don't think I want to hold it that long because, like you always say, the fees erode the
it's not the
profits.
fees, it's diminishing. It takes off a certain amount every month.
Yeah.
I don't know what that amount is, but it runs about. I mean, one goes up, one goes down, and then they equalize, and they take their fees out of it. I think it's a 9 or 12%. I think it's around 9% per annum.
Right, because this has another ETF that I also trade at the inverse leverage ETF is DRV. So you can short the housing market with that. But this is even harder to trade than the S&P.
Yeah. Well, you got to know the housing market. You got to keep up with those stats. They're tough. That's a tough cookie. That can fall to zero quick.
I hope it
And then
does. I want to buy some.
one goes down, one goes up until finally the other one is so low that they reestablish it back to even again.
Yeah, they do like a reverse split on one and a forward split on the other.
Correct. But sometimes you got to watch yourself when you get into 1 hour dissertations and you don't come to a conclusion. You're basically calling every single direction. It's like,
Well, I wasn't making a prediction. I was just
no,
talking about.
you're calling every direction. I'm not saying
No,
prediction. You called every direction.
I was reiterating a prediction that I made in the past that I was right about.
Okay.
I
I wish we had an AI that would type out what we say, and you look back on it like, okay, really, did you end up with a conclusion? Because in the articles, an analyst will sit down and write an article, and then they'll put a conclusive statement at the end.
But Clive, that's what you're missing. I wasn't talking about predicting what I think it's going to do. I did tell you afterwards, hey, I think the S&P.
It definitely comes across as that. It definitely comes. It's going to go up and hit. Probably going to hit this, and then we're going to see a dip. I'm like, okay, yeah. At some point, yeah, it's going to do that.
Were you listening to what I was actually saying though?
It's too vague.
Were you actually listening to what I was saying, Clive?
I listened to every single word and rolled my eyes 25 times.
Dude, you're such an old man.
Seriously, it's just like, I swear you are a hermaphrodite because you definitely have some women qualities. Please take it as a joke.
You two make such a good pair. You all should get a room together.
Oh God, yeah. We make a good channel. Shut the fuck up, Kwai. It just eventually it
Hey,
just
language, Clive.
Yeah. Are you watching Day Trade the World?
It's all right.
Yeah.
He only says that word once a year.
Yeah, that's true. Verbal diarrhea?
Did he actually use that word? Oh my god.
There's nothing wrong with that on YouTube, I don't think. SF. Yeah. That's about how often. I use them like hydrogen bombs. Very sparsely, but they have effect when I say them. Because I do not drop the F-bomb very often. Oh, man. It's Friday. The market is probably going to move downward. People will take profits. We saw NVIDIA do that. It got to a high of 118.64 or so. Came back to 117.13. I sold a whole bunch at low 118. And it's not lower than I like. I think it may get back to 114 or so, and I'll buy it all back. But answer my question, have you watched Day Trade the World yet?
You asking me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, you should. That will teach you a lot. And they go over charts, et cetera, during the noon hours, et cetera. But they are the best source ever. You would never need to listen to me again if you'd watch
Yeah, every
those
time
guys.
you mention them, I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I really need to check out that channel, but then I never get around to it.
Oh God, I make tens of thousands of dollars every morning off of them. They're trading with real money, real time. They tell you exactly where they're in.
That was a pretty good conversation.
Please don't come in here shilling other YouTube channels. And if you're going to do it, don't come in here every single time you're on mic shilling the same channel. Appreciate it.
10-4, coach.
And if you can avoid it, try not calling each other hermaphrodites. I mean, just basic courtesy. My bad, I couldn't get to it quicker. Qui-Gon. He was on some bullshit.
All good.
He's the one that said it's okay to disagree as long as you don't get disrespectful, right?
Right.
Just timed him out for an hour. He'll be all right.
Oh shit.
I came in kind of
Dbloc
hot
coming
tonight.
in with the hammer. Yeah, he
I'm
gets like that sometimes.
I'm wondering if there might be some news tomorrow that maybe Trump was playing with the United Kingdom thing. Might be bigger news tomorrow.
I'm just trying to figure out if this thing's going to hold ground or not.
Yeah, for sure.
Right at the point where it either has to break out and go, or it's just creating a big M pattern up here.
Yeah. I'd like to think it's going to go.
Nah, not too much on Clive. I like Clive. It's not, disrespect isn't it? The way I look at it is if I come on here and start talking and somebody tells me they just rolled their eyes 50 times, calls me a hermaphrodite, I'm going to ban them, so. Why wouldn't I do it for somebody else?
Thanks for having my back, Dbloc.
I mean, that's kind of what I have to do. It's got to be fair about it, right?
For sure.
He's just so old, man.
It's just a timeout. He sounded like he had a bad day or something. Came in hot.
Yeah, agreed.
He's grumpy.
I did feel like your point about the S&P was related to the price discovery.
Yeah, the bearish divergence. So that there's only a few things that you can really do when you're in price discovery to sort of try to find a top. And like I mentioned, like you can pull like fib extensions and like stuff like that to try to get some sort of idea. You can look at the oscillators, but the oscillators, they can stay pinned to the top forever. Now, if you get a like the thing that is cool about like the oscillators, you could be your RSI could be at 100 for weeks. Like, but if you get a higher high, but the RSI makes a lower high, you get that divergence. So you're seeing like that shift in momentum. Well, not a shift in momentum, but you can tell like, hey, there's less demand showing up at higher prices. And that gives you an extra clue to like where you can see like, hey, it might be topping out and rolling over here. It's just that on the higher time frames, it takes longer for that sort of thing to play out. So like a bearish divergence on the weekly could take months to play out completely, but it, like, you know, something with that big of a signal on such a high time frame shouldn't be ignored. Like on a daily, like, you know, it might take a few weeks to actually play out. But I mean, they usually typically do. When there's less relative strength and the price is still going higher, it's like, okay, this is way overheated. Like there's not going to be too much more buying happening. There's always got to be a bigger pool, right? There's got to be, in order for the price to go higher, someone has to buy it at the top, right? And that's the biggest pool. The guy that buys it at the top, because then he got it, he paid the most and bought it the highest, right? Well, when you run out of buyers, you get that buyer exhaustion, you start to lose relative strength. That's what the bearish divergence is all about. So it's just another clue as to what you can sort of like a clue as to like where you could see the trend reversing after you've already breached into price discovery, where you don't have resistance on the left side of the chart to reference.
What's up, Matt?
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
At what point up here are you going to sell some Bitcoin and put it into a Bitcoin pair?
I'm out of Bitcoin.
You're already out, so you're already going into the pairs.
Yeah, from the time that we hit target 5, from this point, I started looking for. Luckily, price kept going up for me, which was great. But yeah, ETH obviously was, you know, the main one since it was sitting super low on its BTC pair. Yeah.
Thank you, because I'm looking now, and my other question is it, do you think it might be worth selling my beam off for Bitcoin just to put into a pair?
No. I think if you're already in Bitcoin, then you should pay attention to the pairs. If you're not already in Bitcoin, just worry about your USD values and look at your BTC pairs just for strength. I don't think converting back and forth, you're going to lose it's not going to be worth it, in my opinion.
So it wouldn't give me no higher percentage. It wouldn't matter.
Nah, it wouldn't be worth the squeeze. You know what I mean?
Okay. Damn. Well, I guess there's nothing for me to do. Can't go into a pair because I had USD. All right. That's what I need to do.
Bitcoin's getting some buys here.
So at that point, just buy whatever all I wanted in USD at this point. Whenever I'm ready to do whatever. Guess I'll go ahead and add. And that's another question. Like, as far as alts, I mean, this thing's gonna have to turn around at some point here. So if we hit that, if we break that all-time high, let's say we go up there and we reject, and
if we get to all-time high, and we reject, then you're gonna have another opportunity to get alts. If we get to all-time high and break it, alts are gonna be gone. The good ones, the good ones. The ones that probably aren't really even worth my opinion, you know.
Wow, it's going to be a hard decision to make. Then as far as like what I've been,
what you've been looking at, it's not easy, bro. I had to consolidate some shit too. It's like,
I mean, as far as like I've been only buying beams since like 40 and 50, and it hasn't really even ran past 90 yet or 10 again yet.
yeah. I mean, if you have more money than you intended to have in, then you can take that and put it into something else. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I did with that's what I did with Bitcoin, right? I had more money in that swing trade than I was supposed to because it didn't belong to Bitcoin. ICP's just been losing a lot of mind share, it seems like, Leighton. I don't know what's going on with it. I mean, I didn't plan on holding it, but I did plan on it doing well. But it hasn't on this dip. It seems like it's lost a lot of mind share, bro. It's just sort of just sitting there.
What do you think about AVAX? 'Cause I feel like it's not like really moving.
AVAX, I think, is going to. So before we took off, they asked me what I thought the next narrative was going to be, and AI agents was the clear one. This time, there's not going to be a very clear one. AI agents are still going to run, but they're going to be on their third wave already. I think it's going to be gaming, and I think it's going to be specifically mobile gaming because of that that court ruling that came out with Apple, where they can't tax the in-game purchases anymore, and that's what was making some of these games sort of unplayable. Not unplayable, but nobody wanted to pay the extra tax, so they just weren't getting them, and they had to, a lot of them got delisted off the Apple Store and shit because they refused to pay them. So I think that we can get a buzz from those sort of games, which has me sort of looking at Ton. It has me looking at things like Honeyland. It has me looking at things like Wagme Games. But if we get any sort of gaming run, in my opinion, it's going to send everything. And then guns, obviously. I'm looking at guns really heavily.
Okay. So you think AVAX is so like gaming centric? If it has.
Yeah, I mean, if AVAX moves, it's gonna move because of gaming, because that's what people understand the most. But I mean, honestly, the layer 0, what it offers for other blockchains is crazy. I think it's super undervalued. I hold some AVAX.
Are you just starting to nibble, or are you like coming in a little heavy in the alts?
No, there's no time for patty cake, bro. When it's time to go, we invalidated that W on ICP, so we can get rid of that. But we also came back into this wedge. Right, lost it, came back into it, trying to hold it. So its ICP just looks really messy right here. But you're right, it lost a lot of its momentum. It was actually threatening to put in lower lows pattern-wise. So
I had another question. What is your thoughts on Ethereum pairs like ETH, Sol?
well, I mean, if you're trying to make a decision between getting into Ethereum or getting into something else, you definitely want to check the ETH pair. I don't expect there to be many ETH pairs that are underperforming at the most part. Ethereum. So that shouldn't be hard, meaning if Ethereum moves, if it's a good ERC20, it should go, but I would give it a check.
It kind of almost seems like ETH Sol should be a no-brainer.
The Sol ETH pair is ridiculous. Sol is just,
Yeah. So I'm trying to think, like, is that a smart or wise idea to go that direction?
Big buys.
Gala actually looks decent here. Its measured move is at 20. Or at 2 cents, I should say. Gala came down and held and invalidated its W. A good start. We're moving up to this measured move now. We should clear these liquidations. Let's get rid of that smaller pattern that already played out.
ETH is doing really well. Look at that. Beautiful.
ETH has the one thing that ETH really has going for it, honestly, is low expectations.
It's beautiful.
Anything ETH does right now is gonna be like, you know, God sent. It's
ETH's,
gonna feel like.
oh, ETH's a sneaky dog. It's been sneaking, man.
Would you
What do you
do
think about
one last thing? I'm sorry.
Can I just really quickly shout out an important inflection point right now for Ethereum? I'm talking about a trend line that came from mid 2022, and it's like a. Well, I just have to let me share my screen. You'll be able to see it. Picture says 1,000 words. Just very quickly, like check this out. That's
all right.
ETH.
And what?
2020, 2021, 2022. Let me jump onto the weekly even. You can even see it on the weekly.
Wait,
Look at that. It's yep.
Yeah.
You
Sorry.
have
I just want to look at Beam.
one. Yep. You have 1, 2, 3. And these are significant pivots. This is the weekly chart, guys. Like this is multi-month pivoting positions. We wicked touched it. Like this, it knows. The market knows this line. Because look, touch 4, bounce reaction, bam underneath it, and look where we are right now. This is a very big, important. Like, can we gain re-entry into the big fat triangle? Hell yeah. But yeah,
Yeah, it looks good.
I just wanted to call that out. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, thank you.
Come on, baby, go, go, go.
Yeah. What do you think about Ethena?
I'd have to look at the chart. I haven't really done any sort of fundamental follow-up on Athena for a while. But give me a second. Let's get this move over with on Bitcoin, and we'll go look at some alts before I get out of here.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Just Beam. That's all I want.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Oh look, Choir, you're getting your move on Doge that you've been looking for.
Yeah, after I sold it.
25% though, right?
No, I ended up pulling out the whole thing.
Come on, bro. What was the plan? We were supposed to use your bad luck as a glitch, as an infinite money glitch.
Yeah.
That's a
glitch. But see, that's the thing is that if I hadn't sold all of it, it wouldn't have gone up. It would have just gone down.
We needed to test that.
Or Ethereum just cracked that line. It's up inside. Well, yeah. It'll get back in, man. It's sweet. It got let back into the club. It had to just go out and take a breath. Now it's coming back in.
It's like hitting the targets that I had to. God damn it.
Oh, is that 20 cents on the table right there for Doge?
Just
Did it
about
hit
20 cents, almost. But my take profits would have hit.
It's pretty cool.
Feel like we had a good plan going and you biffed it, bro.
Yeah, I guess so.
But you're right. Who knows, bro? Yeah, the market would have just screwed with you if you try to play with it.
Looked like I was gonna break out, then I was like, nah, and then I was like, oh no, I'll give it another try. Then I was like, nah, and then it actually did it this time. Son of a bitch.
Leave a runner. I don't hear people say that. Like, always leave a runner. I guess it's different with leverage.
There we go. Back up above 20 cents. Dogecoin. Sorry, Kwai. You know what could? I mean, look, find almost anything. There's still opportunity out there.
There's always another trade.
Yeah,
It just sucks
exactly.
that I gave
That's
that I
stress.
gave Doge so many chances, and then finally I was, screw this. And
How,
then I
how
went,
long were you in that one for? Was
a
that
couple
like?
hours.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. I thought you were in it for like weeks or something.
No, it was just a scalp.
Okay. Well, dude, XRP is coming up on a pretty interesting point. I know that you don't like XRP, but
Yeah, I was actually looking at that a minute ago. It's on a sort of descending channel on the daily, but it hasn't quite reached the top of the channel just yet.
it's getting spicy. It's warming up.
I feel like everything's getting spicy right here.
Yeah.
What the hell happened to my chart? Yeah, okay, well, London just got on, so their stock market just opened.
Man, Sui is like that's just been great.
So he's that one kid I don't worry about.
It's so hard
Always
to get into.
studies, don't even have to tell it to do its homework, gets great grades, always at the dinner table on time. It's like, what?
Had it since $1
Yeah, it's
and
good.
never sold a single sui. Just kept on buying
Yeah, you
more.
can't fault it, huh?
Yeah. Even when we went down to 74, it crossed my mind like should I let go of some of the sui? And I was still at 2x, so I was like, I'll just hold on to it. Here we are at $4 again. Ethereum is the big boy in the room. Look at him. I knew it. Ethereum's gonna be our white knight. We need Ethereum's market cap to start moving dominance.
Yeah, Ethereum could really spark the whole Bitcoin dominance collapse. You know what I mean? Like the rotation of capital.
Yeah, because see, like unlike Sui
You're
and
right.
Sol, we have retail money, $500, $1,000 buys. People who buy Ethereum, they come in with like $1 million. They come in with
Oh yeah,
100,000.
giant orders. Yeah,
Yeah,
lots of
and
volume.
that's how you move dominance.
Hey,
And
y'all watch
XRP's
out.
pretty big too. Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for XLM. It's gonna take over everything one day. Y'all just be patient.
XLM's gonna fly
XLM is
because
actually in a great position right now. Yeah, XLM's looking really good.
I'm watching it. I'm seeing like $1 million coin counts come through on the ticker tape, and there's not a lot being sold.
Yeah,
If it gets back to the high from late last year, that's 100% from here. 30 cents to 60 cents. Yeah.
Not only that,
Oh.
it'd be the fourth touch on the triangle.
Yeah,
for those on the
very
chat who
cool.
don't know what XLM does, for XRP to be able to do what it wants to do in the future, it needs XLM. XLM is one of the media. What's the word for it? It's like
Intermediary?
the middleman. Yeah,
Oh.
intermediary for XRP to become like Swift. It's like Chainlink for all of the cryptos, but for the payment system to work on XRP, it needs XLM. That's why XLM is super important in the whole process for the central banks to come in.
It's
That's
XRP
why
without
nobody
the
really
stink, and it moves at like a 3-to-1. So that's all I need to know.
I don't mind a double top right now and a little rest during the weekend. Let people get wrecked. People that don't know what happens in the weekend.
Crypto don't sleep, cuz ain't no rest for this.
You know what I mean? So, Dbloc. So this is my second cycle, right? When we are about to do this run, what do weekend traps start to look like? Do they still look like weekend traps coming from a correction?
Nah, there won't
like
be any.
we-
Completely
won't be
fall
any, right?
apart. Yeah.
You'll be looking like a weekday, right?
You'll see attempts to trap longs and attempts to stay around CME. They get completely blown out.
Okay.
The reason that we track them is to watch the anomalies, right? To watch for that time when they start to go different. And if you've been here long enough, you've seen the whole. You've seen them go from completely traditional to type 2s to type 3s to just, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. This is my second cycle. I've seen this happen. It's just like sometimes I need someone else to tell me, like, hey, remember, this is what happens.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
to
it's
like,
not only that. I mean, I know people that have been doing this for years and haven't been following weekend traps or don't, aren't aware of that side of the cycle. So it's not really a time thing. It's just what you're exposed to.
yeah, I made a mistake yesterday. I think I took too big of a bite off of my alts and BTC. I took like profit yesterday, and I was like, and I'm looking at the chart now. I was like, ooh, I'm looking for a retrace so I could like add more back into them.
Buy and higher again. That's what I was going to ask you guys. What's the idea behind leaving a runner? Like, what percentage of you would you
I
say?
have a 20% runner on all, but like I should have left 50%. I took
50% is not a runner. 20% is barely a runner.
Yeah, I know.
20% is one TP left that you haven't taken out. But for me, a runner is at the most like 15%. 10%, something where like you've already taken your profits and that's your insurance against being wrong. And sometimes it's like a moon bag, right? I'll do it on a meme coin in case it happens to go 10,000x after I get out of it, for some stupid reason or.
So I just wait, right? This is the waiting game before I can add my
I
profits
mean,
back.
it's not the time to chase.
Yep.
You know.
I agree. I'll just let
It's
whatever.
not. I mean, and don't feel too bad about it because the truth is the market's been rewarding taking profits early for a very long time. Right? If you took profits early, all you had to do was wait long enough, and the price was coming back to where you took, and. But we're starting to get to that point where that's not the case anymore. So we've got to be
This
quick
was like
on the pivots.
The first case where we saw where it paid to hold on.
Yeah. So, and honestly, what makes the difference between a good trader and a great trader is their ability to pivot, right? How long does it take you to spot the pivot? And then how long does it take you to deal with the whole psychological part of pivoting, which is big too, right? Because this way of trading has kept you safe for a while. Like I said, this behavior has been reinforced with reward. It's just like anything else, right? You got to break that.
Well, the good news is I took most of the profit from the alts from my Sui and Sol, and I actually added more when Ethereum crossed 2,000. So that's been so far the bigger reward right now.
A little bit of a rotation, maybe.
Oh my God, yes. I added more to my Ethereum bag when we crossed 2,000, and we held.
God, dude,
Look at Dom,
Hey,
yo.
Dbloc, I didn't see on your watch list, but VeChain, it has like a nice inverse head and shoulders. I know you talked about it, and
Yeah.
it looks like it's primed to go.
Yeah, look at dominance. This is what I mean by ETH. When ETH moves like this, look at dominance. Bitcoin is going up, but dominance is.
I know the alts are exciting right now, but don't keep your eyes off of Bitcoin because of this double tops.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's go ETH.
That looks pretty cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of Keyboard Cat?
No.
No.
It's on Coinbase. It's a base coin that's on Coinbase that I've never seen until just now.
It's just like a complete Bitcoin. Like Coinbase is adding almost anything now.
It's a base coin. I just bought it. Because I was in Moondang since 3, and I did like some crazy gains. I just sold that and put it into this.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Bro.
Sorry.
You don't even know
won't
what
have
it
Farcoin,
is.
though.
You just did really good on a trade, took profit, and put it into something that you have no idea about.
Well, yeah, it was $40.
I'm just saying.
That's all good.
GX right in front of us without noticing.
I think I'm out.
Drew was in Mudang. I don't know what price he left Mudang.
He got out too early. He was talking about it earlier.
I rolled it all. I did the whole thing, but it wasn't much money.
Yeah, Drew was
Oh,
saying
well.
something like he wrote it from 3 to 4 cents or something like that.
Yeah, he made a 30% profit. I think I heard that.
It's an example of what I was
3, 4,
talking
and now it's
about
at, like,
earlier,
11.
right? Like that type of behavior has been rewarded for the past 6 months. Right? We just
That's true,
happen to
yeah.
be in a
Just taking
time
nibbles.
shift where
Yeah.
things aren't retracing, you know? Low gravity environment right now.
This is getting spicy, man. This is getting real hot.
Market cap
Look at
35
Dominance. I haven't
million.
seen Dominance do that in months. Look at that. Just like a
Bro, I don't even want to get
dominant.
too excited about it, but if this is really the top of Dom, this is gonna be one hell of a chart to look back at.
Yeah, we never thought that it would reach that high. Benjamin was the only one.
Nah,
who
so
was-
look, so we go back to where let's go up maybe the daily will work. So this is where, well, this was my second alt season, right? My first alt season target was 62. My second alt season target was here. And when we hit that, wick, you couldn't tell me that alt season hadn't started at that point. But that's when we drew our alts in danger above this line. And we watched that line. You guys remember this, right? Like we were like, oh, if this thing goes over that line, we're screwed. And this pop over here is what took alts down another 60%, whatever it was.
No, don't get mad at Keyboard Cat.
Nah, bro, I hope it works out for you.
It's nothing. All my money's in Beam, buying it like at 40 and 50.
Oh my god, my fart coin. I didn't look at my futures yet. Oh my god. Jesus.
About to break local highs here. Looks like we're gonna go grab the rest of that liquidity.
You're all in on one coin, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
That is serious conviction.
Is what it is.
Keyboard Cat's
Not
35 million market cap.
It's
I mean,
not
Cat.
Keyboard Cat. It's not Keyboard Cat.
Nah, we'd be having a
is 3
completely
million.
different conversation if he was all in on Keyboard Cat right now.
Yeah, that thing pumped like I don't know in November. I don't know if Keycat's coming back. But you never know.
Well, I just picked it because it was on Coinbase and it was one of the lower market cap coins they had. So just wanted to roll the dice on something. Well,
You never know what's gonna run on baits, I guess.
I know I'm gambling on it. Here we are. I guess we might go for that all-time high tonight. When they do, it's going to be real quick. Well, I'm gonna have to deploy some more funds, Dbloc. Not right now, though.
Gotta be in it to win it.
I never got as much as I wanted to get into the beam.
You just said you had too much beam.
I know, but I wanted way more. I wanted to have 1 million at least.
Why don't you buy like a? Why don't you diversify?
I wanted virtuals. It's too late.
Told y'all when I was
Buy
getting
an
into
agent.
virtuals. Told y'all that it was the easy AI agent play. You don't have to pick a specific agent. Just grab virtuals, grab the picks and shovels. But you have to do it before it's sexy, because as soon as those things start to get hot, they just go. Like there's no, you know, they don't give you like a day or two of like, oh, this is starting to look bullish. Like no, it goes from it goes from nobody cares about this to green candles.
Yeah, I think it's going to give a chance eventually when there is a retracement. It'll be nasty, but it won't get back to where it was. Question is, when will that be, if it is? But I still got to deploy some more funds in the beam, so it didn't run like that. I could have been in that virtuals at the same time I was buying that beam at that 40.
Yeah.
But I chose beam.
You don't hold like main chains?
What?
You don't hold any chains like.
Hold nothing. That's what I'm holding. I don't want to do too much.
Too much. One coin that doesn't do much, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'd be
deploy.
scared.
Nah, I'm alright.
They just bought 109 Bitcoin at $103,000.
It's actually done pretty good. It just didn't do as good as that did. I don't know about doing nothing. I don't know about that.
Let's go, ETH.
Yo, I really thought I was actually
I'm
gonna get some sleep tonight.
I am up 100% on it, in case you didn't know.
Nice.
Yeah, you've been
Who
talking
you
about
talking
Beam
to?
for a good month, man. Good
Oh, I
couple
know
months.
Beam. I think Beam's. I hold Beam. I just said I'd be scared. I mean, one
Yeah,
coin.
Beam's a good choice for gaming. It's on the top alongside the other gaming infrastructure. So it's like it used to be IMX used to be the infrastructure gaming infrastructure coin. The Beam's getting a lot of mind share.
Dbloc, do you think that ETH is gonna pull back? I mean, I know it will at some point pull back, but it seems like it's just gonna like rocket up to like 2,500.
Hold on, who's got their phone in their pocket? Somebody's making.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Maybe it might be my earbuds. Like I'm on a
Oh,
walk.
it sounded like somebody was crumbling up paper while you were talking. I couldn't even hear.
Yeah, somebody said that the other night when I was walking with my sorry. Do you think I almost said EMA. I combined ETH and EMA's name. Do you think ETH will pull back like soon, or do you think it's just gonna like keep on going to 2,500?
Nah, if ETH pulls back, and it should, I don't know if it comes back down underneath 19 flat though. This break was pretty significant, so I'd be looking at, if we're gonna get a retest, which we should, which you should want, if you want ETH to be healthy and actually sustain this, would be 1946. Right, the spot that we had to break. Good news is that we can get rid of that damn bearish sort of channel that we were in the whole time. Bad news is if
How
you were like waiting to buy any ETH at all at those lower numbers, you're probably not going to get them.
yeah. How high do you think it's gonna go before pulling back?
I mean, it should be pulling back as we speak. Everything should be pulling back as we speak. We're like running on borrowed time, in my opinion, on everything.
Yeah.
Amen.
You know.
Dbloc, one last look. Like IMX is about to break the high from way back in
Nice.
from like a week ago. Can you take a look if
Yeah, give
like
me a
it has
second.
the strength? Yeah.
200 and 800 EMA on the daily are sitting at 2.4, right around 2.5, 2,500. It looks like a decent target for this if it's going to keep going. I really would not expect much more than that.
Yeah, Swede's taking its correction right now.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying we need to watch Bitcoin because Bitcoin just double tapped. So I'm trying to focus on this before we go into the alts too heavy. I just heard you guys
Yeah.
talking about ETH, so I wanted to take a quick look. Yeah, I'm still holding Jasmine Scott. Jasmine and Sui are fighting for first place in the portfolio right now, just going back and forth. Yep. I got to buy Jasmine at some ridiculous prices twice in the same bull run. Bro, go figure. Litecoin at 66 was a good pickup, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think ETH is ready yet to go back down. Volume's picking up.
Give me a second, let me go check my wallet to make sure I'm not missing something.
Wow. Wonderful.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Oh yeah. We're gonna be so freaking rich.
We are so back.
Hey guys, you ready to get rich?
Hey, I told y'all I was buying the top, okay, and I did.
Wow, look at it! Look at Ethereum erupting. It's incredible.
It's
Man,
that
Bitcoin
spring.
wants it.
Yeah, good call there, Rick, on that chart earlier. It was nice to see.
You know
I
what's
mean, it ain't difficult. Yeah,
you,
anyone can make calls at the moment. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that when you finally hit that moment in crypto where buying the dip works.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep, it feels great.
Oh,
It
wait,
feels
they're
it's
still
very
buying.
the best actions to take in crypto are actually very counterintuitive, aren't they? It's like just think of anything else, anything good that happens, like you act on that, like you take advantage of the good. But in trading and crypto, it's like when the good comes our way, people think, oh, that's when you act, like that's when you buy it. But that turns out to be, oh, you end up buying tops, that kind of thing, you know? So it's actually the counter. It's like when something is ugly and you don't want to touch it, and the natural instinct is to walk away, right? Like yeah, it's not good, you know. You go to a fruit shop, you pick up an apple that's soft and kind of on its way to like rotting. You don't buy that. You put it back, like you leave that. So in crypto, it's like the opposite. It's like you look for things that are broken and collapsed and dipped and sold off. That's you buy that fruit. You know what I mean? It's so back to front. But when you get the hang of that, when you get that to become second nature, you'll do a
And I
lot
should buy
better.
now?
Nah, man, I wouldn't be. I don't
I
know.
just
Like,
I just
Maybe just
shorted.
dip my toes a little bit. Just a little bit.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it. Okay, this part of the market, things are moving so quickly that like the velocity is high. You know what I mean? Like the movement is fast at the moment.
We're going
Like it's
90.
dangerous. It's dangerous to take action when everything's fast. You need a slow point. You need things to slow down to make a decision at a slow point, like a point of decision. Like when it's trying to figure out its next decision,
You made
that's
this
when you
analogy
need.
yesterday about catching the cab,
Yeah, yeah,
and
exactly.
it
If
still
you
doesn't
want to
make
get in an
sense.
accident,
I was just kidding.
yeah, yeah,
It's like a train. You're jumping on the
yeah,
moving train. You're hitching a
yeah. If
ride,
you're
yeah.
trying to exactly, how risky is it to try and jump onto a moving train,
But you're gonna go
as
far if you
opposed
make
to
it, or you might die.
yeah, as opposed to getting on at a station when it is stationary, like and ready to pick you up, with the doors open.
Yeah, that's
That's a
not
good
leaving
moment.
for
But
another.
yeah, so right now it is dangerous. Like, yes, you could get lucky and get into the train without a scratch,
By the
you know.
pullbacks, huh?
Yeah, but it's risky. It's just riskier. That's all. Like, it's not as
It's just kind of like refueling on the pullbacks, and then it's still going. It only slows down. It never
Mm,
stops.
yeah. Like you want to wait for the squeezes. Like you want to wait for things to be like tight ranged and
It's funny how nobody was. It's funny how like the first time everybody's talking about shorting it, and now everybody's talking about longing it. I just love. I love the difference in the sentiment. Like that's
yeah,
my favorite part.
yeah. But the crowd is always late. Like the bulk of the crowd that comes on and participates, they are late to the party usually. But the good thing is this market throws so many themes at us that we get to practice and know the feeling of each kind of chapter, you know? It's like just a couple of weeks ago we were looking kind of scary, like it was ugly. And now we've got like this euphoric push to the upside. Like it's so different, you know? Spirits are all up and I mean,
Euphoria scares me more.
yeah, it is. It's kind of scary. I think that's a good thing to be, is to get scared in the euphoria, like these times, like when things are ripping. And
Enjoy
if
the
you thought getting an
euphoria while
entry,
you're still capable.
yeah,
While you still have feelings, enjoy the euphoria, guys. Even though we know it's a sign, but you gotta let yourself enjoy it.
yeah,
You
sure.
deserve it. My problem is that
It is.
I don't get that big. Unfortunately, I don't get that big euphoric thing because I didn't have that scared at the bottom. Just because my conviction in the 4-year cycle is so strong. Like I didn't have that
Mm.
contrast of being very scared at the bottom and then not scared, and that. So that's why I always kind of come off deadpan. But I do miss the euphoric moments. You will catch me humming every once in a while. That's about as euphoric as I get.
That's good.
But it keeps me safe. You know, the trick is to not lose the feeling completely, but to still feel it, just not react off of it, right? So like I feel the euphoria inside, like I feel it, you know, but I can't let it out.
Sure.
If I let
You're only
it out,
human.
it'll take over.
Yeah.
But it's the same as not feeling the depression when shit goes bad. So it's like, oh
Yeah.
damn, that sounds horrible. You don't get to be, yeah, but I also don't feel like my life is ending when a trade goes bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's good to just see something play out after you've been speculating that it would do the thing, and then it
Even if
does
you
the
have
thing. It's like,
conviction,
it's great to
it's
see that.
vindication.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh cool, I'm on the right track. Great.
Yeah.
You have like a 50-50 chance, kind of like, right? Up or down. But then what about the other? Like,
No,
right?
we're
Yeah.
talking about completely different predictions, bro. This was not up or down. We
Well,
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
was
we
like, there are like
nailed this
5 other
thing.
variables, right?
We
yeah, this was
absolutely
like
nailed this thing
like
from timing to
yeah, like
movement to measured move.
yeah, like
I had
high
some good calls
90s conviction
yesterday,
and
you know, in the moment.
confidence. Mm.
I missed the past week though, because it was kind of like boring, you know, but I saw your targets. Yeah, I said the same thing, and I said, oh, I missed his target. It was drawn on the chart. We agreed. And then I called 105-ish this morning. It was 100. I got a crystal ball over here too. I just need to, I don't know.
I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what you're talking about. I just know how this shit
I'm just,
works.
yeah, and I'm messing around. I don't know shit. I'm believing in trading. But we just try to get a little bit less wrecked than last time.
That's all we could hope for.
Yeah, sorry for mentioning the Clive. Yeah, I want to learn the stocks. He said it like 10 times. And he's an old cat. He's knowledgeable. Like, yeah, but I get you. No advertising. You know, I'm just working in IT right now. I got an interview with TP Link. They're moving to the US because of some rumors that they were Chinese spies, and you know, they have all the network equipment and monitoring us, and so they said, okay, we're going to keep our business going and move it in America. So I don't know. I was going to ask Five if they actually are spies or not. Maybe he knows. Sorry, that's a tangent.
Biggest way to find out if someone's a spy, ask them.
Yeah,
If they say no, no, they are.
that's true.
Well,
It's like
well,
reverse.
and if they say yes,
They are.
they aren't.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
They're all spies.
So
I
if
taught
they
in
say no,
I
they
taught in
aren't.
China.
Yeah, I might just sit. Just the principle, like even that it was brought up as a question. You know, I think That might be the red flag right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds cool. It's like working for like Netgear or Linksys, like a big, but if there's any doubt, then yeah,
I need to have entire buildings just devoted to spies.
rather join the army.
Hmm. Mostly they try to recruit young people.
Yeah, I know that could be a slippery slope. Next thing I'm some
Mhm.
concentration camp for being a spy, Yeah.
Hard to prove you're not.
Yeah, right. Well,
Market
speaking
open
of,
in 1 minute.
I owe dues to the chat. I've been watching the chat for about a month now and definitely learned a lot.
So, what's the market going to do today?
It
Don't
wants
know
more
anymore.
upside. Another YouTuber, I'm not going to say his name, but he posted a monthly cup and handle pattern and he had 120 as the target. So I think more upside through the weekend and then maybe Sunday. But on everyone, the hangover
Well,
can't
okay.
turn around right now.
I'm watching the stock market open.
Yeah, post from yesterday was it drew down, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean they went way up, and then okay, well, what's he really gonna
Correct.
say? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, here's
we'll
pre.
see. Here we go. Amazon's up 0.57. Let's see, up. Hold on, up 0.3%. I guess that these says percents. Nvidia. That's the one I care about. Up 0.549%. It's the first few minutes. I bet up 2.24. I'm buying that. Where's Budweiser? I posted a trade that just missed by 2 cents and it sat there all during it was, I wanted to sell at 644 and it sat at 642 forever. Only there wasn't a single block of Budweiser sold in the aftermarket after an hour after the aftermarket opened.
No.
I was sitting in a block 2 cents away.
Why Budweiser? Is there like some Budweiser buzz or?
Well,
Oh,
no,
I didn't mean to.
no, it's a very good stock. I mean, I buy it at 59 and I sell it at 68, and I've done it 48 times this year.
They're pretty much bottling up water and selling it for like 10 times the cost,
Okay.
Brilliant.
I know. As long as they're making money, all I care about.
Been drinking
What do you
Budweiser for
what do you
years.
think of Palantir?
Palantir had some problems. Let's see. Nvidia just jumped to 118.
Oh, nice.
118.09. So that was a good little buy. SMCI is up 0.47, Snap's up 0.49, SoFi up 0.75%. These are percents. The market's rallying for right now. iBet is up 2.31%. Ford up 0.5%. Apple's up. Amazon's up. Looks like a good start for the first 2 minutes. We'll see.
Did you see Tesla, the CEO sold a bunch of her stock or something after this? That's like a slap in the face.
CEOs sell stock all the time. I have no problem with that.
There was something happened before it that was kind of like, let me pull it up.
They have to announce it months in advance. It is not something they do at the spur of the moment. They're not allowed to do that.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, I don't.
Need to learn why people do certain things, and you can manipulate a stock. And a CEO doesn't really care what the stock is. No CEO bases his decisions on the stock. Just a reflection.
Yeah, yeah. See, that's what I was seeing. Like, oh, it's a sign that it's going down more.
Sometimes they just want a new girlfriend.
Hmm. Yeah, there's not any of these guys in the Mag 7 that we like anymore. Like, I want to invest in some of their companies, but yeah, we hate Bill Gates.
Do you know them?
Yeah, Bill Gates is he was trying to get the monopoly going. He was shutting down.
Know him.
Yeah, me and him hang out all the time. No, I'm just kidding. I know you said you.
Yeah, I sold my company to him.
Right.
So I do know that. I mean, Woz was a good friend of mine. That we both disagreed with Gates on his decisions, etc.
Well, things are changing around for Microsoft. Let's see. Maybe he's made his money already though. Who else do we like? Amazon, Bezos? No. Mark Zuckerberg? No. It's like we want to root for the company, your investment. Right.
I don't think who's the personality of the person in charge is really relevant, but in some cases,
Right. Well, we liked Elon Musk like as a kind of a
I know
face
Musk
of the
real
company,
well.
right? Yeah.
I know Musk real well. I don't like him at all.
Really?
I'm in a physics conference.
Do you think it could be a good buy right now, or
Tesla? Hell no.
yeah?
Way up. I'm I mean, he tried to argue with astrophysicists that we're going to land on moons of Jupiter, and it's like, okay, what type of lead shielding are you going to use? Because it's 1,000 times greater magnetic field than the Earth.
Yeah, right. Like, but he doesn't have to know everything, It's like he's got some of the best
Well,
guys in the world to figure that shit out. Like,
talking in front of astrophysicists, you better know what you're talking about. We are the most we are the biggest nerds off the planet.
yeah, he's got to be spread out pretty thin.
Oh, he thinks he knows everything. He doesn't. He's not really that good an engineer. Yeah.
He paid someone to boost his World of Warcraft account or something like that. That was the guy I was talking about the other day. The long hair guy. His name's oh shit, I forgot
Oh,
again.
really?
But he called him out for boosting his Diablo account or something, and then Musk actually called him out and said, "What's up? Then get on a chat or something. Let's play Diablo."
I the
Musk
fight.
boosted Diablo.
What was it? Bezos versus
Got the best people working for him though. So
Zuckerberg versus Musk in a fight. If anyone remembers that one.
Yeah, they were supposed to fight in the UFC. Elon
Right.
versus Mark.
Zuckerberg would have kicked his ass.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, Mark just
no,
got his blue belt. Yeah,
Oh hell
Mark just got
yeah!
his blue belt.
he doesn't have
UFC.
any power behind a punch or a kick though. Like it's like getting hit with the purse.
I know, dude. Mark's trained. He trains every
Yeah,
day.
he is trained. He is
Is the dude
a skinny little dude, but he ain't.
is the dude's name Asmongold or something?
Yep. Ding ding ding.
Is that him?
Asmund
Okay.
Gold, yeah, dude.
He looks like the penguin guy.
Asmongold.
They could be, yeah.
What is
Who's the
BTC?
other guy that I was thinking
Penguin.
of that does reviews? Penguin, did you say?
I think that's part of his name. There's more to it, but he has the claw
Oh.
machines in the background, yeah. And he's like
Penguin Zero or something?
He was in the same video calling out Elon Musk. Searching up. Yeah, they're both calling him out for paying some team to get him the number 3 account in Diablo or something, and then he goes to play online and he doesn't know like the basics, you know.
What does that dude have in his bedroom that you said that he has hanging on his wall or whatever?
Like a claw machine, like for the arcade, or
Oh, claw machine. Okay, yeah. That's pretty cool.
That's in India. Yeah, they go in an arena and just like slap each other if one gives up.
Oh,
didn't some guy's eye pop out or something like that? Like he broke the socket and eyeball goes. Yeah, what? And survive it? Yeah. Oh man, you're pumped looking at the crowd with one eye.
die if you survive it. Yeah.
Wow, he's only 30? Critical penguins. Oh.
Yeah. I think YouTube does that shadow ban thing because I used to see him in my feed every day, and now not at
You
all.
don't see him?
It's like they're doing the filtering again, like.
Wait. Wow, he used to have short hair? I thought he always had long hair.
Yeah, check out dominance. Yeah, boy. Here we go. This is what ETH can do.
Oh wow.
Keeps pushing up. Just dominance just goes down.
What is the target on ETH? Like short term, like 5K or something? Was it?
Short term, well, 2.4 to 2.5.
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess like this cycle.
Oh, a cycle. Oh my god.
Like new all-time high.
You can definitely do an all-time high. Minimum. We'll
I
see.
think Dbloc said 8K was what he thought. I'm not positive, but I thought I
Yeah,
heard
he
him say
did
that.
mention eight. He did mention 8K.
And he said he was going to
Wow.
sell before that. He wasn't going to wait. I hope it gets there.
I hope so too. I'm waiting on what the structure looks like after this week. So like we can see how hard this is going to push next week.
You think it's got to find support at 100?
Yeah, that's what we need to find. Like, what's the support? We need to end the week. We need to find like what this week's structure looks like.
It's never that clear though. They gotta like shake a lot of
It's
people
not
out
clear when we're still
first,
headed.
and
Yeah, when we're headed up, it's not clear yet. So we just
this
have to end the week.
yeah, this last week like Dbloc called it, like he said he had it mapped out, and this only for the past few days it felt like kind of obvious. I don't know if anyone else felt like that. But like he said, he mapped it.
104. It was me and BJ when we were at 90K. I was like, BJ, I'm looking at the daily. The only order block that's major that I can see is at 104K. Now we're there. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was like sell pressure was letting off, and yeah, just everything was pointing towards it.
Yeah, 104, man. That was it.
You guys think Bitcoin's finally going to pull back now?
We'll see. Maybe let's wait for the hour to end. Let's wait for the hour. Because on the 15, it looks like it's a good pullback already on the 15. But on the hour, it's not an engulfing on the hour though. It is a double top, but it's not an engulfing candle. It's getting there though.
Do
We have
you short, Rick? Oh, sorry.
Do I short?
I wouldn't risk it right
Yeah.
now. Like,
No, I'm just asking. Like, some people don't at all. Like, some people don't short.
Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
short on Bitcoin at 100, like 104.
I know we're
No, I'm
like
just
too
curious.
short,
Like
but I
in
don't
general,
usually
like
look for it. Yeah, I don't tend to look for it. I usually like wait for long opportunities. That's just my style. I'm
Hmm.
more comfortable in longs for some
not
reason.
a pessimist. Like,
Yeah.
it goes up a little bit. You're like, yeah,
Yeah.
let's short this. Yeah,
When you short, it
I
doesn't mean
probably
you're a
need to.
short.
No, like
being the
not
banker.
necessarily. Yeah, I mean, it's just like being able to play the direction in the right context. Like it's like, oh, okay, like we've got a series of lower highs and lower lows, like we're downtrending. Sure, I'm gonna look for shorts because there's a bias. But I mean, I just feel comfortable finding longs. It's just the way I do it.
Kind of
But
short
I have
just to
shorted
hedge
before. Like
your
I've done it
thing. Yeah,
before.
absolutely. Sure.
Yeah. It's like if you're talking about today, like right now, it's very dangerous to try and short things. But
okay.
as long as you're
I
ready
just
to
meant
pull the plug on a bad idea, like quickly, then it's okay. Yeah.
I meant
Yeah.
as a general question. I was curious.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. No.
is he a
If you
short
want to,
person? Like,
generally
like height
speaking,
wise?
oh,
No, like a
am I
What?
short?
yeah.
I'm
Are
6'1".
you?
Nothing.
That's long.
I'm 5'1".
Hey,
I'm really tall. Mm.
there you go.
It's worse if you're a guy in that.
Yeah. I'm sitting down right now, so I'm probably like 4 feet.
Height's not important.
No.
I don't
Oh
think
man, that's all I got going for me.
That's all. Damn it.
That's all I got. Yeah.
That was my one strength. Damn it.
Wow.
Damn it.
I mean, for anyone out there feeling bad about being short, it's okay. It's okay to be short.
So if the guy was short, what would you think he should have to be okay?
To be okay. I mean, I don't have a problem
Like
with
if you're short,
shortness. Like everyone's taller than me.
Maybe like short and strong or something, or fast.
If you're 5'6", you must be strong. I mean, like someone who's 5'6" is 5 inches taller than me.
oh, 5'1". I
Towering.
really thought you said you were like 5'8", 5'9", like 5'8". Sorry, I heard it wrong.
5'1".
Like any girl
So
above 5'5", that's tall. Yeah.
Is that like
like
what's the cutoff for
like
handicap for midget?
if I see a man who is like my height, like that's so extraordinarily rare. Like
If Kevin Hart.
he is my height. I think he's like 5'1". I think he's like 5'1".
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
a
yeah.
weird, interesting
But
guy.
girls have a cheat code. You guys have your heels when you go out. So when you're on a date, you're about like 4 to 5 inches taller, right?
I don't. That's just some tall heels. I don't really like heels. Like they're uncomfortable. I never was into that. People are always like, "Wow, you're so short. Why don't you wear heels?" And I'm like, "Cause I don't like them. I wear flats." There you go. Yeah, I would slip. I
What if
actually one time,
what if
so
a
my
guy
friends
had
made
like
me like
flat feet?
buy some heels, and I was like walking on the ice, and it was very treacherous. I live somewhere that gets really icy.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know
Danny
that.
DeVito. Danny DeVito is 5 feet even. Like just 5
I'm
feet.
taller than him.
There you go. And then other sources it says he's 4'10". I mean, he is aging. He's getting older, so maybe he has shortened up a little bit.
He's a small man. Like he's been a small man his whole life.
Yeah. Peter Dinklage, Game of Thrones. He's 4'5". So he's
He's
not that.
like actually a
Yeah,
little
he's
person.
actually yeah. Danny DeVito's he's just short.
He's just really he's just super short.
Short guy.
As a little person. I didn't realize Peter Dinklage was that tall. He's a really good actor.
Yeah.
He's almost as tall as me.
There you go. Surprised that Arnold Schwarzenegger is not actually that tall. He's like, let me have a look.
Are you referencing the movie Twins from like 1990? the classic movie Twins.
Oh well, yeah. Okay, he's my height. Okay.
What about Kindergarten Cop? That was a good one.
Yeah, Kindergarten
Another
Cop's cool.
classic from 1990.
Yeah.
Last Action Hero.
Yeah. Man, True Lies with that lady. What's her name again? Female actor.
Terminator.
Not
Nah.
Sharon
Conan.
Stone. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Nah.
I
Jamie Lee
I
Curtis.
really
Yeah,
liked.
dude. I love Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween when she. Yeah, that was like her breakout role. I'm pretty sure. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, I think so. For sure.
Was he in Predator?
Yes, he was in
Arnold,
Predator.
yes.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That
He's
was
in
a movie
everything.
that like traumatized me for life, for my childhood. Because my parents let me watch it.
Is
Not Chucky. My sister's trauma is Chucky, man. Child's Play.
I hated it. The clown. He went after
Chucky
kids.
is a creepy movie for like if you're really little, if you're a little kid.
I feel like Arnold's. Oh
That was
damn!
my favorite movie
Jeez.
as a kid. Predator.
Terrible. I feel like
I haven't-
Arnold's peak career movie, like the pinnacle of his career, was Terminator 2 for sure. For me, anyway.
For
That's-
sure.
That movie
I
really freaked me
I watched
out because I watched it with my parents when I was 5, and there were atomic bombs, and I was like, "What's that?" And my dad was like, "Oh, well, it's this bomb," and he like explained it. It kills the it destroys the whole city.
That is the first movie that gave me a nightmare as a kid. It was particularly the scene where the T-1000, like the liquid guy, right?
Yeah.
He was morphing at the end, like at the end of the movie when he's morphing into all the forms,
Yeah, because he was malfunctioning.
John Connor's
He's so
stepmother,
terrifying.
foster mom. Yeah, he morphs
I
into
think
all
I
the
did.
shapes. And then the Terminators,
He's
it's either
terrifying.
Linda Hamilton, it's either Sarah Connor is like firing rounds into him and he's getting these like liquid man holes like through his body.
Keep
Seeing
coming.
that as a little kid freaked me out. I was like,
So you have that thing
terrified
fear
by
was
Super
that.
freaked me out. And then he like melted
Yeah.
through the bars. That
Yeah.
dude,
And then his
it
gun was
freaked me out.
stuck and he had to twist the gun to get it through. Yeah, that was good.
Was he in the Alien?
Ooh, XRP's kind of on the move right now. Just about to get $2.40.
Yo, Tana,
That's
there's
good,
your answer for Bitcoin. Look at it. Look at the one Bitcoin in 1 hour. Totally negated that red candle.
It's XRP's moment right now. Let's go. Lego.
Oh my gosh, it is. That's a big candle.
Wait, are you Tana or Jim Girl? I keep your voice, like you guys sound almost the same.
My name is Kelly.
Okay. What up, Kelly?
I've never heard Jim Girl. She always says she can't talk on here because she shared the state channel with her dad.
Oh. Yeah, come on, XRP. Let's go.
It's because we're girls. We just sound alike.
Mhm.
Bitcoin dominance is bleeding.
Wow. XRP breakout. Doge is doing really well. Very cool.
You'd think though, because there's like so few women, people would know the difference between us, but nobody does.
I'm starting to pick up the difference. I think I can tell.
You're just starting to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
They had this thing. This anthropologist said, like in like a decade or two, because of social media and how people sound, like everybody's gonna start sounding the same and speaking with the same accent and delivery.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
American accents is true, like are getting less thick already.
Yeah, they're getting less thick.
Mm.
Correct.
You think there's like a universal accent out there? As in like just an Earth accent? Planet Earth English.
Earth accent.
The West
An
Coast
Earth
accent
accent.
seems like it like takes over the US. I have like a West Coast accent, but people have been telling me that it's like very California. Somebody was like, they're like,
No, you
Tana's
do have
totally
a
from Cali.
You have a very Cali accent.
It's I mean,
Makes me wonder.
I grew up on the West Coast,
That's
not in California, but yeah,
It's hard to
If
it's hard
humans,
to even think that I have an accent to some of you.
I don't hear. Yeah, I don't hear you having an accent, Tana.
God, it's
I
like
I
hear
don't hear
80%.
you having an accent either. You sound like you could be from my area.
like
yeah, you guys,
everyone on the West Coast sounds the same. What?
you guys both sound like you're from the same coast, like the same area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's weird, like
Can
from
you like see
Alaska to
my
like
ocean?
California. I see your
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that's coming from an Australian,
From
so how the hell
Alaska.
am I gonna
Like,
how the
yeah,
hell am I
Alaska
gonna
Beach
tell?
Island?
No, there's an accent over there.
In Alaska?
No, tell her to say like, "Oh my God."
Oh my god.
Oh
What?
my god.
You know what I'm talking about.
Don't talk like that, Iman.
No, I don't get it. Like what?
Oh, she didn't get it. She did.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah,
that?
she knows.
That's
She
like
Oh
she
yeah,
Valley
knows
no.
it.
Girl.
We
I
don't
don't think
really
anyone
talk
talks
like that.
There it is. That's it.
I
Valley
think
girl.
you know what? I think Gen Z kind of talks like that, but I think the millennials got a pass on that one.
I've heard women like from Britain like have like a smidge of that, or Australia.
You know,
Like Love
Imad,
Island.
I've worked with girls that do talk like that, and it's almost like they're not real, and they have no.
They're
It's
just in
like
a show or something.
they've never lived through any trauma in their life, and they've lived and worked through nepotism and worked their way up, and they just haven't experienced life
Not-
any other way than I don't know. It's weird.
It's
It
too unfair.
definitely feels dollhouse. Yeah, they're not real.
That's interesting, Dollhouse. Because like I'm in Asia right now. I'm not back in the States. And like a lot of the kids in the IS school, international schools, they speak straight Cali. Like Cali's the accent for everything. Like in any of the international schools in Asia, they speak the same way. They
Bro,
speak way better English than their parents.
there's no such thing as Cali accent. There's like 4 or 5 different ones over there.
You know what's weird though is I grew up in a super Hispanic demographic over here. Public school
Yep,
systems, everything. Like white people are a minority in the public schools that I went to, and I would start kind of talking like this, and then oh, okay, really? And it's just the way the dialect would change if there were more Hispanics around me.
That's
It's
actually.
weird.
I grew up in Buena
Yeah.
Park, and yeah, I grew up with a lot of Hispanics. A lot of guys from. Yeah, I remember.
Ese?
Oh, right there by the berry farm.
Yeah,
Knott's
you're
Berry
right there.
Farm.
Yeah, man, that's very far, man. You
Great,
get some
great
churros.
berries. Yeah. Oh man.
You always say like, "Hey, yo, Pablo, let's go get some churros."
In
I'm
Australia, you can
noticing.
hear the difference between
I
like
was a
from what
kid back then, man.
industry
It's
you
like
work in.
you got
Like
Disneyland
Yeah,
or the berry farm.
Yeah, dude.
I'm
Just
noticing
walking to
some
the ride.
people in Australia sound really British, and some sound more Australian, and
yeah,
that.
yep. That's the big cities. So the British sounding probably I think mine's more of like a city accent, I would say, than
You
Australia.
sound kind of British. Like
Yeah, it's
you
not.
yeah you sound like you sound British, but then you have like some very Australian like
Bits and
intonations.
pieces. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a difference between like the city slickers and then like the people that live out in the country for sure. Just like in the
I'm
US, really.
I'm really bad with accents. I only know because I have an Australian friend, and I went and stayed with her.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of accents in this country, bro. A bunch. The one you haven't heard is the Louisiana accent, like the Bayou.
What's
These
your
guys,
accent, man?
me, I don't know. I guess it's New York. I guess.
Oh, you're from New York?
Well, yeah.
I'm terrible. I thought you lived in the South. I don't know what it.
Damn.
Oh yeah, Shark Tooth's got a super Southern accent. You're from New York.
No, I heard this. I heard the South guys in here. There's the Southern guys in here don't sound like me.
I guess you and Dbloc don't talk as fast as some of the people like like when I went to New York City. Like people talk like crazy fast there when you're walking around.
There's more than one accent over there too.
Yeah, Dbloc sounds like it sounds like he sounds like my Peruvian friends in New York too, man.
There's your thick New York. There's your Italian. There's your Puerto Rican accent. Your regular New York. There's more too.
Oh God, I have no idea. Say something else. Like, who are you?
You sound Hollywood, bro.
Did you say Miami? I can barely hear you.
He sounds Midwestern. You sound mid. Yeah, you sound Midwestern to me.
Guys, check ETH. Check ETH. Wow.
Coinbase just told me XRP hit a
Oh
new
yeah,
high.
the middle of the country.
Holy shit!
All are
Easy.
looking good, guys.
Hell yeah, let's go XRP.
Let's go ETH.
Yeah, all the blue chips are doing really well. Solana,
Yep.
Doge, XRP, ETH, all the big
Just like
ones.
what Dbloc said, man. If you're gonna choose your alts, choose the one with a
Yo,
lot of mind share and volume.
look at Pepe,
They're the ones
dude.
that are gonna.
Ghost, you
Saying
have
yesterday,
a
Pepe's gonna
really
unlock him.
you have a subtle accent. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Somebody was saying something. Crypto big, I think.
No, I was just saying, look at Pepe. Pepe was saying yesterday was front running ETH.
Hey, what when ETH runs, all the stuff underneath ETH runs as well.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
why
Pepe's
when
is
I was
meat.
looking at the Pepe move yesterday, I was saying, I don't know if you remember, but I was like, yo, Pepe's moving like it knows like a big move from ETH's coming. Like,
Oh,
and
because the only meme coin that ETH maxis actually hold is Pepe.
yeah, it's like the number one. It's up almost 50%.
This is
Wow.
really good. This is fantastic. This part of the market,
This is,
this phase that we're in. That's great.
it's very revealing also. It really shows if you made the right
Yeah.
choices. You can start consolidating and putting it in the right coins. Because yesterday that's what I did. I just like consolidated the things that weren't moving as fast and just like put it in the right coins.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's so many things that are doing pretty damn well. It would have been hard to do a wrong thing like 3 weeks ago. Like if you're getting into something,
Mhm.
I don't think you could have put a foot wrong. Everything's on the move. It's great.
Unless you sold. Unless you sold.
What
What
do you hold, Rick? Just
At all.
XRP?
My trade position
Yeah.
is XRP. As far
Are
as
you an
spot goes,
XRP
I've got
maxi?
no. Like as far as like spot goes, I've got Bitcoin, Doge, XRP, Solana, and yeah, that's about it at the moment. I did
Soul's
have
probably
Matic,
like,
but I rotated that because yeah, layer
it's not
twos
doing good.
they felt like a bit of a redundant, abandoned
Yeah, my dad
Soul,
left
concept
that
kind of thing.
so he just messaged me a while ago. So how's your coins doing? I'm like, wow.
Oh,
I
Soul's
got him
making
into
its
I
comeback
got him
right
into
now.
crypto and he chose XRP. Yeah, he got in early. I
Yeah.
got him in at like 75 cents. He's all
Hey.
mature. Yeah, he's all like aggressive right now. I hate it, man. I hate it. I hate the fact like, I gave him a good position and then now he's like treating my coins like, oh, so did yours do a 2x? I'm like, oh my god, dad. hold your like, you know. Wait
Yeah.
for it.
I still think that Dogecoin is a good. I think XLM and XRP are a good pickup at the moment because they haven't truly broken out and ripped yet.
Are you gonna
Ethereum
sell it
has like
at like
Ethereum's.
$3 or $4?
I think this will go blue sky. Like that's what I think. I'm holding it for
This
months.
pace
What's
that
blue
ETH
sky
is
to you?
showing,
Like
3K looking.
Like
$6 or what?
Indefinitely never sell.
well, it's blue sky's just getting into price discovery, like getting above $3.40. You know what I mean? Yeah, and
Because
then it's sort of like
people with the XRP, they're like going to $100. I'm like, that's not happening.
nah, not 100. I think
I'm
what is
like, that's
achievable if you go to the website market cap of, or if you just Google, I think it's market cap of,
oh,
all
I
one
know,
word.
I
You know
what
that one?
XRP is not
Yeah.
doing for sure. Oh, sorry, big. I didn't mean to.
Mm. Oh well, okay. If XRP achieves the current Ethereum market cap, like where Ethereum is at right now, XRP will get to $5.